Chapter 151 Annihilation, Qinyu City's Satisfaction. It was dawn, and the 5th Special Operations Team looked at the valley below with cold eyes. The results of the battle were like their pre-war plan, and they gave the other party a fatal blow in this valley. Mulan showed off his martial soul and slowly flew into the air. You can rest in peace, those who have suffered the evil soul master's poisonous hands. The Spirit Hall, I have helped you punish these inhumane guys. He summoned his martial soul, Thunder Blade. The 6th soul skill, Thunder Breaks Evil. A huge soul power burst out, and lightning began to surge wildly below. Boom! The power of lightning touched the corpses and turned them into dust. Mulan landed and turned to look at his team members. We have accomplished this battle very well, just to let the evil soul master know. Those who violate the majesty of the martial soul hall will be punished. 11 team members said in unison, those who violate the majesty of the martial soul hall will be punished. Thank you all. Mulan bowed solemnly to his lovely team members. Captain. The team members supported him one after another and looked at him with a smile. It is our luck to be able to fight side by side with the captain. Mulan smiled rare, it's also my luck. The ghosts and Yuegwen that were observed secretly were already numb. This novel fighting method refreshed their cognition. Long-range strike, short-range blast, and then assemble and annihilate. This kind of playing style is really terrifying. What did the Pope study in private? Once this combat method is promoted, the armies of the two empires will not be able to stop advancing. Yuegwen murmured to himself, and the shock in his heart had not yet dissipated. This kind of thing is not something we consider. Since the Pope asked us to follow us secretly, it means that these things are still in a state of confidentiality. You and I are focused on doing things according to the orders, that's it. Ghost is very open-minded, no matter what weapon or what illegality is. Obeying the Pope's instructions is that thinking too much will cause trouble for yourself. Old Ghost, you're right. Yu Guan took a deep breath and his mood gradually calmed down. Behind these little kids, you must ensure their safety before returning to the Wuhan city. The ghost nodded and did not make any more noise. Mulan and the 12 others, after dealing with the evil soul master in the valley. It happened that there was a huge rock on the top of the mountain, and Mulan summoned his martial soul again. If this valley on the map has no name, then give it one. Annihilation Valley. After doing all this, Mulan was satisfied. The mission is over, return. With a command, they quickly moved towards the direction of Wuhan City. Yuegwen and Gaimei followed behind them. Back at the Wuhan Hall, Qin naturally met them in person. But it was not in the Spirit Hall, but in their garrison. Captain Mulan, report on your achievements. He looked at Mulan, curious about how effective their first combat was. The record should be good if all members can return safely. Sir Pope, the 5th Special Operations Team's mission is completed successfully. The 125 evil soul masters were all wiped out, and none of them survived. Coastal villagers, this time is not damaged. Mulan said. Qin nodded with satisfaction. This kind of hot weapon was indeed fierce in combat. These 12 people did not disappoint his expectations and successfully completed the task. Okay. He looked at everyone with a smile. In view of the successful completion of the 5th Special Operations Team's mission, each team member will be rewarded with a piece of ice marrow for 10,000 years. Golden Soul Coin 500. Go home to visit relatives for 3 days. The only requirement is that the nature of the work is kept confidential, and violators will be severely punished. His reward is too generous. The salary of each person in the 5th Special Operations Team is 50 golden soul coins per month. Other cultivation resources are also very sufficient, and there is an additional 100 golden soul coin subsidy during holidays. This is a unique existence in the whole continent. Qin reward can be said to have excited them. Swear to be loyal to the Martial Soul Palace. The 12 people knelt on one knee and said in unison. Qian Yuchen waved his hand and they all stood up, and then said again. Loyalty is not something that is said, it is something that is done. You are in your prime now, just like the rising sun in the morning. It's a great blessing to have you in the Martial Soul Palace. They were very moved. It turned out that they and others were like this in the eyes of the Pope. It feels so good to be recognized. I won't talk much nonsense, I'll give you a reward now. Qin took out 12 small storage rings from his storage soul guide. With a wave of his hand, 12 rings floated in front of each team member. Your rewards are all here. After you absorb the 10,000-year-old ice marrow, the cultivation speed of soul power will accelerate within 15 days. Although the attack soul guide is powerful, the most basic thing is to improve your cultivation. Qian Yuchen reminded. Let's remember. The 12 people said in unison. Among them 12, the one with the lowest strength is the Soul King. Most of them are Soul Emperors, and the Soul Saint is currently the Captain Mulan. At the age of 20s, ordinary people speak out, and this cultivation level is already very good. When they met such a pope, they were very grateful. Then I won't bother you. Qian Yuchen smiled and disappeared. This move shocked everyone. Of course, Mulan is an exception. He knew clearly how terrifying his teacher's strength was. After Qian Yuchen left, they no longer had any restraint. That's great. Go back and see my parents. I will buy them a house this time and move to Wuhan City to live. I don't know how tall my sister has grown, and whether she still recognizes me, my brother. My stupid brother, your brother is coming back, he 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 he. Sister, when I go home this time, I will take you to Wuhan City. Looking at the excitement of the team members, Mulan smiled inadvertently. Thinking of Shui Qing'er, a hint of happiness also appeared in his eyes. Okay, since the Pope has given us a holiday, then enjoy the holiday. 10 minutes, change into casual clothes and leave the station. After the words came, the team members quickly headed towards their tents and quickly changed their clothes. In less than 10 minutes, they changed into casual clothes and gathered again. Let's go, just leave the camp here and leave it to me. Captain, then I'll leave. Thank you, Captain. Goodbye, Captain. After all the team members left, Mulan walked outside the station and activated the hidden formation. This was arranged by Qian Yuchen, and the core switch was in his hands. Seeing that the station was completely hidden, Mulan left here. Qing'er, I've completed this mission very well. When he thought of what made him happy, he accelerated his speed for a while. Target, the Martial Spirit Hall. Chapter 152 Meeting King Guyu. 1 month has passed since the annihilation of the Evil Soul Master, and after this battle, the Evil Soul Master has no movement. It seems that this is from the Martial Spirit Hall. The action was too thunderous and decisive, which really made them afraid. Qian Yuchen was also happy and relaxed. Without these dirty mice disturbed him, it would have saved a lot of trouble. However, after receiving the latest news from the spy, Nodding Soul Master Academy is about to be on holiday and all the students are going home. King Guyu, who transformed into a butterfly in the Goddess of Light, plans to go to the Holy Soul Village with Tang San. This is the same path as the original drama, and he can't guarantee that King Guyu will be moved by Tang San's earthy love words and be with him. Tang San, the butterfly clan of the Goddess of Light, you can't get in touch with it. The Ghost Vine clan is your ultimate choice. Qian Yuchen thought about it and was still preparing to meet King Guyu in person. After all, the woman in Butterfly God Valley is very opposed to their clan being with humans. King Guyu's approach undoubtedly touched the bottom line within the clan. Although Tang Hao was secretly protecting Tang San, if he went there, it would be easy to hide his identity. Tell the saint, I went out to Nodding City and returned to the Spirit Hall in 3 hours. Yes, Lord Pope. Qian Yuchen quickly changed his clothes and disappeared into the Pope's hall. As soon as the picture changed, he had arrived in Nodding City. Let's go to the War Spirit Hall of Nodding City first. Mathono is still a good person. Then, he headed towards the target point. 10 minutes later, he came to the branch of the Wu Soul Hall in Nodding City. He walked forward and took out his token at the guard. I've seen the Holy Envoy. The guard said respectfully. No need to make a statement, I'm going to patrol secretly this time. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, the other party understood what he meant. The guard continued to stand guard, and there was no other movement. Qian Yuchen walked in and soon saw Mathono, who was handling official duties. Didn't you say that, don't bother me if there is nothing important? Mathono heard the footsteps and thought that some subordinate rushed in rashly. He didn't hear the answer. He looked up and found that it was a blond man with majesty. This he became excited in his heart instantly, teach. Qian Yuchen stopped the other party and signaled not to worship. Oh? No need to see you, I came here secretly this time. Mathono stood up and came to him respectfully. He asked, I wonder what important things are there when the Pope comes to Nodding City. Can I help me? Come here and take a look, nothing particularly important. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and asked. There are 2 fewer deacons under your command, are you still adding it? Only then did Mathono understand why Su Yuntao took Sisi to Wuhan City. It turned out to be the Pope's arrangement. He said again, it has been added, it is all civilian soul masters. That's fine. You are so old now. If you are not busy with official duties, don't be so tired. The Wuhan Hall is a place that talks about human feelings, do you understand? Qian Yuchen reminded him by the way that Mathono's work attitude is fine, and if he is young, it will be nothing. Now that I am old, I still work so hard, that's really unreasonable. What the Pope said is that my subordinates will pay attention. Qian Yuchen nodded and prepared to leave. Mathono's affairs are nothing, so let him do it. No need to come out, I'll leave first. He signaled that the other party didn't have to come out, Qian Yuchen left on his own. After he left, Mathono sighed, Sir Pope, you have a broad mind. Qian Yuchen asked about the road and arrived in front of Nodding Soul Master Academy in 10 minutes. By chance, a child wearing coarse cloth clothes and looking calm like a child came out of it. A middle-aged man who looked a little decadent and depressed. Tang San, Yu Xiaogang. Qian Yuchen suddenly recognized the identities of the 2, but he didn't expect to see them. Teacher, should I continue to choose the ghost vine for my 3rd soul ring? Well, mistress, this seems to be a new discovery. The rare plant-based martial soul absorbs the soul rings of similar soul beasts, and the attribute bonus seems to be very high. The conversation between the master and the apprentice also came into his ears. This change is a bit big, and Tang San is about to obtain the 3rd soul ring. At the same time, Qian Yuchen felt a powerful but non-threatening aura around Tang San and his disciples. Tang Hao. Haoshan Douluo, what a pity. Qian Yuchen sighed lightly. This was a good opportunity for him. The 3 of them left Nodding Academy and met King Guo by themselves. After feeling the 3 of them left, Qian Yuchen walked to the gate of Nodding Soul Master Academy. The person who comes stops, what's the point? Said the guard. My niece's name is King Guo, she's going to school here. I am his cousin. I passed by here and happened to come and see the children. Qian Yuchen said. The guard obviously knew King Guo, so he didn't make things difficult for him. Let's visit the child, it's an hour, and then you have to leave. Thanks. After saying that, Qian Yuchen gave a ginseng soul coin alone. The guards took it away, and then pretend that nothing happened. After entering Nodding College, he soon saw the light dance alone on the swing. Isn't she the eldest sister? Why do you still look depressed? Qian Yuchen was very confused and walked towards the other party quickly. When she walked to her, she didn't even notice that there was a stranger in front of her. The goddess of light butterfly, is there something wrong with it? A slight voice came into King Guo's ears, and she became alert in an instant. She looked at Qian Yuchen with a bad eye, Uncle, who are you? Qian Yuchen smiled and said, I am not an enemy, I'm going to Butterfly God Valley, otherwise I wouldn't know your identity. King Guo heard the 3 words Butterfly God Valley, and her vigilance towards him was a little less. She shook her head, outsiders cannot enter there. How do you tell me to believe your words? Wing Chun. Qian Yuchen said 2 words again. Okay, King Guo already believes that he has been to Butterfly God Valley. This is the top secret of their clan, and most people don't know it. King Guo asked again, Uncle, what are you doing here? Is it because of the elder's instructions? Do you know that there is a secretly follower of Douluo in Tang San? As soon as Qian Yuchen opened his mouth, he was the king's bomb. What, titled Douluo? King Guo felt incredible and looked surprised. She shook her head and said, No, it's impossible. He is the son of a blacksmith, with an ordinary background. You should have seen Tang San thrust the iron. That kind of technique is not something that ordinary blacksmiths can have. Without family heritage, you cannot have that skill. This is enough to show that his origin is extraordinary. Qian Yuchen said again. King Guo recalled the scene when she and Tang San went to the blacksmith shop. His way of making irons was different from that of others. Efficiency and quality are higher than those people. King Guo said uncertainly, You mean his true identity has been concealed? The only one of the most famous blacksmiths in the world is Haoshan sect. And after Haoshan Douluo, who was known as the Haoshan Gemini, was expelled, he disappeared. Do you understand Tang San's origin now? After Qian Yuchen said this, he basically pointed out Tang San's identity. Wouldn't that mean that the one who follows him is his father? Haoshan Douluo. King Gu's face became shocked. If this is the case, wouldn't it mean that she is under the surveillance of the titled Douluo every day? This is not good news. She was transformed from a soul beast of 100,000 years. Although the family's secret techniques can cover up her identity, she is not 100% uncovered. You don't have to worry too much, I'll help you this time. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he took out a butterfly necklace from his storage soul guide. This is given to me by your guardians. After wearing it, you can perfectly cover your breath. It is immune to attack, remember not to take it off. King Gu took the necklace and quickly put it on. To be honest, she had no affection for Tang San at this time. Oh, uncle, it's strange to say that, why do I always want to get close to Tang San without realizing it? There seems to be something that attracts me more than Mimi butterfly flowers. King Gu told her troubles. To tell the truth, she really doesn't want to have too much interaction with humans. Only Tang San seemed to be unable to resist. Let's do this. When you graduate from the 6th grade, I will send someone to Tiandu City and enter Tiandu Royal Academy. You are separated from Tang San, and after your studies are over, you will be able to return to Butterfly God Valley. He wanted to see if King Gu and Tang San separated and would another substitute appear. Uncle, why did you do this? We are not familiar with each other. King Gu remembers the advice of her elders, and no stranger will be good to you for no reason. I am a friend of your clan, and your guardians have admitted it. By the way, I'll give this to you. Qian Yuchen brought her a book, and King Gu took it and saw it, and was a little surprised. The Light Butterfly God Transformation. Qian Yuchen reminded, you should practice slowly by yourself, just don't let others know. This is also what your guardians have asked me to bring to you. One more thing. Qian Yuchen took out a storage ring from his storage soul guide. I'll give you this storage soul guide, 30 cubic meters, and there are 3,000 gold soul coins in it, which is enough for you to live for a long time. Uncle, you are so good. King Gu said with gratitude. You are so kind. Qian Yuchen waved his hand, after I leave, you can just follow your usual life and just think that nothing has happened. Don't worry, I know what to do. King Gu nodded. She was the best at this kind of thing. I came to see you this time in the name of your cousin passing by. Now you can take me around to avoid others' doubts. Okay, then come with me. King Gu smiled and took Qian Yuchen to wander around the academy. Chapter 153 Tang San goes to Shrek. The quicksand on the fingertips of time passes by very quickly. Tang San has graduated from Notting City Soul Master College, and in 6 years he has grown into a big guy. Relying on his iron-making skills, he has saved a lot of money in the past few years, which is enough for him to complete his studies in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. With the certification of the Spirit Hall, he is at the level of Soul Lord. You can claim 100 golden soul coins every month. According to Yu Xiaogong's guidance, he went to Shrek Academy in Soto City under the rule of the Baroque Kingdom alone. Originally, he wanted to invite King Gu to go with him, but he didn't expect that the other party chose to go to Tiandu Royal Academy. Although I was reluctant to give up, I still didn't say anything about keeping it. Misery, although we are separated, you must work hard. In the future, you will definitely become a great soul master. This is what King Gu told him before leaving. Tang San is naturally full of confidence. With his knowledge of the Tang sect, he will definitely be able to make a fortune. Walking on the way to the kingdom of Barak, he felt a little melancholy. I want to build my own Tang sect in this world. The glory of the Tang sect was a regret in the past life, and I must not leave any regrets in this life. Tang San still regained his confidence and had a firm direction. As we passed through a forest, a woman's scream came from my ears. Oops! He took the ghostly ghost and headed towards the source of the sound. Then I found out that it was a girl with long legs, scorpion tail braids, and pink casual outfit. She seemed to have fallen from the tree and was a little confused by the fall. Why does this girl feel a little strange in dressing? Tang San looked at the rabbit ear decoration on the other person's head and felt it was too realistic. Girl, are you okay? He walked over quickly and stretched out his right hand. Thank you. The girl stretched out her hand and was pulled up by Tang San to thank her. There are few people here, so girls should leave as soon as possible. You are a girl, you are not safe for you after all. After the reminder, Tang San was about to turn around and leave. Hey, where are you going? The girl asked. My name is Tang San, I'm going to Shrek Academy. Tang San's voice came. Tang San. That mysterious voice helped me transform, and he was the person I was waiting for here. The girl's eyes lit up. This boy is the one he has to wait for. That, Tang San, wait for me. I'm going to Shrek Academy too. She said hurriedly. Tang San stopped, turned around and looked at her in confusion. So coincidentally, you also went to Shrek Academy. Yeah, I have 3 soul rings. After saying that, the girl showed her soul ring. Yellow, yellow, purple. I'll introduce myself. My name is Xiaowu, dancer. Hearing this name, something seemed to be opened in Tang San's heart. Xiaowu. Tang San muttered twice, then looked at her and introduced himself officially. I am Tang San, the martial soul ghost vine, the level 34 control soul master. My martial soul is a rabbit, that cute little white rabbit. Xiaowu also introduced her martial soul. She smiled and said, but my level is higher than you, I'm 35. Well, let's go. Tang San was about to continue his journey. Xiaowu immediately walked to him and walked side by side with him. Tang Hao, who was following Tang San in secret, naturally saw this scene. The moment Xiaowu approached Tang San, he discovered her true identity. The soft-bone charming rabbit. He didn't expect that his son would also meet the opposite sex transformed into a soul beast. Is this God's will? Tang Hao murmured at the sky. His wife was transformed from a soul beast, but in the end he was discovered and finally sacrificed herself to fulfill him. Leave a seed, and I don't know how many years we can meet again. Now, my son has also met the opposite sex transformed from the soul beast, so he is not sure of the future. At a location 1 kilometer away, Jian Yuchen was holding a telescope to observe Tang San's movements. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the plan, I still have to let me take action myself. He put away his telescope and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Xiaowu is a soft-bone charming rabbit he raised nearby. Considering the role of world correction, he helped the other party transform with the help of the power of the 10,000-year-old ice marrow. As a mysterious person, she was allowed to wait for Tang San's arrival on this necessary road. Then follow the other party to Shrek Academy and accept learning normally. Ling Yuan looked at him and asked, Brother Cheng, Tang Hao is indeed following his son. Will he take action? What are you doing? Jian Yuchen was puzzled and immediately said, he is seriously injured now, so we can do it without any force. To deal with them, they have to completely shatter their pride. The protagonist Tang San has not yet risen, and the game is boring. The gateway to the God realm has not been released yet, and it is still early. He turned around and looked at Ling Yuan and asked, 90% of your power is divine power now. When will you plan to break through level 100? Ling Yuan said, it's still early, it's only 98% chance, it's not safe. Jian Yuchen? It's 98% more, and you still feel unstable? Need to get 100%? Ling Yuan added, besides, I can't bear to part with you and linger. She doesn't want to break through the 100th level so early, and she wants to spend more time with her husband and children. Then let's go back to the spirit hall, Ling Er the girl must be anxious. After saying that, Jian Yuchen took Ling Yuan away. There was someone by my side, and Tang San did not feel bored during his journey. He is more boring, but Xiaowu is more carefree and always likes to ask strange questions. For example, if you use the poisonous snake to bite the poisonous snake, will the poison be poisoned to death? Can food at noon be eaten at night? Practice becomes stronger, staying up late hurts the body. If you stay up late to practice, will it hurt the body or become stronger? Tang San really wanted to know what kind of brain she had to ask such a question. However, thinking and fun are pretty good. In 2 days, they arrived in Soto City. This is Soto City, it's bigger than Notting City. Tang San sighed in his heart. Soto City is worthy of being a city at the main city level, and prosperity is not comparable to Notting City. Miss San, go shopping. Xiaohu pulled Tang San toward the nearest store. There are a wide variety of shops. After Tang San was pulled to several clothing stores by Xiao Wu, he felt a little dizzy. The price of goods here is 20% or 30% higher than that of Notting City. If he really wants to buy something, his savings will be reduced a lot. But Xiao really chose to take a look around, and she was very curious. As for buying things, she bought 2 sets of cheaper clothes that fit better. As I walked, I found a strange shop with 7 patterns of chrysanthemums, hammers, dragons, and swords engraved. Tang San heard Yu Xiaogang talk about this and was very puzzled why there were stores here using this as a signboard. Xiaohe found that he was staring at the store's signboard and said, "I'm curious about what, go in and have a look." "Well, then you can take a look." Tang San nodded, then walked into the shop. Chapter 154 The Prodigal Flender. Tang San walked into the shop, and a special wave of soul power attracted the attention of the two. After Yu Xiaogang's teaching, Tang San knew that this was caused by the soul guide. However, this small shop has no shelves, and there are some things hanging on 3 walls, which still look worthless. He was lying alone in the rocking chair with his eyes closed. He looked in his 50s, but his figure was very strong. The sturdy recliner swayed with the shaking sounds under his weight. The man's chin is protruding forward, his cheekbones are very wide, his face is flat, and he has a bit of a hooked nose. Give Tang San the feeling that his face looks like a soul. Although he had his eyes closed, he looked a bit cunning. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses on his face, and the frame was that rigid square. No matter how you look at it, it felt strange. "This uncle is so ugly." Xiaohe couldn't help but complain softly. Then he looked around and asked, "Miss San, what are the things on this wall?" "Soul guide." Tang San's eyes fell on the wall, but you need to feel it with your soul power to know that you can't see it with your eyes. While talking, he walked, he saw a large dark yellow crystal the size of a human head in the corner. "This is this." Tang San's heart beat faster in an instant, and his eyes flashed. He didn't expect to meet this thing. "Oh, mistress, what do you think of this rotten crystal?" "Amethyst is the most precious." Xiaohe wondered why he was so interested in this yellowed rotten crystal. Tang San looked at the other side of the recliner and said, "How much does this crystal cost?" "I bought it." "Not expensive, 100 golden soul coins." A lazy voice came, with a little big tongue, and Tang San could barely hear it clearly. "Ha!" Xiaohe pointed at the crystal in surprise and said, "This broken crystal, 100 golden soul coins, rob money." The middle-aged man opened his eyes and lay down and said, "Where is the price of 100 golden soul coins? This has always been the price, and this is the cheapest price in my store. Little girl, if you think it's expensive, just leave." After saying this, he continued to close his eyes. "You." Xiaohe was about to come forward to argue with him, but was stopped by Tang San. "Okay, Xiaohe." Tang San walked to the middle-aged man and took out 100 golden soul coins from his storage soul guide. "I bought 100 golden soul coins." The middle-aged man said that he didn't have enough money and he had to add more money. "This is exactly 100 golden soul coins. That's the price just now. Now I need 200 golden soul coins." Tang San was stunned and a little angry, but thinking about the importance of the crystal, he took out 100 golden soul coins from his soul guide again. "This is 200 golden soul coins. I never thought that middle-aged people still said they had to increase their money. Now it's 500 golden soul coins." Xiaohe could no longer help it and said, "You are blackmailing. You are a profiteer. You deserve no one to visit your store. Miss, let's go." It is true that Tang San has money, but he is not a fool. Although this crystal is very important, it has not reached this level yet. He put away his golden soul coins and turned around prepared to leave. Unlike the original work, seeing that Tang San was about to leave, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. Immediately, he looked at the soul guide on his waist, and a trace of memory flashed in his eyes. "Wait, boy, let me ask you, where did your belt come from? You said the moonlit night on the 24 bridges? The teacher gave it to me." Tang San said, and then walked towards the store door. "Well, since you are an old friend's disciple, then you can take this crystal 200 golden soul coins away." When middle-aged people think of the past, they don't have the same persistence as before. Tang San was stunned. Unexpectedly, this middle-aged uncle still knew his teacher. He turned around, took out the golden soul coins from the soul guide, and handed them to the other party. "This is 200 gold coins." The middle-aged man collected the money and continued to lie down. Tang San put the crystal away and put it into the soul guide. Then, he left the shop with Xiaohe. Xiao Gang, I didn't expect you to accept the disciple too. I just don't know who has a better vision. The middle-aged man is Flender, the current dean of Shrek. He accepted 2 disciples, one of which was the food-based soul master Oscar with innate soul power. The other is Ma Hongjun, the owner of the Phoenix martial soul whose martial soul is not pure, who has evolved. Especially the Oscars, a rare food genius innate soul power on the mainland. He judged that Tang San's strength was around level 27. The Oscar is at level 28, and it is also very fast to break through level 30. It was because I had less time to teach the 2 of them in order to raise funds from the college. Plot adjustment, meet Flender first, then fight Daimyo Bai. After Tang San left Flan's shop, he took out something similar to an abacus to the owner of the shop and quickly tapped it, as if he was sending some signal. On the side of the Wuhun Palace, after Qian Yuchen saw the information, he didn't expect Tang San to meet Flanders so soon. If you come out of the other party's store, you must have gotten the plate crystal. Next step, wouldn't you go to the Rose Hotel and run into Daimyo Bai? Tang San's strength is not level 29 in the original work, but level 34. Daimyo Bai's current strength is at level 37, and he may not be able to beat Tang San. Shrek Academy, Tang San Qian Yuchen stood up and walked to the window and looked into the sky. In order not to deviate from too many plot directions of the original work, he went to the 7 Treasures Glazed Li sect and Xingluo Zhu's family. Zhu Zuqing should also be in Soto City and will participate in the Shrek Academy assessment soon. Under Zhu Lingyuan's guidance, her current strength is level 32. On the 7 Treasures Glazed Li sect, Ning Fengzi asked his cousin's daughter to go to Shrek Academy. Named Ning. His niece has a 9th level of innate soul power, and his martial soul is also a 7 treasure glass tower. It is now at level 31, which is in line with Qunyu City's choice. Ning Rongrong went to Tiandu Royal Academy. Unlike the original work, she practiced the lilac body purification art since she was 6 years old, and her martial soul has evolved into the 8 treasure glazed tower. In the Tiandu Royal Academy, he is known as the supporting 2 beauties together with Ye Lingling. In other words, although the personnel arrangements of the Shrek 7 monsters have changed, they are still gathered. Daimyo Bai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, Xiaohu, Ning, Zhu Zuqing. In order to face the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition, Qian Yuchen has already prepared the candidates. Qian Linger, Qian Rongxiu, Xiaoyu, Hulina, Yan, Jiangzhu, Zhao Qingtian. I won't introduce the first few people, mainly the latter 2 people. Jiangzhu was discovered in Tiandu City by Qunyu City, and before Lu Erlong, she was intercepted to Wuhan City. Now it is the level 43 Auxiliary Soul Sect. Zhao Qingtian is Zhao Wuji's son, and his martial soul is also a powerful Vajra bear. He is currently at level 48. Zhao Wuji was secretly sent to Shrek Academy to become the vice president, but he was very clear about his son. Compared with the original work, his life is perfect. He, but Shrek Academy still needs to give them more experience. First of all, start with the evil fire phoenix Ma Hongjun. Qian Yuchen thought about it and decided to increase the difficulty of the other party's dungeon. Chapter 155 Tang San signs up for Shrek. Like the direction in the original work, Tang San and Daimyo Bai had a conflict at the Rose Hotel. The 2 of them fought each other and they could be said to have no fight but met each other. When he learned that Tang San was applying for Shrek Academy, Daimyo Bai generously paid the house for Tang San, so he took the twin sisters to change to a hotel. After a night off, when Tang San and the other 2 were about to go to Shrek Academy, Daimyo Bai had been waiting for him and Xiaohu. Since you are going to Shrek Academy, I am very familiar with it, and I can guide you in the right way. Daimyo Bai's tone was very kind, which was very different from yesterday. Do you know where? Xiaohu said in confusion. Daimyo Bai smiled and said, that's natural, I'm only 2 years earlier than you. Tang San understood that the other party was already a student of Shrek Academy. He said, then I'll bother Senior Dai. Daimyo Bai smiled and walked in front. Tang San and Xiaohu followed him and moved towards Shrek Academy. The more I left, Xiaohu felt something was wrong and said in confusion. Senior Dai, is Shrek College in a countryside village? The surrounding environment is all fields, and a few wisps of smoke rise from the distance. A good rural pastoral style. Well, Shrek Academy did not choose to be in Soto City for some reasons. Daimyo Bai replied. Tang San was very curious about what the reason was that he chose here. Daimyo Bai, no money. He used up his purple demonic eyes and saw clearly that many people gathered in the village ahead. It seems that you are registering. Could it be that it is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon? Soon, under the leadership of Daimyo Bai, they arrived at the gate of Shrek Academy. Many teenagers of similar age are their parents on the side. The admission method is very simple, with a simple table sitting behind a 60-year-old man. A plaque that looks a bit ragged is hung on the arch of the village entrance, with 5 simple words engraved on it, Shrek Academy. In front of these 5 characters, there is also a green avatar, which looks like the head of a human-shaped monster. It is green and a little cute. The old man behind the table also had a similar green round badge on his chest. Tang San guessed that it should be the school badge of Shrek College. Xiaoa widened her eyes, feeling a little unbelievable. This is Shrek Academy. Tang San was also a little surprised. This place is worse than Nodding Soul Master Academy. Not only the 2 of them, but other parents who came here to register were also confused. This shabby place is really an academy that can graduate and become a Viscount of the Empire? Those young men couldn't believe that this place could become a Viscount of the Empire. I feel like I've been deceived. It can only be said that Flender is in advertising and no one can defeat him. After all, Qin Ming, who graduated from him, is now a teacher at Tiandu Royal Academy and is also the leader of the Royal Fighting Team. The martial soul Fire Kang Lang, a level 64 Soul Emperor, was recorded as the 2nd youngest Soul Emperor in history by the Martial Soul Palace. Emperor Tiandu personally was granted the title of Viscount and leaped from a civilian Soul Master to a nobleman. This is an inspirational thing in the Soul Master world. Fland used this as an admissions name and attracted a large number of students to sign up every year. The environment here is poor, but the reason he gave is, how could he cherish the better life in the future without arduous training? The teacher configuration here is not low, 3 Soul Saints and 2 Soul Emperors. Flander, Zhao Wuji and Xiao Xin are the cultivation of the Soul Saints. Li Yuzong and Lu Kaiban are both Soul Emperors cultivation levels. Their origins are all civilian Soul Masters. But Flander has the attribute of greed for money after all, and students who can't bear teaching and drop out of school will only return 10% of the tuition fee. As for the registration fee, don't even think about it. You will not refund the 10 golden soul coins after you pay it. In the past few years, I could receive several high-quality students, but they were all recruited by the Wuhan Hall. The treatment offered by others is really beyond words. After all, the Soul Palace not only helps the Soul Masters awaken for free every year, but also receives subsidies after certification. When you join the Wuhan Hall, even if you are an ordinary deacon, you will get a salary of 10 golden soul coins a month. This is very attractive to civilian soul masters. Although Flander was very resistant to the Spirit Hall, it is undeniable that the other party treated civilian soul masters really well. Back to Tang San, a parent who paid the registration fee found that his child was unqualified and directly asked, "Although my child registered, he failed the test. Is this registration fee?" The child is talented and has a level 20 soul power at the age of 14, but unfortunately it does not meet the admission regulations. After saying that, the old man shook his head, "I have signed up, no refund will be given." The clay man has 3 parts of earthy nature, and the young man's father couldn't help but say angrily, "You are clearly cheating. We will refund our registration fee, otherwise we will not leave. If we had known that this so-called Shrek Academy was so ragged, we shouldn't have come." The old man was used to it and began to call Daimyo Bai. This was also arranged by Flander, asking Daimyo Bai to deal with those who want to refund the registration fee. If you win, you can get the registration fee. Most of the parents of these registered children are ordinary people. How can they compare with Daimyo Bai, the Soul Master? Seeing that many people did not understand the admission rules, the old man stood up and explained the admission requirements of Shrek College again. Bang! A stick was inserted into the ground, and 6 soul rings appeared on the old man. White, yellow, purple, 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 black. 6 rings Soul Emperor. If you want to continue to sign up, then queue up. If you don't have this plan, just return. After saying this, the old man put away his martial soul and soul ring and sat down. "Old sir, this is my registration fee." Seeing that no one was queuing up, Tang San walked up to hand over 10 gold coins. The old man nodded, asked him to reach out, and then began to touch the bone. "Hey, you don't look like you are 12 years old." He muttered, and began to touch his calf bone again, and then his face returned to normal. Well, 12 years old, what a little monster. Report your name and soul power level, and I'll register. Tang San smiled and said, Tang San, level 34. Those parents who were suspicious were shocked. Turn out to bites not that their children are not outstanding enough, but that there are people outside the world. After Tang San finished, Xiaohu also paid the registration fee and started the inspection. It was also successfully passed. She smiled sweetly. My name is Xiaohu, Xiao, the dance of the no. Soul power level 35. Those parents took their children away to avoid their children being hit harder. Then there was a girl wearing a long green dress with long brown hair and a little sweet smile, and paid the registration fee. In her eyes, she was very curious about Tang San and Xiao Wu. After the old man tested her bone age, he raised his right hand. A 7-story tower exudes a glittering light, extremely noble. The old man stared at her with wide eyes. You are Qi Ning, soul power level 31. Finally, there is the girl with a cold face, long black hair shawl, a hot figure, and a black tights. After paying the registration fee and passing the bone age test, he said in a cold tone. Zhu Zuqing, soul power level 32. With her registration over, Shrek College's enrollment ended. After Dai Mubai heard her name, a complex look appeared in his eyes. The old man was very happy and happy. I took a few little monsters this year, so the dean should be very happy. After saying that, he started to close the stall and said. Mubai, take them to the 3rd level. In a farmhouse in the academy, a man was observing the situation here, then went back to the house to take out something similar to an abacus and hid it quickly. Content: Tang San and others have signed up for Shrek Academy and are preparing to undergo the 3rd round of assessment. Chapter 156, Action, Ma Hongjun suffered. Tang San has been enrolled in Shrek for 2 weeks and is very familiar with this place. There are only 7 students, and each of them is very distinctive. Fatty Ma Hongjun is a person with flaws in martial souls. He is tortured by evil fire every once in a while and needs to vent. The big bearded peach-eyed Oscar is actually only 14 years old and is a level 29 food soul master. But they are innate food systems with full soul power. Dai Mubai is the oldest among the few people, 15 years old, a prince from a certain country. He likes to act like a playboy, as if he is escaping something. Zhu Zuqing is a child from a big family. She always has a cold expression and is relatively independent in character. Ning, from the 7 Treasures Glazed Li sect, is the daughter of an elder, a bit spoiled. Xiaohu, I met on the way to the college. She was careless and quirky, and her background was very mysterious. The above is Tang San's preliminary understanding of his classmates. The strangest thing is that Zhao Wuji, after that entrance exam, he became very polite to himself. This made Tang San very confused. He was the son of a blacksmith and he didn't know him either. What he didn't know was that after the assessment was over, his father Tang Hao educated Zhao Wuji hard at night. Zhao Wuji knew his mission in his heart, so he was beaten by Tang Hao. However, old Zhao recorded this matter. People were under the eaves and had to bow their heads. No, it is a real man who lives in the world, and those who need to know the times are outstanding. Then he became polite to Tang San. To be honest, Tang San thinks it is quite interesting to study with these people. But he won't interfere in some private matters. Ma Hongjun goes to Soto City every Sunday, and he knows it well. Oscar and Dai Mubai wanted to invite him, but of course they refused. Before Xian Tiangong can achieve great success, he cannot destroy the body of a boy. After they called twice, Tang San did not respond and stopped calling. Ning and the 3 female classmates expressed disdain for their behavior. Even if Ma Hongjun is gone, Dai Mubai and Oscar like that, it's really. Not to mention Zhu Zuqing, she was considered giving up on Dai Mubai. This doll's daughter object has fallen into depravity. She remembered Zhu Lingyun's words, the opportunity to change her destiny is in her own hands, and she will work hard to improve her strength, so that her hope will become greater and greater. Ning H originally had good senses about Oscars. After all, he was a food-based soul master with innate soul power and had a bright future. I didn't expect that I was so vulgar and liked that kind of thing. At this time, Ma Hongjun, Oscar and Dai Mubai were heading to Soto City with joy. After they left the village, their whereabouts were reported to Qian Yuchen. I don't learn well at a young age. Qian Yuchen couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the news on the paper. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai are really good at playing, while Oscars were ruined by them. Vividly interprets what those who are close to red and those who are close to ink are black. Ma Hongjun Zihuo understands that Dai Muebai's obsession with flowers is self-deprecating. Yu Oscar is a food-based soul master with innate soul power for thousands of years, and a candidate for the future god of food. It's really... Qian Yuchen felt that Flender was really incompetent. Such a good seedling of Oscars was released. A sunny smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, then let's punish the big ones first. Boss Dai, do you think the new girls from Hongjun Tea Pavilion are really pretty good? Ma Hongjun's face was a little impatient, as if she would explode after waiting for a while. Fatty, why are you so anxious? You are so anxious but you can't drink good tea. Dai Muebai shook, he said earnestly. Ma Hongjun showed a wretched smile, hee, I'm a little evil, I'm thirsty. It's good to drink tea, Boss Dai, I'm going to spend money again. Oscar also said. In order to show a good image in front of his female classmates, he shaved off his beard. At this moment, his peach blossom eyes are deeply engulfed, giving people a deep feeling. Her face is as handsome and harmonious as her eyebrows, with the moderately thick and thin eyebrows, and a cynical smile on her face. She looks like a romantic and suave noble boy. After entering the city later, it will definitely attract the attention of many girls. Xiaoao, you shaved your beard and you can drink enough tea later. Dai Muebai patted his shoulder and said with a smile. He was also surprised that Oscar's appearance was so good. Soon, the three of them entered the city, and their destination was Hongjun Tea Pavilion. After they entered, the waiter looked behind Ma Hongjun. This is a membership card, and each of the three of us is given a high-end set tea. Walking to the service desk, Dai Muebai took out the membership card from his storage soul guide and handed it to the other party. The waiter quickly registered and returned the membership card to him. Customer, please wait, someone will take you to the exclusive private room soon. 1 minute later, 3 women with very stunning figures came in a stylish manner. Ma Hongjun's eyes suddenly became straight, and she kept staring at the chest of the woman in front of her. It's just I'm drooling. Afterwards, all 3 went to their respective private rooms. As soon as he entered the door, Ma Hongjun became a little impatient. As soon as I was about to touch the thunder, my eyes went dark and I lost consciousness. There are arrangements above, I'm going to give this kid some special care. Clear. When Ma Hongjun woke up again, she found that her limbs were tied up and her soul power was sealed. Where is this? Let go of me. He began to yell. Oh, he turned out to be a young boy. Hee, sisters, we are very lucky today. The female voice that made Ma Hongjun get goosebumps sounding like an old witch. Then the surrounding environment became brighter and he saw his situation clearly. Who are you? Ma Hongjun looked at the 6 middle-aged women who were looking at her, who were bloated and smiling, and said in a trembling tone. Little boy, my sister is old. She was a flower in a radius of 10 miles, fascinating countless men. I never thought that I could still encounter such a good opportunity at this age. The middle-aged woman on the far right pinched the orchid fingers and smiled charmingly, and even her body moved. Ma Hongjun was shocked by the other party's words. He was sweating profusely and panicked. No, why don't I understand what you said? He said again, I am a soul master, please let me go quickly, otherwise my teacher will not let you go. 6 middle-aged women looked at each other and smiled. It's still a soul master, and your body must be great. Sisters, today is our lucky day. Little Nianzi, don't worry, my sister will love you well. Hee, I'm going to be happy today. Ma Hongjun was completely panicked now and was very angry. Who was the one who attacked him? He looked at these middle-aged women who were ready to move and shouted. You guys don't come here. Unfortunately, his shout made them even more excited. Then, he surrounded Ma Hongjun with a green light flashing in his eyes. This place is eye-catching, 10,000 words are omitted. Chapter 157 Ma Hongjun, it hurts so much. The next day, Ma Hongjun woke up and bounced straight from the bed. Then he quickly lay on the bed, his waist aches and his limbs were weak. Moreover, he still lost a lot of weight, his eyes were deep and his mouth became a little pale. Woohoo! After all, he couldn't help crying. His experience last night was unforgettable for him. At the same time, I also hate his martial soul very much. Why are there flaws? Why do you have to suffer from evil fire? Before, he felt that evil fire could make him feel a wonderful taste. After doing it, he never thought about it again. Even very regretful. Now if a opposite sex appears in front of him, he will probably feel fear. It's so scary, it's so scary. Ma Hongjun lay on the bed, her eyes were lost, and she kept repeating this sentence. If time could go back, he would really cherish the days he spent with Qiwa. It's a pity that my evil fire finally made the other party, an ordinary person, unable to bear it, and broke up with me. As he thought about it, his tears couldn't help but shed. Woohoo, Qiwa. At this time, a knock on the door sounded, and Daimyo Bai's voice came. Fatty, haven't gotten up yet. Didn't it be too much last night? I can't get up now. When Ma Hongjun heard this, she endured the soreness and wiped her tears, and looked rebellious. Boss Dai, last night the girl is so powerful, I can't get up now. You guys open the door and come in. Daimyo Bai and Oscar looked at each other outside the door, a little surprised. Could it be? The moment they pushed the door open, they were completely stunned when they saw Ma Hongjun's appearance. If they didn't look at the hairstyle, they wouldn't recognize that the other person was the fat man they were familiar with. No, fat man, what did you do last night? Even if the evil fire is plagued by it, it's not so intense, right? Daimyo Bai looked at Ma Hongjun with a look of shock on his face. How crazy was this last night? I was able to play myself until my eyes sank. Oscar also said, Fatty, this thing is only released once a while. The masts and oars are destroyed in ashes. Ma Hongjun thought of what happened last night, which was a big scandal in his life, so he naturally would not tell it. He said stubbornly, Humph, what do you know? I am strong. He has not resumed his actions yet and cannot return to Shrek Academy for the time being, adding. You guys go back first. I'll go back by myself after I've had a rest. I'll trouble you from the dean. Daimyo Bai nodded and decided not to bring him to this place next time. Come again, I'm afraid I'll die in the bed. Oscar thought about it and decided to help Ma Hongjun, and then recited the soul spell. I have a big sausage. Restore big sausage. A food similar to ham sausage appeared on his right hand and placed it next to Ma Hongjun. Fatty, you can eat this big sausage later, maybe it's better. Thank you so much, Xiao Ao. Ma Hongjun felt a little relieved. With the recovery of big sausage, he could return to Shrek Academy in the afternoon. At that time, I would bring some things to Dean Flender, and at most I would just blame myself for being playful, and nothing else would be done. Then you have a good rest, Xiao Ao, and I will leave first. After Daimyo Bai finished speaking, he took Oscar out of the room. After the two left, Ma Hongjun could no longer hold it back and put her head in the quilt. Tears flowed out in a daze. Daimyo Bai and Oscar were walking on the way back, and they couldn't help but feel sweat for Ma Hongjun. That boy opened their eyes. It turns out that being too crazy is really unbearable. Oscar asked, Boss Dai, will the fat man have a shadow after this time? Daimyo Bai shook his head and sighed, who knows that if he doesn't know how to restrain himself, the evil fire will lose his mind. But there should be no big problem if you can speak normally, and there is also a big sausage to recover. In fact, Daimyo Bai was very surprised. Ma Hongjun's situation seemed to be sucked by someone. But thinking about my experience last night, drinking tea was very comfortable, so I gave up this idea. We have to hurry up, otherwise Teacher Zhao will have to ask me to practice with him again. Daimyo Bai is still a little afraid of Zhao Wuji. He seems to be nervous during this period and always likes to talk to him. Yet, Oscar also accelerated his pace. When the two of them arrived at the gate of Shrek Academy, Flender happened to come out from it. Mu Bai, Xiao Ao. I'm back. Flender greeted them. Hello, Dean, I just got back from the matter. Daimyo Bai smiled and took out a pocket watch from his storage soul guide. Dean, you see that your watch is very old, so I bought you a new one. Flender smiled and took it over. You boy, you have a heart. Then he asked, don't you three go out together? Hongjun hasn't come back yet. He has something to do in the city, so he will be back later. He also asked us to tell you, don't worry. Oscar spoke. You guys hurry up and prepare for class. There are still some things in my store. Flender didn't say much, so he let them go to the academy first. Goodbye, Dean. After the two of them said that, they walked into the academy. After the two of them left, Flender's face changed and he sighed. Hongjun, alas I don't know when the problem of martial soul will be solved. He has been having a headache about this problem for a long time, after all, it is a last resort to taking that method. Ma Hongjun is a good seedling, but the flaws of martial soul are a little bigger. It can be said that a phoenix appeared in the chicken coop. Then, he also left Shrek Academy and went to his small shop in Soto City. After Ma Hongjun recovered some of his physical strength, he ate the recovery sausage made by Oscar. It is worthy of being an Oscar, and the sausages produced are very effective. He felt that his limbs and the soreness in his waist were rapidly fading away, and he felt relieved. My uncle finally recovered. After getting up and putting on his clothes, he stood in front of the mirror to see what had changed. Then I was a little dumbfounded, my face was so bad, as if I had been squeezed out. This is impossible to solve the problem of recovering the big sausage. After all, last night's battle caused his energy loss to be particularly serious. This requires slow cultivation. Ma Hongjun put on her mask and went to Soto City to buy a lot of medicinal materials for replenishing qi and blood, as well as gifts for Flender, and hurried back to Shrek Academy. After he left, Ma Hongjun's whereabouts were sent to Kunyu, the spirit hall. This side of the city. He looked at the latest news and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Ma Hongjun, I feel good this time. I hope you can have a better memory. However, the help of Oscar is indispensable for the other party to leave that place so quickly. Qian Yuchen also sighed that Oscar's support is really strong. Restore the function of big sausages, it's so powerful. Ma Hongjun was overdrawn so much last night that she could walk normally after eating the big sausages. This is a sensation of her recovery ability. Although recovery of big sausage can restore injuries and soul power, it is not enough to restore energy. Ma Hongjun also bought so many tonics, and the energy he had lost a lot last night. Qian Yuchen looked at the latest news and knew what the other party's current body was. When the host's qi and blood are weak, evil fire will temporarily lie dormant. Ma Hongjun cultivates soul power and has strong qi and blood. Naturally, evil fire accumulates very quickly, so it is easier to lose control. This time he suppressed the evil fire. Maybe he found that the evil fire had not appeared for a long time when he went back, and he might feel lucky. How many years are there to go? Shrek's 7 monsters will grow as soon as possible. Qian Yuchen destroyed the paper in his hand and continued to handle official duties. Chapter 158 Soto City Soul Fighting Field. Time flies, and a special person comes to Shrek Academy. Dashi, Yu Xiaogang. Tang San was very happy about his arrival. With his guidance, your own cultivation will improve faster. And my own classmates, they will definitely improve their efficiency in practice. Flender was also surprised that Yu Xiaogang would actually come to Shrek Academy. In fact, Yu Xiaogang didn't come for a short time, but went to make money. Although his cultivation is low, his theoretical knowledge is still far beyond ordinary people. Opening a knowledge-paid class has helped many civilian soul masters solve many problems in cultivation. This made him make a lot of money, and with this money he could help Tang San train better. Soul master training is very costly. After discussing with him, Flender also understood his thoughts. Shrek Academy is now facing bankruptcy. If you want to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition, you must cooperate with a certain Advanced Soul Master Academy. How can we achieve this goal without improving the strength of the students? Yu Xiaogang still convinced him that the Horn of Wisdom of the Golden Iron Triangle was not a futile reputation. The new training course for Tang San and the other 7 was finally released after Yu Xiaogang stayed up late and thought about it. The new round of training made the 7 people suffer. The consumption is very large every day, but the time for dinner is their happiest time. The meat is sufficient and can replenish their consumption in a timely manner. The effect is also obvious, and the strength of the 7 of them has improved very quickly. Ma Hongjun and Oscar both won the 3rd soul ring. The Shrek 7 monsters are all soul lords, and the configuration of their soul rings is standard. Yellow, yellow, purple. Flander's next plan is to take the students to Soto City Soul Fighting Arena for practical drills. Not only can students achieve practical level, but they can also obtain additional gold coins. Because there will be a handicap for every soul fighting game, he has confidence in his students, so he always bets his students. This is also a source of fiscal revenue that Shrek College can persist until now. His unwillingness to defect to the Baroque Kingdom, which made the college's financial income very short of money. Students, what we are about to do is practice now. Because the conditions of the academy are limited, our practical choice is set in the soul fighting arena. There is a soul fighting arena in Soto City, and our next training point is there. Flender looked at the gathering students and announced the training plan. Soul fighting. Except for Daimyo Bai, the others looked at him in confusion. The soul fighting arena is a special soul master arena on Douluo continent. It is a place where the nature of competition and entertainment is combined. Ordinary people can enter the venue to watch the showdown between soul masters by handing in a bronze soul coin. Soul masters who have conflicts and want to improve their strength can fight here. Yu Xiaogang briefly introduced. Important point, death is not allowed in the soul fighting arena. Soul masters who are seriously injured will give you free healing and recovery. In this regard, he is the most recommended. If you are injured, don't worry about recuperation. The soul fighting arena will directly treat your injuries. The next stage of training is to obtain the silver soul fighting badge in the soul fighting arena. You guys work hard. Let's say nothing, let's go now. Flender gave the order and took the students to Soto City with Yu Xiaogang. Zhao Wuji was also accompanying him. An hour later, they arrived in Soto City, and the Shrek 7 monsters stayed in a hotel near the soul fighting arena. Yu Xiaogang, Flender, Zhao Wuji and the other two live in Flender's shop. The fighting spirit in the soul fighting arena only started at night, and the contestants are all raising their energy during the day. After everything is arranged, Yu Xiaogang called the other 6 students to Tang San's room again. After everyone was here, he began to introduce the rules of the soul fighting arena. There are 3 options in the soul fighting arena: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battle. As for which one to choose, you must know what you want. The first 2 modes started earlier, and the group battle was the most exciting, but it also started the latest. I only have one requirement for you. You must participate in the group battle. You can choose the remaining one. Of course, if you have a very good control over your soul power, I won't object to participating in 3 games. After he said that, look at me among the Shrek 7 monsters, and look at you. It is difficult to make a choice for a while. Oscar's reaction was very fast, looking at Daimyo Bai pitifully. Boss Dai, let me participate in the 2-on-2 soul fighting with you. I am at level 30 now, and I will definitely help you. Or otherwise, when will I get the silver soul fighting badge with these points? Daimyo Bai's original intention was to form a team with Zhu Zuking. After all, her martial soul is the netherworld spirit cat, and the two can also release the martial soul fusion skills. Now increase the tacit understanding of the battle, and stronger strength will definitely burst out in the subsequent battles. He nodded, okay. I just knew that Mr. Dai was the best. Oscar smiled happily. Miss San, we are in the same group, do you understand? Xiao looked at Tang San and spoke. Yet. Tang San felt it was okay, and the two of them cooperated very well. Ma Hongjun looked at Ning and was about to form a team with her, but the other party had already discovered his idea. Ning H said to Zhu Zuking, 7th sister, how about we cooperate? Okay. Zhu Zuking said there was no problem. Ma Hongjun. Ning H didn't want to be eaten by this fat man in the battle. Zhu Zuking had a good relationship with her and her strength was also good. Hongjun, just participate in 1-on-1 soul fighting. Your martial soul is very plastic, but it also requires more training. Yu Xiaogang looked at Ma Hongjun, who was a little depressed, and said. Ma Hongjun nodded, I understand, master. His body has been completely recovered, and the evil fire has not moved for the time being. Remember, don't let people know your age. After saying that, Yu Xiaogang took out 7 masks from his storage soul guide and handed them. The mask shape is of course designed by Flender, the logo of Shrek Academy. Little green monster. Daimyo Bai picked up a piece and put it on his face, revealing his eyes, nose, and mouth, and it would not be a problem. If you fight, just use the name of the Shrek 7 monsters. Like Mu Bai, he is an evil-eyed white tiger, and Xiao Ao is a sausage specialty. You guys all want a suitable title, too. Yu Xiaogang said again. This made the rest of Shrek think about their title. On the other hand, Kunya City of the Spirit Hall received a message from a secret spy arranged near the soul fighting arena. Unexpectedly, time passed so quickly, and the 7 of them were ready to train in the soul fighting arena. Since that's the case, I'll give you the strength. Qian Yuchen thought about it and said to the dark place. Give me instructions and ask the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena to prepare 3 Soul Emperor Healing Soul Masters. The number 3 special training team will be dispatched tonight. Yes. The Pope Palace fell into silence again, and Qianyu City continued to handle official duties. Chapter 159, The 7 Monsters have been awarded the title, and the soul fighting training begins. After careful thinking and discussion, the title of the 7 monsters was decided. Evil-eyed white tiger wears Mubai. Sausages are exclusively for Oscars. Thousand-handed Shura Tang San. Evil fire phoenix Ma Hongjun. The soft bones and the charming rabbit are in the morning. 6 treasures of glazed Ning, HH. The netherworld spirit cat Zhu Zuking. In order to maintain the best condition, the 7 people stayed in the hotel to practice their soul power. Several people are now all iron soul fighting metal. It takes 100 points for the iron fighting soul to advance to the copper fighting soul, but it takes 1000 points for the copper fighting soul to advance to the silver fighting soul. Dai Mubai currently has 3 points, and Tang San and Xiaowu have 2 points. Ma Hongjun has the most points, and he has already earned 10 points. Zhu Zuking, Ning, and Oscars are now 0 points. Time flies, and soon the stage of fighting souls is about to begin. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zuking were confident in their strength and decided to participate in 1-on-1 first and then 2-on-2 first. After all, with the Oscars here, their soul power recovery will be faster. There is no time to participate in the latest group soul fighting. Xiaowu and Tang San naturally participated in the 2-on-2 soul fighting. Ning H and Oscar have to wait for others to participate in 1-on-1 soul fighting before they can start soul fighting. This is also an embarrassing point for auxiliary soul masters. Most auxiliary soul masters in the soul fighting are of relatively low level. The soul fighting arena is very lively now, and the soul masters who are preparing to participate in the soul fighting are gathered here. After the students successfully registered, Flender came directly to the place where he bet. There is no way, the college's funds are too short now, I'm scared of poverty. Yu Xiaogang understood him very well and didn't say anything. Zhao Wuji won't say anything, he doesn't like this little money. After all, he is a member of the Wuhun Palace, and someone secretly sends him the golden soul coins every month. When one day I will no longer perform the mission, I will be able to leave Shrek and reunite with my family. Soon, the 7 people signed up with an iron badge according to their previous plan. The name adopted is naturally the title that I thought of not long ago. The 7 people separated. Tang San and Xiaowu went to the 2-on-2 soul fighting area, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuking, and Ma Hongjun went to the 1-on-1 soul fighting area. Oscar and Ning also went to the 3 of them. Flender and Zhao Wuji followed Dai Mubai and others to the 1-on-1 audience. Yu Xiaogang followed Tang San to the 2-on-2 auditorium. Today is the rest period, and there are many people coming to the soul fighting arena. They sat down shortly after they were full. Most of them are civilians, which is one of the few entertainment projects. The battle just now made them very excited. Tang San and Xiaowu came to the preparation zone, waiting for the host to announce their debut. At the beginning, because the 2 were not very famous, the applause and cheers were relatively dull. Next, let's invite the cat and mouse combination that won 4 consecutive victories in 2-on-2 soul fighting spirit. By their strong strength, they achieved unprecedented success in the Soul Lord level competition. If we can defeat the 3-5 combination, it will be an exciting 5-game winning streak. Maybe next time, you will enter the central soul fighting zone. As the host finished speaking, strong cheers rang out from the audience. The cat and mouse combination is invincible. Oh. Tang San and Xiaowu looked at each other and guessed that their opponent might be a pair of agile attack soul masters. Cats and mice are both animals with very fast movements, and the opponent's fighting style must be very fast. With the same cultivation level of Soul Lord, Tang San and Xiaowu will naturally not be afraid of any opponents. After the cat and mouse combination appeared, the 2 of them were also ready to appear. After appearing, Tang San and Xiaowu looked at their opponents. 1 man and 1 woman. The man is very fat, he is a little fatter than Ma Hongjun. The squinting little eyes really give people the feeling of a mouse. The woman has a slender figure and looks in her 20s. Her short red hair is extremely eye-catching, her eyes are sharp, and her hands are constantly moving slightly. Seeing her action, Tang San immediately judged that this woman should be the cat in the cat and mouse combination. Because Dai Mubai once told him that for all feline martial souls, the rhythm of 10 fingers is a common movement of soul masters. The cat and mouse group saw them wearing masks, and a hint of disdain flashed through them. Hide your head and reveal your tail. A trace of disdain flashed across the cat woman. Seeing that both parties were ready, the host shouted with a microphone. The soul fighting begins. The cat and mouse combination was the first to reveal its martial soul, and the body began to undergo obvious changes. This is also the obvious feature of the beast martial soul master. The girl's fingernails instantly grew and became very sharp. She had some fluff on her arms, her eyes turned into vertical pupils, and her cat's tail was swung behind her. Her soul ring is white, yellow, and purple. The fat man had rat whiskers on his face, and his arms became thinner and exposed his claws. The soul ring configuration is the same as that of Catwoman. Tang San looked at Xiaoyu and made moves. Xiaoyu jumped up gently, and pointed her one foot on Tang San's left shoulder, and she also revealed her martial soul. Xiaoyu's rabbit's ears were erect, with some fluff on her body, and her eyes turned red. Yellow, yellow, purple. The two of them standard soul ring configuration directly shocked the audience. The cat and mouse combination no longer had the calmness she had before, and his expression became solemn. The soul ring configuration of soul masters of the same level and strong soul masters must be higher. Tang San and Xiaohu's soul ring configuration made them feel the biggest crisis since the soul fighting. The thin cat girl spread her figure and her legs were moving rapidly. She was like a whirlwind that was close to the ground, sweeping towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. The first two soul rings on his body lit up at the same time, and sharp claws in his hands swung out in a row. 10 bright silver claw shadows broke out of the air, attacking the 3 or 5 combinations at the same time. At the same time, her speed reached an extremely terrifying level, and the pressure brought by her soul power instantly rose to the extreme. The speed is very fast, which is in line with the attack habits of animals like cats. Tang San opened the purple demonic eye and made a judgment soon. As soon as his shoulders shook, Xiaohu flew out with the force and attacked the fat mouse. He used the Xiantian achievement, and used the ghost shadow mystery to control the crane and capture the dragon, and avoided the Catwoman's attack. The soul power level seems to be similar to that of Boss Dai, no wonder he can win 4 consecutive games. After preliminary contact, Tang San roughly guessed what level of Catwoman's strength was. The two sides began to fight and fought each other. Qianyuchen also came here at this time, just staying in a high-end VIP room. Looking at Tang San's movements below, it was obvious that he was using the Tang Sect's unique skills. Humph, Tang San, if someone else uses the unique skills of the Tang Sect later, I wonder what you will think. Qianyuchen smiled and looked at Tang San who was fighting. The characters of the Tang Sect are naturally included in the Bible. The number 3 special training team was formed by him when he was bored. The skills learned are naturally the unique skills of the Tang Sect. Tang Sect, it's actually that. Tang San, I hope you have a strong heart and can withstand this test. Chapter 160 Shocking Tang San. Soon, except for Oscar and Ning, the first round of soul fighting was over. Without exception, all won. Oscar made sausages to restore their soul power, and immediately began the second soul fight. Dai Mubai and Oscar formed a team to participate in the 2-on-2 soul fighting. Zhu Zuqing and Ning formed a team to participate in the 2-on-2 soul fighting. Dai Mubai's opponent is a soul master combination with 1 attack and 1 defense, and his speed is a weakness. But Oscar's assistance made up for this. In the end, he defeated his opponent very easily. Ning H and Zhu Zuqing were also very easy to fight. Although the 6 treasures glazed tower is an incomplete body of the 7 treasures glazed tower, its shape is too similar. Their opponents simply lost the motivation to compete. After all, the opponent has a powerful auxiliary soul master. So, the two defeated their opponents without any effort. Of course, it is mainly because of Zhu Zuqing's decisiveness. Ning's growth rate ended, and she directly sent the 2 opponents off the ring. The future god of speed is not something you can see. At this point, the Shrek 7 monsters are left with the last group tactics. The team fighting spirit is over, and today's training is over. Everyone, calm down. Yu Xiaogang looked at the 7 monsters talking and laughing, with a serious expression. Tang San asked, Teacher, what happened? Our team battle opponent should have been the Crazy Shrine team, but now it seems that we have changed to a new team of soul masters. According to the information I found, the number of the other party is also 7. Yu Xiaogang said. Master, since the number of people is equal, then that's fine. Besides, the opponent's soul power level should not be much different from ours, so we will definitely win. Dai Mubai smiled and said, he had confidence in his partner. The other people also nodded and recognized what he said. Since that's the case, I hope it's a false alarm. But the group soul fighting requires cooperation between you. Combination between groups is the most important thing compared to fighting alone. Yu Xiaogang reminded again. Oscar, Master, just let the mistress come to command. He is a soul master in the control system and is very calm in the battle. Daimyo Bai, yes, just let the mistress do it, we all follow his command. Ning, the third brother commander, there must be no problem. Zhu Zuqing and Ma Hongjun nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Seeing that they had already had ideas, Yu Xiaogang didn't say anything. The fighting spirits of the Shrek 7 monsters appeared and ranked second to last. This is because they signed up so late. However, they also gave them enough time to recover their soul power and be able to welcome the final soul fighting match in a better state. Kunyuchen nodded after seeing the performance of the Shrek 7 monsters in front. Tang San and others performed well, and they were very good compared to their peers. Yu Xiaogang, your plagiarized theoretical knowledge is of some use. It's a pity that they have been smooth sailing, and they are about to face their first blow. Qian Yuchen smiled, not knowing the wonderful gift. Tang Sangzi didn't like it. Tang San and the other 7 walked into the team battle lounge and prepared to wait for the stage. Next door to them are also 7 soul masters wearing masks. Unlike them, the masks of these 7 people are in the shape of dark ghost fangs. Tang San felt that these 7 people were very difficult opponents. Time passed minute by minute, and the host's voice came in. Below is the penultimate game of the team soul fighting. First of all, let us welcome the participating team, Guijianzhou. After hearing this sound, the 7 people wearing ghost masks stood up and walked towards the ring. Tang San was shocked. He was so familiar with these 3 words: ghosts see sorrow. Ghosts are sad, it's impossible. There are no other Tang disciples in this world. It is impossible for anyone else to meet such a miracle that transcends the world like me. Thinking about his adventure clearly, his heart temporarily stabilized. Immediately afterwards, it was the turn of Shrek's 7 monsters to make their debut. Let us invite you now, Shrek 7 monsters. On the stage. Tang San and the other 7 stood up and slowly walked towards the ring. 1 minute later, 14 people from both sides stood opposite each other. Open the martial soul. As the host's voice sounded, all 14 people showed their martial souls. White tiger, sausage, ghost vine, phoenix, rabbit, tower, spirit cat. Ghost tiger, spirit staff, ice bird, iron knife, stone armor shield, barbarian bear, double killing blade. The soul rings of both sides are yellow and purple. This made the audience stunned. Such a powerful soul lord configuration is eye-opening, it is really eye-opening. Many people have watched soul fighting for so many years, this is the first time I have seen such a luxurious lineup. In an instant, cheers resounded throughout the soul fighting field. Yu Xiaogang frowned. This Guijianko team seemed to have a bad origin. It seems that I am waiting for the Shrek 7 monsters here. Fatty, test them first. Tang San began to command. Okay. Ma Hongjun grinned, Phoenix Fire Line. Opening his mouth, a ray of flame attacked Guijianzhou and the 7 others. The cold air of the black ice. The holder of the ice bird martial spirit emitted cold air and easily blocked Ma Hongjun's line of fire. Brush. 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 3 cold lights flashed and attacked the soul master of the spirit staff. Sleeve arrow. At the moment when the soul skills of both sides collided, Tang San took action. If you kill the opponent's auxiliary soul master first, their chances of winning will be greater. When he thought he could severely damage the other party, he saw a purple light flashing in the eyes of the soul master of the spirit staff, and then easily blocked the 3 sleeve arrows. Purple demon eyes, how is this possible? Tang San felt incredible. Who are the unique skills of the Tang sect, and there are still people in this world who are not only him. Impossible, completely impossible. It should be a similar pupil technique. Tang San comforted himself in his heart. Boss Dai and Zhu Qing, you guys try to attack head-on. Tang San issued an offensive order again. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhu nodded and attacked each other's target. The 6 treasures are transferred out of the glass. 1 is strength, 2 is speed. 2 auxiliary forces fell on the attacking 2 men. The ghost tiger martial soul holder on Guijianko's side met Dai Mubai, and the tiger claws of both sides collided. Tang San was surprised again. The other party's ghost tiger claws actually exuded a jade texture. Xian Yu hand. Zhu Zoking's opponent also showed a jade texture with her hands, and she fought back and forth. Impossible, how could it be Xian Yuxiao? Tang San was no longer calm. Xian Yuxiao was the most iconic skill of the Tang sect, and his characteristics were very obvious when used. Tang sect, he thought inexplicably. Tang San's calm heart began to be in chaos. Chapter 161, The Shrek 7 Monsters Completely Defeated, Tang San's Understanding. Tang San's mood is confused, and there will naturally be flaws in his command. Qian Yuchen saw that his goal had been achieved, so he left Soto City Soul Fighting Arena. Humph, Tang San, the unique skills of the Tang sect you are proud of are still a little short of. 1 minute after he left, all the Shrek 7 monsters were knocked out of the ring. The previous confident victory has not come. What's wrong with the mistress? How could such a low-level mistake occur? Yu Xiaogang frowned. Very good, what happened to Tang San, and he lost all the calmness of the past. Otherwise, the 7 of them would not have been defeated so quickly. Dai Mubai and others stood up, and a hint of unwillingness appeared in their eyes. The opponent's strength is not much stronger than theirs, and I am really unwilling to lose like this. What's wrong with the mistress? Today's performance is not as good as normal. Dai Mubai was also very confused, and he still had doubts about Tang San's performance. Xiaohe found something wrong and came to Tang San. Miss San, isn't it just a loss? It's no big deal. What are you doing with depressed heart? Have peace. After saying that, he patted Tang San on his shoulder a few times. It's okay, maybe because I've been studying hidden weapons these days, my mental state is a bit unfavorable. Tang San looked at them and smiled. I can't see the loss just now. When Tang San was fighting just now, he often stared at the other party's hands. The eyes of Gui Jianzhou's squad flashed purple light from time to time, which was somewhat similar to him. Could it be what is the connection between the two? Zhu Zoking's face remained unchanged, but her mind became active. She seems to be cold on the surface, but in fact she is also a person with a good mind. After thinking about it carefully, when fighting against the opponent's agile soul master before, the opponent's hand seemed to have turned light green and very hard. Could it be that the soul skills that the other party practiced have the same origin as the mistress? Zhu Zoking felt that what she seemed to guess was correct. Tang San, I don't know what your way to deal with it. The 7 monsters then went to the settlement place to receive the rewards they received today. Flender felt a little distressed. He lost the team battle, but he won a lot of gold soul coins. But in his opinion, this failure was also a good thing. The Shrek 7 monsters have been so smooth that they have not encountered a single setback. This is extremely unfavorable for future cultivation. About half an hour later, the 3 of them met with the 7 monsters outside the soul fighting arena. Go back to the hotel. Flender said nothing and took them back to the hotel near the Fighting Soul Stadium. Before Yu Xiaogang left, he glanced at Tang San and led the way. The next day, early in the morning, Yu Xiaogang came to Tang San's room. When Tang San saw him coming, he hurriedly invited him in. After Yu Xiaogang sat down, he immediately asked his own question. Misery, you were absent-minded in the battle last night. What happened? Is there any problem with that Gaijianko team? Seeing him asking this, Tang San sorted out his thoughts and said. The Ghost Scholar team, their cultivation method seems to be very difficult. There shouldn't be this powerful team in the kingdom of Barak. I suspect they are from the Spirit Hall. After listening to Tang San's words, Yu Xiaogang felt that what he said made some sense. The disciples of the upper 3 sects are disdainful to participate in the soul fighting arena. After the new Pope of the Spirit Hall ascended the throne, the prestige of the Spirit Hall among the vast majority of civilians increased by another level. Those 4 basic books are like a recreation for the common people. Although there was no movement in the future, everyone knew that things were not that simple. Miss San, the Martial Spirit Hall is still too far away for you. What you have to do now is to practice hard and become stronger with your friends. On the future, it is possible to shake the huge organization of the Martial Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaogang advised that he didn't want Tang San, a good seedling, to die in the middle of hatred. The saint in the Martial Soul Hall has a stronger talent than Tang San and is also a twin martial soul. Now it is probably at least a high-level Conrot. When it comes to the Martial Soul Hall, Yu Xiaogang also feels very hatred. After years of experience, he has become disliked. The hope of destroying the Martial Soul Palace is on Tang San. As long as you teach Tang San what you have learned, become the titled Douluo, and have a greater hope of destroying the Wuhun Palace. Therefore, you cannot be anxious, as if you are anxious, you will fail. He wants to let the world understand, there is no waste of martial soul, only waste of soul master. I understand, teacher. I will hide myself before I don't have enough strength. Tang San nodded, naturally understanding that Yu Xiaogang is for his own good. Actually, this failure is also a good thing. Yu Xiaogang said again. Good thing. Tang San was puzzled. He was a person who strictly demanded himself, and failure was not considered by him. You 7 of you have been admitted to the school so smoothly. The cultivation journey has many ups and downs. If you don't go through hardships, you will not become a real strong man. This failure is to let you know what it means to have someone outside of you. Yu Xiaogang said earnestly. The Shrek 7 monsters are young and energetic. If you don't understand these things, you will suffer a great loss in the future. He never recognized Flan's previous thing, the one who dared not cause trouble, as mediocre. If the person you are offended is the titled Douluo, then these people are not enough for each other to kill. Although their location is remote, it does not mean that there will be no strong people. The origin of the Soul Master in Douluo continent can be traced back 10,000 years ago. It is impossible that there are only 1 palace, 2 emperors, 3 sects, and 4 major forces. If you get into an unknown strong man, for Shrek, it will be the day of destruction. Even if you collect all the golden iron triangles, it will be useless. Teacher, thank you. Tang San stood up and said gratefully to Yu Xiaogang. He did ignore this point. Douluo continent is a very magical place, not as simple as he imagined. After the 7 of them formed a team, they did not fail, so they naturally felt a little arrogant. There is a saying that is right, if a young person is not arrogant, can he still be called a young person? However, it is easy to break if you are too tough. A real good sword is hidden in the sheath first. This principle was implemented by Tang San in the Tang sect in his previous life. It is precisely this way that the elders of the inner sect can fully understand the unique skills of the Tang sect at their age at 30. He is an outer disciple, and his strength is far superior to that of the inner disciples, and even those inner elders. Xiantian Bailuo has been fully mastered in 5 years. If you hadn't felt guilty, you wouldn't have shown your strength. Finally, I was chased and jumped off the ghost and saw the sorrow. By chance, I came to this world. The knowledge of the Tang sect has always been the source of his self-confidence. The battle last night made him understand that the Tang sect's unique skills seemed to be not his own. This greatly hit his heart, made him lose his calm judgment, and led to problems with his command. Perhaps, a true strong man will not be affected by external objects. He, Tang San, is still a long way to go from this step. Chapter 162 The 7 Monsters Open Hearts, Drama Essence Zhuzuking. Since the last failure, Shrek's 7 monsters have become more diligent in practicing. He performed very well in the fighting spirit arena, and even the powerful Guangxi team was defeated by them. The name of Shrek's 7 monsters is a powerful venue. Flender spent a lot of money and took the initiative to invite the students to have a big meal. You have been to the college for so long and haven't officially invited you to have a meal yet. It's because I, the dean, is incompetent. The 3 of us will not disturb you here. In order not to disturb the students' meals, Flender took Yu Xiaogang and Zhao Wuji to leave. After the 3 of them left, the 7 monsters became much less restrained. Dai Mubai stood up and came to Tang San with ale. Miss, thank you. Tang San smiled and stood up to respond, Boss Dai, you are too polite. Oscar also stood up, feeling a little embarrassed, Missouri, although his strength is not as strong as you can't do this amount of alcohol. Humph, Xiao Ao, do you want to get the mistress drunk? Tell you, no way. Xiaohu directly stopped him and drank the ale in her glass. You. Oscar had no choice but to finish the wine in his glass. But he also saw that Tang San drank the wine in his glass. I'll give you a glass too. Ning stood up and picked up his glass. She was not in a hurry to drink, but showed a hint of gratitude and looked at them with red eyes. When I first came to the academy, she began to slowly talk about her thoughts, and the others nodded after hearing this. The daughter of the elder of the 7 treasures glazed Li sect has changed a lot. The spoiled aura I had before faded a lot. For so long, I have something in my heart that I haven't said yet, sorry. After saying that, she drank all the wine in her mouth. While she was drinking, 2 lines of crystal tears had already flowed down her white cheeks. Don't drink so urgently, Xiaohu said hurriedly. Tang San was still very happy. This unruly lady Ning H actually grew up so much. Sure enough, the plasticity of teenagers is the strongest. Wine is such a magical thing. Minors are not allowed to drink alcohol, and you must pay attention to it even when you are an adult. The relationship between the 7 of them was also brought closer unknowingly. Of course, Zhu Zuqing is an exception, she has always drunk juice. The reason she gave to deal with wine was allergies. She did feel a special emotion, but this was not something she wanted to pursue. I came to Shrek Academy just to train. Her master once said that this is an important part of growing stronger. Friendship is something that must be experienced. Although he was fighting with the other 6 monsters on the surface, he kept a high degree of soberness in his heart. What surprised her the most was that Ning H was so drinkable. The last one to fall down was her. When drinking, she almost always drinks 1 sip at a time, which is as powerful as when she was angry before. According to Ning herself, this is her first time drinking. Seeing that they were all drunk, Zhu Zuqing got up and closed the door to prevent anyone from breaking in. At the same time, I entered a rest state, but I still remained a little vigilant. This short party has greatly enhanced the relationship between them. Among the 7 monsters, the hearts were opened and their feelings increased 1 step. Only Zhu Zuqing has firmly gained a foothold in it with her acting skills. Shrek 7 monsters, you are growing very fast. Qian Yuchen was a little surprised when he looked at the latest report. Within 1 month, the Shrek 7 monsters were in the Soto Seoul arena. Within 1 month, the Shrek 7 monsters have participated in 27 team battles, and won 27 battles. He is invincible in level 30. In other words, since they lost to the number 3 special training team that time, they have never failed again. Tang San's adjustment of his condition is still quite strong. Under his leadership, the tacit understanding between the 7 of them improved very quickly. Tang San, the gods in the divine world are optimistic about you, no, to be precise, that Gai Shura is optimistic about you. Perhaps, the person he chose was not wrong, but unfortunately this world is not the Douluo world that used to be. Qian Yuchen smiled, as if the next opponent of Shrek Academy was the 2nd team of the Emperor fighting team invited by the Baroque Kingdom. Because the Shrek 7 monsters won consecutive victories in Soto City, the nobles caused a lot of money and losses. Many people know that with them playing, the outcome is basically obvious. This situation is not what those nobles want to see. They look down on civilian soul masters. The soul fighting arena is just a means to make money. There are not enough soul masters in the kingdom of Barak, so they naturally have to go to other places to seek help. The best place is Tiandu Royal Academy. As the team leader, Qin Ming naturally hopes that the students will have more experience. As soon as I made the decision, I agreed to this matter. Imperial Fighting Team, Shrek 7 Monsters. It's boring, very boring. Qian Yuchen stood up and left the Pope's Hall. As soon as I came out, I met the weird elf Jian Linger. Dad. She quickly came to Qian Yuchen and looked at the distance with some fear. Qian Yuchen knew instantly that this girl was in trouble. Sure enough, Ling Yuan also came here with a little anger on her face. Fortunately, Qian Yuchen was there, which made her suppress it a little. Brother Cheng, let her come over. Ling Yuan smiled and his anger disappeared as soon as he opened his mouth. Qian Linger was praying in her heart, and she must not agree. A big dangerous word is slowly taking shape. No matter how good his daughter is, Qian Yuchen felt that Qian Linger made Ling Yuan, who had a high level of cultivation, angry, and must have done something big. Linger, tell me. Qian Linger saw that she couldn't hide anymore and became sad in an instant. Dad, I accidentally broke the statue in my mother's room. Statue. Qian Yuchen seemed to have no impression of this thing. That's your dad's birthday gift to me. What do you want to do when you sneak in? After Ling Yuan finished speaking, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. That was the first birthday gift Qian Yuchen gave to her on her birthday. Very commemorative. She can be broken by Qian Linger if she puts it in that safe place. If you don't beat her directly, you will be able to endure the temper of teaching your unruly son a lesson. I chased Qunyu City to avoid embarrassing the child. After all, I am still in my teenage years old and need to pay attention to some face. If he really taught Qian Linger a lesson, Ling Yuan would capture her before she could go out. After hearing Ling Yuan's words, Qian Yuchen also understood the reason why she chased Qian Linger here. Linger, you're really too much this time. I'm always so impatient, I'm punished you to go to the library to copy the 3-character classics 50 times. If you are lazy halfway through, you know my temper. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, Qian Linger hung her face. Ah! What, why don't you go? Qian Yuchen glared at her, thinking about bargaining with him. Oh! Qian Linger immediately went to the library. Qian Yuchen came to Ling Yuan and held her hand. The child has grown up and is much more rebellious than before. Thank you for your hard work. Ling Yuan gave him a blank look, but still smiled. Yes, the child has grown up and is taller than me in the blink of an eye. That's right, I don't have a regular appearance every day, and I don't want to be a girl's house at all. Chapter 163 Yu Xiaogong's plan to borrow a chicken to lay eggs. The showdown between the Emperor fighting team and the Shrek 7 monsters is very exciting. The people watching the game were satisfied. It turned out that the battle between geniuses was so exciting. Unfortunately, this new team lost to the Shrek 7 monsters. At the last moment, Tang San used Realgar to break Dugu Yan's poison, and finally narrowly defeated the other party. Dugu Yan has green hair and pupils as in the original work. Normal black hair and black eyes, and the complexion of the face and skin are white and red, and they are in a very healthy state. Of course, after the battle, Captain Yu Tianheng also recognized Yu Xiaogang. There is still no sense of a friendly meeting between uncle and nephew, but Yu Xiaogong's guidance made Yu Tianheng very useful. It also made him understand what human beings mean. The so-called pride of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is a false reputation, and becoming stronger is the most important thing. Immediately, the few of them returned to the hotel to rest. The leader of the Emperor fighting team, Qin Ming, was waiting in the hotel where Flanders and the others were resting. Ma Hongjun had sharp eyes and ran to Qin Ming with a bumpy look on her face and greeted her. "Senior, do you still know me? Who are you?" Qin Ming looked at him in confusion, his voice a little familiar. Ma Hongjun looked at his puzzled look and remembered that his mask had not been taken off. Then he took off his mask and looked at Qin Ming with a smile. "Senior, it's me." Qin Ming then remembered who he was and looked at him in surprise. "You are the fat guy the teacher brought back then." "Hehe, how about it? I almost couldn't recognize it." Ma Hongjun smiled. "I haven't seen you for a long time. You have changed a lot. You have grown so tall." After saying that, Qin Ming looked at it and continued. "I still haven't lost weight at all. Humph, when I lose weight one day, you will know how handsome I am." Ma Hongjun curled her lips and was instantly meaningless. After he finished speaking, Flander walked in. "Old Zhao, you are very happy to chat. Dean, what you said is that it is normal to be familiar with Xiao Qin for so long." Zhao Wuji stood up and said with a smile. "That's true, haha." Fland walked to the two of them with a smile, found a seat and sat down. Then, Fland began to introduce his disciples. "I was shocked when I heard that their oldest was no more than 13 years old. It is worthy of being Shrek Academy, and the disciples he received are indeed monsters. I originally thought the talent of the Emperor fighting team was very good, but I didn't expect that the talent of the juniors was so great. That's right, I'm taking a little monster." Flander is very proud of this. After Qin Ming, Tang San is the best. If the Emperor fighting team is the same age as the juniors, then we will definitely lose. Qin Ming sighed, his students still need to work hard. Dai Mubai walked in at this time and asked Qin Ming. "Senior Qin," asked provocatively, "how much level are you now?" Qin Ming smiled and said, "It's level 62, I'm not lucky." The other people stopped talking in an instant. "Haha, you are all monsters." Flander smiled. Whether it is Qin Ming or Dai Mubai, the 7 of them are all their proud students. Afterwards, Qin Ming treated him to a treat and ordered 2 tables of dishes. One table was the 4 people on their side, and the other table was the Shrek 7 monsters. After Qin Ming sat down again, he glanced at the Shrek 7 monsters with some envy. "What a pity! If they weren't from Shrek Academy, I really wanted to get you to Royal Academy." Yu Xiaogang took a sip of tea and said, "Actually, even if they are from Shrek Academy, I can bring them back to the Royal Academy." Qin Ming was stunned and looked at him in surprise. "Master, what do you mean?" Yu Xiaogang still had a stiff face and said in a plain tone, "I mean the 2 academies communicate with each other. Teacher Qin, you should be able to make the decision on this matter, right?" Qinming nodded, but also showed a look of embarrassment. Master, it's okay, I'm worried. Yu Xiaogang understood what he meant, afraid that after the Shrek 7 monsters entered the Tiandu Royal Academy, they would try their best to win over them. After all, Shrek College is a rural local architecture college, and its conditions are not as good as the Tiandu Royal Academy. I understand your concerns, but at the grand event a year later, the Royal Academy will have 2 teams. At that time, I can let the children enter the Royal Academy as exchange students until the grand event ends. Yu Xiaogang expressed his thoughts, which was the only way he could think of at present. Qinming was shocked. This was not a good deal. Master, do you know the consequences of doing this? Once it happens, it will be announced that the juniors are from their own side, not Shrek. Flender now understood what Yu Xiaogang wanted to do. Borrow chickens and lay eggs. No, I can't agree to this matter. Shrek Academy is my hard work over the past 20 years. Flender stood up, stared at Yu Xiaogang, and refused to give in. Yu Xiaogang was very calm and said slowly. Flender, I'll ask you 3 questions. If you can solve them, I won't say another word. 1. Can you solve the mimic cultivation environment of the 7 of them? 2nd, can you provide them with the qualification to go to the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Competition in a year? 3. Why do you think these children are not Shrek's students when they enter Royal Academy? 3 questions from the soul were asked, and Flender was speechless when asked, and the decadent look on his face was revealed. Shrek Academy is well known in the Soul Master realm, but has not registered in any kingdom or empire, so it cannot bring Tang San people the qualification to participate in the Soul Master competition. Just like a modern pheasant university, if you get a graduation certificate, you won't recognize it if you use a single position. Because this type of school does not register with JYB, the student status is invalid. Seeing that Flender was speechless by him, Yu Xiaogang looked at Qinming again and said, I only have one requirement for the children to join the Royal Academy, to accept all the teachers Shrek is now. We can compete for honor for the Royal Academy, but they cannot interfere with our training. If we leave, we must not stop it. There is no problem with his idea overall. If you achieve good results in the Soul Master competition, that is the best admissions advertisement for the college. Next year, the college will have more students. This kind of exchange will be a good loss no matter how much you say about Tiandu Royal Academy. It can be said that it is very profitable to obtain such publicity by just providing a little venue. Qinming showed a hint of embarrassment. Master, you have raised a problem for me. Although this exchange, you also know that Shrek Academy is the hard work of Dean Flender, I'm afraid it's... Flender stood up, as if he had made a choice. Xiao Qin, needless to say, I agree with this idea. I'm a very failed dean. The secret spy who secretly inquired about the news instantly passed the news to Qin Yuan. Ha, are you still here? Borrow a chicken and lay eggs. Yu Xiaogang, you are so calculating. Qin Yuan looked at the latest news and showed a hint of sarcasm. The matter of relying on others is so proud and confident. He didn't know why the other party was so thick-skinned. Well, let's move forward first along the original plot. At the end of the Soul Master competition, we will hurt you again. The Shrek 7 monsters who cannot gather together, I wonder which new partners you, Tang San, will find. Chapter 164 Poison Douluo. Qinming and Shrek's 7 monsters got together and left the next day. Time flies very quickly, and Shrek and his group's activities follow the original drama. After obtaining the Silver Soul fighting batch, Flender gathered everyone and prepared to go to Tiandu City. They are imperative in the mainland advanced college elite competition. As long as the Shrek 7 monsters are there, his Shrek's glory will last forever. Qin Yuan also handed over the matter of the Pope Palace to Bibi Dong, and he came to Dugu's house in Tiandu City. Uncle Dugumai, I'm going to bother you. He stood in front of the gate of Dugu Bo's house and shouted with a smile. After a while, the door opened and a girl with black hair and black eyes walked out. His age seems to be similar to Jian Linger. Dugu Yan. Qin Yuan recognized the identity of this girl. Dugu Bo's granddaughter, Dugu Yan. Uncle, Grandpa is waiting for you inside. Dugu Yan's tone was very respectful, obviously Dugu Bo had greeted him. Qin Yuan walked in with a smile, and Dugu Yan closed the door. Walking into the hall, Qin Yuan now Dugu Xian's wife is still holding a baby in her arms. It seems that it has been about 4 or 5 months. Brother Dugu, this is the second child. Dugu Xin heard his voice and hurriedly looked over and smiled. Brother Qian, you are here. Zhang Yuan also smiled gently and took the child out of the hall. During the conversation between the man, she, a woman and a child, were inconvenient to be present. Dugu Bo got off the upstairs and his spirits were much better than before. Black hair and black eyes, and there are fewer wrinkles on your face. Uncle Dugumian, your spirit is getting better and better. Qianyuchen smiled when he saw Dugu Bo. Haha, the most annoying thing is gone, naturally I am in a good mood. 3 generations of children and grandchildren live together, so I naturally get younger and younger. Dugu Bo also smiled and said. Speaking of this, I have to thank you. Hearing Dugu Bo's words, Qianyuchen shook his head with a smile. Everything has its own fixed number, but the opportunity just happens to be ahead. Dugu Bo walked down, and Dugu Xin also called out father. This time I came to Dugu's house, it can't be just a simple sit-in, right? Dugu Bo knew Qianyuchen's identity. The Pope of the Wuhan Hall was not staying in the noble Pope's hall, so he ran to him to visit. If you say it out, who will believe it? Haha, it's just a trivial matter. Qianyuchen said with a smile. I heard that the Emperor fighting team was defeated by an unknown team at the Soto City Soul fighting arena. As soon as Qianyuchen finished speaking, Dugu Yan walked in from outside. Uncle, it's the Shrek 7 monsters. Their maximum age is no more than 13 years old, and their soul power has reached the level of Soul Lord. Especially that student named Tang San has at least level 37 of his soul power. She still remembers this opponent who defeated her. If you break your own poison, it means that the other party is also a poisonous person. It is a surprise that such a genius appeared in an inconspicuous place. It's a pity that the other party refused her recruitment. Hey? Yanner, your venomous poison of the phosphorus snake emperor was actually destroyed. A trace of surprise flashed in Dugu Bo's eyes. He knew the strength of the emperor fighting team very well. The key point lies in Dugu Yan's poison. If her poison is broken, the opponent's winning rate can be increased by 30%. Grandpa, that one named Tang San used something called realgar to break my snake venom. Dugu Yan said again. Realia. Dugu Bo thought about it and thought of what it was. Phoenix snake repelling powder. Realia. This is God's help, but I didn't expect him to prepare this thing. If you use this thing with wine, it can temporarily suppress the poison of the phosphorus snake emperor. A hint of praise appeared on his face, and he was also very satisfied with Tang San's technique. The latest news, they came to Tiandu City. The destination seems to be Tiandu Royal Academy. Qianyuchen spoke and told Shrek and his group whereabouts. What? Dugu Yan was a little surprised. Let's go to Tiandu Royal Academy. Dugu Bo knocked on the table and instantly understood the other party's thoughts. He said again, it's a good plan to be meticulous. Dugu Xin was puzzled. Father, can they have any other purpose in coming to Tiandu Royal Academy? Tiandu Royal Academy has 2 qualifications to participate in the advanced competition. Shrek Academy is not a regular Soul Master Academy and does not have the qualifications to participate in this competition, so there is a quota required. That 7 monsters are all Soul Lords, and they are very talented. This kind of exchange is only profitable but not loss for the Royal Academy. Dugu Bo pointed out the purpose of Shrek Academy. I have to say that this is a wonderful move. As long as Tiandu Royal Academy is not a fool, he will definitely agree to this exchange. The crown is wise, but the world doesn't meet people's wishes. Qianyuchen shook his head with a smile. What does this mean? Dugu Bo was puzzled. Could it be that Meng Shenji and the 3 education committees were fools? Qianyuchen looked at Dugu Yan and asked, Niece Yan, what do you think of Tang San and the other 7? They feel a little arrogant. How can they say superior? Dugu Yan could only think of these words. In Tiandu City, princes and nobles are everywhere. Once Shrek gets provoked, it will be a bad end. I don't think they will enter Tiandu Royal Academy smoothly. Qianyuchen smiled and expressed his opinion. Some truth. Before Dugu Bo finished speaking, a voice came from outside. Under Dugu Mian, Prince Swexing invites you to the Royal Palace. When Dugu Bo heard the familiar voice transmission, he knew that the Shrek 7 monsters had encountered a tough guy. He provoked the Tiandu royal family. The one who could let Prince Swexing send someone in person must be the accident that Prince Avalanche. It's interesting, it's really interesting. Dugu Bo smiled and several people flashed and left the hall. Xiner, don't neglect Mr. Qian. I will go back. After saying that, Dugu Bo left the mansion. Dugu Yan's pretty face showed surprise at this time, looking at Kyun. This blonde uncle is really terrible. Under the leadership of Qin Ming, Shrek and his group successfully met the 3 education committees in charge of the college. After the preliminary conversation, the 3 of them met Shrek 7, for more novels, 82502, join, https://discord.gg/xxtcastch. The monster's strength is very satisfying. At the age of 12 or 13, the Soul Lord's cultivation level, these children are geniuses. The 3 of them were worried about the candidates for the second team of Emperor Do. The Shrek 7 monsters, if they join the Royal Academy, it will naturally be excellent. Even if the other party has some requirements, he can understand it. However, things are always unexpected. Before Ma Hongjun and others came, they taught the avalanche a lesson. I don't care about this. What a prince, it's a big deal to have no strength. Just as Meng Shenji and the other 2 were about to make a decision, Prince Swexing walked in. There was an avalanche around him. Tang San instantly felt something was wrong. This person's background seemed not simple. Meng Shenji, Zhilan, and Bai Basehan's 3 education commissioners looked at the old man in green robe beside Prince Swexing. This person's strength cannot be seen through. Yu Xiaogang recognized his identity and was very surprised. Dog Douluo, Dugu Bo. Why he's here too. Chapter 165 The Willow Bank is bright again, Shrek's new road. After listening to the introduction of Meng Shenji, Prince Swexing expressed surprise at the talents of several students at Shrek Academy. The 12 or 13-year-old Soul Master is indeed amazingly talented. The avalanche of pretending to be a playboy was also surprised that these students were so talented. However, if you bully Avalanche, Prince Swexing will naturally not give this group of people a good face. I have never heard of Shrek Academy. Could it be a poor academy, right? As soon as these words were said, both Meng Shenji and Flanders looked a little ugly. Meng Shenji explained, Your Highness, Shrek Academy has trained many excellent soul masters. Teacher Qin Ming from Huangdu Academy graduated from this academy. When Prince Swexing heard that Qin Ming graduated from this academy, he looked at him a little more. Qin Ming is the 2nd youngest Soul Emperor in history certified by the Soul Palace, which is a great honor to the Tiandu Royal Academy. Have you participated in the teacher assessment for several teachers at Shrek College? Not everyone recruited Royal College. Zhilan couldn't help it now and said, Your Highness, the King of Qin, and several teachers from Shrek Academy, have all reached the qualifications of Tiandu teacher. If the other party hadn't been the prince, he would have started to swear. Prince Swexing snorted coldly, Tiandu Royal Academy is the pillar of the empire and the place where he can provide pillars of the empire. As a college teacher, it has a huge impact on students. I will never want the academy to hire some arrogant and domineering people. After pausing, he continued, I heard from Avalanche that these distinguished guests beat him as soon as they arrived at the academy yesterday. Avalanche is also the 4th prince of the empire, representing the dignity of the royal family. How can they be humiliated easily? Meng Shenji and the other 2 understood why Prince Swexing came. They looked at the 4th prince Avalanche with hatred on their faces and stared at Daimyo Bai's 4th prince. The 3 of them couldn't help but sigh secretly. It was because of these brainless nobles that Tiandu Royal Academy could not cultivate more outstanding talents. Flanders said calmly, How does Your Highness the Prince want to solve this problem? I wonder if you have asked Your Highness Avalanche why he was beaten. Soul Master is the highest profession in Douluo continent, and high-level Soul Masters will not take the nobles into consideration at all. Avalanche is incompetent and wants to bully people because of her identity as a prince. That is considered to be a mistake. Besides, Flander is also a rebellious person. If he hadn't wanted these teachers who followed him to have a good home, he would have been angry long ago. I am not so unkind and always cherish talents. As long as you can hold on with Mr. Dugu for 5 minutes, I will not ask about this matter anymore. After saying that, everyone's eyes fell on the old man in green robe beside him. The old man raised his eyes and exuded a powerful aura. This made Shrek and others feel a little suffocating. Tang San felt that this old man looked like an unshakable mountain. Prince Swexing put away his arrogant look and then respectfully said to the old man, Mr. Dugu, please give me. Dugu Bo took a step forward and looked at Shrek and others faintly. Use your strength to prove it, you guys go together. After saying that, he showed off his soul ring. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings appeared, and both sides were shocked. Titled Douluo. Except for Yu Xiaogang, everyone else was shocked that this old man in green robe turned out to be a titled Douluo. The 3 education commissioners' faces became a little ugly, and the same is true for Shrek College. When the 3 confusers go together, they may not be able to fight against a titled Douluo. Your Excellency has a surname Dugu, and you are so fishy. If I guess it right, you should be Senior Dugu Bo, who is named Poison. Yu Xiaogang took a step forward, blocking the angry teachers of Shrek Academy and said to him. Oh! I didn't expect anyone to remember me, Dugu Bo. Since you all know my identity, you juniors should not ask for trouble. Dugu Bo did not tell the story of the transfer as in the original work Lake and his group of people were out of their way. Thank you, Dugu Mian, for raising your hands, let's leave now. After saying that, Yu Xiaogang looked at Flender and the students. Let's go, this place is ultimately undestined to be with us. Flender wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yu Xiaogang. I know your personality, but think about other people and students. Didn't we understand when we first entered the mainland? Then facing the 3 conquerors, he said again, I'm sorry, 3 seniors. Today's affairs will be abolished, but we will never forget the warm hospitality of the 3 seniors. There will be a date in the future. Then, Shrek and his group left the Royal Academy. Qin Ming looked at the 3 education commissions and felt very disappointed. 3 education commissions. Sorry, I think I'm leaving the college, too. At this time, his face was full of grief and anger. The teacher was humiliated, but he did not erase the humiliating strength. This was such a painful thing, but no matter what, he would not allow himself to stay again. No matter how good the treatment is here, in his heart, it will never be as good as the starting point of Shrek Academy. Meng Shenji and the other 3 education commissioners were shocked, and Prince Swexing was the same. You know, Qin Ming's status in Tiandu Royal Academy is higher than Flender thought. If there were no accidents, Meng Shenji and the others believed that Qin Ming would definitely reach the titled Douluo realm before he was 60 years old. The appearance of a titled Douluo is not only of great significance to a college, but also extremely important even for the entire Tiandu Empire. At this moment, Prince Swexing finally felt a little regretful and frowned. But he would not say what he regrets, that would be a slap in the face. Dugu Bo is not his business, and he really appreciates Qin Ming, a young man. True temperament, value friendship, and have high talent. Without surprises, you will definitely be able to become a titled Douluo. Teacher Qin, we will definitely report to your majesty about this matter and let him make the decision. Meng Shenji stopped him and tried his best to keep him. Qin Ming naturally knew the good intentions of the 3 of them, but he still refused. 3 education commissions, thank you for your care for me in the college. Qin Ming is very grateful. Tiandu Royal Academy belongs to the royal family after all. Since the royal family hates Shrek Academy, I, a person who graduated from Shrek Academy, naturally have no face to stay. Qin Ming came alone at the beginning, but now he left empty-handed. 2 education commissions, take care of themselves. Qin Ming remembers his care over the years and will be rewarded in the future. Say goodbye. After saying that, he also left. After Tang San left, he silently remembered what happened today. Avalanche, Prince Snowstar. He knew that this time he was accidentally involved in the royal dispute. I will report today's shame to you next day, and Tang San has recorded it. Shrek and his group were in a depressed mood. When they came outside the city wall, they found a huge job advertisement. Recruitment, Lanba Advanced Soul Master Academy. Due to its own expansion reasons, we are now recruiting 10 soul sects above level 40. Those with higher soul power will be given priority. Once hired, the treatment will be better. Seeing this news, Shrek and his group felt hopeful. Advanced Soul Master Academy, this is not something that ordinary people can do. He was defeated at the Royal Academy, but the opportunity of Lanba Academy emerged. It's really a road that will never stop, and the willows are dark and the flowers are bright. Immediately, Flender and his group headed towards Lanba Academy. On the Dugu family, after Dugu Bo came back, he told him about this matter. Actually, it was expected that Shrek Academy was rejected. The biggest beneficiary behind Tiandu Royal Academy is Prince Swexing He. Prince Swexing's move has cut off the possibility of the future. Once the Shrek 7 monsters really enter the Royal Academy, it will be extremely unfavorable to the avalanche of his support. Qian Yuchen explained the essential reason for this incident, the struggle for imperial power. Dugu Bo also understood that such an inconspicuous little thing could actually be related to the dispute between the crown prince. To be honest, that young man named Qin Ming and those 7 children are really talented. It's a pity that I'm involved in this incident. Hearing his words, Qian Yuchen shook his head with a smile. It's not over, and no one knows how it is. Maybe, Shrek and his group have found a way out. Dugu Xin said puzzledly, it's impossible. The Advanced Soul Master Academy in Tiandu City, except for the Lanba Academy, which is about to go bankrupt. He seemed to understand and hurriedly said, Brother Qian, do you mean they will go to Lanba Academy? Yet. Qian Yuchen nodded, you must know that there is no way out, and opportunities are often fleeting. Your daughter has a strong rival in the elite competition. Dugu Yan raised her little face and said confidently. Uncle, I was careless before. I will definitely defeat Tang San when I meet next time. Chapter 166 Lanba Academy, the Golden Iron Triangle reunites. Under Qin Ming's leadership, Shrek and his group soon arrived in front of Lanba Academy. The gatehouse of Lanba Academy actually looks similar to the gate of Tiandu City. Although it is much thinner, the entrance of the gatehouse is indeed 10 meters high. Although the gatehouse carved with white marble cannot be said to be atop is gorgeous, but it is very imposing. There are 8 gold-plated characters on the gatehouse, Lanba Advanced Soul Master Academy. This decoration is much better than Shrek Academy. Flender felt that he, the dean, seemed to be a little bad. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Lanba Academy, Qin Ming immediately found the reception desk next to the gate, which read the recruitment registration room. Are you all here to sign up to be teachers in your college? The person in charge of receiving a middle-aged soul master who looks over 40 years old. The doubts in his tone were raised to the Shrek 7 monsters. Flender took a step forward and said, No, we are here to apply for a teacher. If we can succeed, I hope these children can also go to school here. For students, they still have to go through the college entrance examination before they can be admitted. You apply for a teacher and report your soul power level. The receptionist said to Flender. They looked at each other and began to introduce their soul power. Flender, Martial Soul 4-Eyed Cat Eagle, Level 78 Soul Saint. Zhao Wuji, the powerful Vajra Bear with a martial soul, a Level 76 Soul Saint. Xiao Xian, Wuhun Tangdu, Level 71 Soul Saint. Lu Kaiban, Martial Soul Star Chess, Level 66 Soul Emperor. Li Yuzong, Martial Soul Dragon Pattern Stick, Level 63 Soul Emperor. Qin Ming, Martial Soul Fire Wolf, Level 62 Soul Emperor. What? The reception teacher was shocked. Which teacher from Soul Master Academy is this? It has such a strong configuration? 6 people, 3 Soul Saints, and 3 Soul Emperors. Yu Xiaogang looked at the bookish and was angry, and the reception teacher regarded it as a logistics management. Your strength can be completely exempted from the assessment. I can't make the decision on this matter, so I'll take you to see our dean. Afterwards, the reception teacher took Shrek and his group to the Lanba Academy. When you walk into Lanba Academy, you feel that it is quite different from Tiandu Royal Academy. Although the mountain here does not have the beautiful scenery of Tiandu Royal Academy, everything gives people a very atmospheric feeling. The spacious path leads directly to the inside, with forests on both sides of the road. When you walk to the end, you can see a large playground with a diameter of more than 200 meters. A circle of 3-story buildings are surrounded by the playground. The reception teacher introduced to everyone that among these 3-story buildings, there are places for practicing mimicry environments, students' dormitories, and teaching buildings. If Tiandu Royal Academy was built on the mountain, then this Lanba Academy was built in the middle of the forest. Because around the teaching building, the remaining area is full of forests. It is said that this is the largest flora in the entire Tiandu city. The fact that there is such a forest inside the capital is exactly what Qin Ming said, who dares to say that this Lanba Academy has no background. All the infrastructure of Lanba Academy is very perfect. However, the reception teacher had already taken them through the building complex of Lanba Academy and headed towards the forest in the back mountain. Yu Xiaogang expressed his doubts. You Dean, aren't you in the academy? The reception teacher explained, our dean likes quietness and lives in the forest normally. Unless it is a major matter, the daily affairs are decided by several teachers. When it comes to the dean, the teacher of the musical script showed sincere respect in his eyes, which was completely from the heart. So that's the case. Yu Xiaogang didn't ask any more questions. But for some reason, he always felt uneasy in his heart. After walking for about 10 minutes, everyone was walking in the forest with fresh air. Suddenly, a faint song came from the front. The song is gentle and beautiful, with lingering resentment, like crying and complaining, making people feel sad. The tune whirls back and forth, and it turns out to be extremely soft. However, Yu Xiaogang's face became a little ugly in the voice of this singer. Flander's face also changed. The female voice slowly came, "You wrote this song to me, Xiaogang, do you know? My heart is too confused. Where are you?" Seeing Flander and Yu Xiaogang's strange appearance, everyone stopped in surprise. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang turned around suddenly and was about to run towards the way he came, but Fland grabbed his shoulder. Flander shouted softly, "Xiaogang, how long do you want to escape? It's already here, do you really have the heart to not see her? Flander, have you known that she is here for a long time? Blue BA Academy, Blue BA Academy, Blue BA Academy, Blue Flame Tyrannosaurus Rex, I should have thought of it long ago." Fland made a helpless gesture, "How could I know she is here? It's just a coincidence, let's go." The master's eyes showed a light of struggle. After escaping for 20 years, he finally faced it again today, and he was still facing it without any preparation. What kind of feeling is that? As the group walked in, they finally arrived at the woman's residence. Between the flowers, a woman was standing there, holding a kettle in her hand, watering the flowers. She looked like a beautiful woman in her 30s, wearing a simple blue cloth skirt, but she couldn't hide her charm at all. Bupa tied up her hair on her head, and her facial features were like that on her pale face. Exquisite and moving, with picturesque eyes. Although his big black eyes were already dull at this time, they were still very energetic. Under the cloth robe, there are unconcealed peaks, turbulent waves, and mature and plump style, which is definitely not something that ordinary girls can achieve. She looked at the person coming and her eyes fell directly on Flander and Yu Xiaogang. The kettle in his hand fell to the ground and ran towards the two of them. "Xiaogang, is it you?" She came 3 feet in front of the group, and her tone trembled with excitement. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were red and he couldn't say anything. Flander sighed, "Sister Two Dragon, after many years, our golden iron triangle has been together again." Similarly, he sighed in his heart, Sister Erlong still has only Xiaogang in his eyes. On the other side, Qin Yuchen left Dugu's house. His eyes looked at a forest in Tiandu City, which was the location of Lanba Academy. The Golden Iron Triangle, the new Shrek Academy. "Tang San, I have already arranged your opportunity for you. Sunset Forest, Ice and Fire Eyes. His super imitation arrangement is in place. The drama actor Dugu Bo is also about to go online and is preparing to implement what Jian Yuchen ordered. Tang San, accelerate your growth, the gods in the divine world are watching you." Shaking his head, Qin Yuchen instantly left Tiandu City and returned to the Wuhan Hall. Chapter 167 Tang San's disappearance, a new opportunity. After settling down Shrek and his group, Lu Erlong made a new decision. Lanba Academy was renamed Shrek Academy, and Flander was the dean. To be honest, there is no problem with his stingy and greedy nature in the School of Management. Know what it means to spend money on the blade. Flander, Yu Xiaogang, Lu Erlong, and Tang San were in the forest. The things we talked about are naturally the past of the three of them. Tang San also understood why the three of them separated. However, he felt that his relationship with Xiaoa was progressing a little faster. Tang San did not disturb them and quietly stood up and left the woods. Their affairs will not affect his emotions, after all, the body is a 30-year-old soul. The air around suddenly became a little cold. Tang San shook his mind and couldn't help but frown strangely. His soul power has exceeded 30th level, and his Xiantian technique has also reached the 4th level, and he has reached the point where he is invincible with cold and heat. Moreover, this is summer, why do he feel cold? At this moment, Tang San suddenly stopped in surprise, just 3 meters away in front of him, and at some point, there was one more person, a green man in his body. Green hair, green eyes, green nails, cold and evil eyes like poisonous snakes. The one who suddenly appeared in front of Tang San was clearly seen during the day. The titled Douluo Dugu Bo with the titled poisonous title was Du Douluo, Why isn't he black-haired? Tang San felt something was wrong, and a trace of fishy smell came from the air. The source is naturally emitted from Dugu Bo. This is poisonous gas entering the body, it's very serious. If it were someone else, it would have been poisonous gas long ago. Titled Douluo, his strength is indeed terrifying. Tang San also used poisoning to the great masters, and he could see the problems that Dugu Bo had at a glance. Tang San almost subconsciously wanted to open his martial soul, but Dugu Bo's body had already arrived in front of him the next moment, and he didn't see how he acted. He just felt dizzy in his brain and knew nothing. It was this moment of soul power fluctuation that woke up the two dragons not far away who had just merged into the master's arms. Who? Lu Erlong protected Yu Xiaogang behind him and looked at somewhere in the forest. Yu Xiaogang was stunned for a moment, then his face changed drastically. No, maybe something happened to the mistress. Go and have a look. Lu Erlong naturally took the master's hand and accelerated suddenly. With his soul power, he soon arrived at the place where something happened before, but apart from the coldness in the air, they found no clues. She urged her soul power to search with all her strength, but she could no longer find Tang San's breath. Yu Xiaogang seemed to have guessed something and spoke, "This cold breath makes you feel very familiar. First go back to the academy and find Boss F, and then discuss what will happen next." Dugu Bo. The titled Douluo met by Tiandu Royal Academy. Only by working together with the Golden Iron Triangle can they compete with each other. In the Martial Soul Hall, Qin Yuchen looked at the statue of the angel in front of the Pope Hall and smiled. "Tang San, you should have been taken to the reservation by Dugu Bo now." Of course, Tang Hao must be following Tang San. Dugu Bo's cultivation level can't beat him now. Unlike in the original work, Dugu Bo's current soul power level has reached level 94. Compared with Super Douluo, his strength is still not enough. However, he had already told Dugu Bo to test Tang San's ability. Someone will deal with the aftermath. At this time, the angel statue flew into the Pope's house with a ray of light. Immediately afterwards, a noble woman with a sacred aura appeared in front of Qinyu City. Qin Yuchen immediately stood up, came to the front of the woman, and said with a respectful tone, "Follower Qin Yuchen, have you seen the ancestor? There is no way, the seniority of angels is here, and the etiquette that should be shown must be displayed. Friends, know how polite to use." The angel god smiled, "I never thought that 10,000 years later, you geniuses will appear in the six-winged angel lineage." The genius in the mouth of the angel god refers to Qin Yuchen, Qian Linger and Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu has accepted her inheritance and is the heir to the next angel god. Qian Daoliu, in her opinion, is a qualified heritage guardian, and her qualifications to become a god are still a little poor. Unfortunately, in the position of angel god, he chose Qian Rongxiu's inheritance with normal martial soul bloodline. Qin Yuchen showed a hint of pride. The spirit hall maintains the continent and expels evil, and will naturally be protected. The six-winged angel lineage will definitely be full of talents. The angel god asked, "Your current cultivation level is far beyond me, why don't you enter the divine realm? The time has not come, and the foundation of the Wuhun Palace cannot be destroyed by me." Qian Yuchen said in a heavy tone, "Once he leaves, the situation in the Wuhun Hall will be different. Tang San's protagonist halo, the local people can't suppress it." "You mean the angel god seemed to think of the reason why Shura god let him go down to the world? The ultimate goal of the battle in the divine world is to choose to sacrifice the martial soul hall she founded?" The angel god is very clear about the situation in Douluo continent. Without the constraints of the spirit hall, those fallen soul masters will make a comeback. These fallen soul masters have good strength. For the civilians in Douluo continent, that would be a very dangerous situation. "Ancestor, it may be similar to what you think." Qian Yuchen pondered, "Once the spirit hall disappears, the chaos on the continent will arise again. According to my research over the years, I found that Douluo continent is actually moving slowly. It's really hard to imagine whether a special situation will happen 10,000 years later. The angel god is in the god realm, so he naturally knows the situation of the entire continent. On the other side of the vast ocean, there is an unknown continent. The distance between the two continents is closer with very subtle changes every year. One day in the future, there will definitely be a collision." The angel god was very curious. "Friends, how did you discover this change?" Qin Yuchen replied, "I compared the continental maps of the Wuhun Hall in all dynasties one by one, and only after comparison did I find out." There is no problem with Qian Yuchen's answer. In fact, the comparison of maps of the Wuhan Hall in history really made him confirm in detail that the mainland plate movement really exists. So, the layout of the five gods has long reached 10,000 years later. The angel god seemed to understand that the god realm wanted to eliminate the spirit hall because it wanted to make the continent mess again. Heroes will appear in troubled times, and the god realm will take this opportunity to produce a group of new gods. The former continent or divine realm pattern will undergo tremendous changes. Moreover, it is possible to eliminate the unstable factor of soul beasts. The hidden place of the Silver Dragon King is at the core of the continent. 3 kills in 1 stone. The God King's plan is really terrifying. Grandmaster, you have a great responsibility. Don't spread the story of your meeting this time. The city must be kept confidential, don't worry, ancestors. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, the angel god disappeared. Is the temptation of the god realm? I won't let you go so smoothly. The god realm is his last goal. Chapter 168 Tang San's Harvest, Dugu sees Haoshan. It is naturally very exciting to meet old poisons and small poisons. According to the records of Xiantian Bailu, Tang San successfully lifted Dugu Bo's test on him. Dugu Bo is also a drama master, exactly the same as in the original work, which makes Tang San feel his true nature. If there is no difference in generations, the two of them may really be sworn brothers of different surnames. During this period, I still met the Golden Iron Triangle coming to the Sunset Forest to find Tang San. After Dugu Bo defeated the 3 of them, he let them go. Tang San's safety was also told directly to them, nothing is wrong. In the past half-month, Dugu Bo accidentally saw Tang San's Haoshan hammer. Of course, I knew his other identity. The son of Haoshan Douluo. Everyone knows Tang Hao's reputation. He killed the previous ruthless man from the Pope Palace and rushed out of the siege of the Masters of the Spirit Hall. It is very likely that Tang Hao was observing Tang San's situation at that place. If he really did something about Tang San, he would really be in trouble. No wonder Qian Yuchen reminded him at that time, Tang San has a very big background. You must not hurt your life, otherwise you will wait and eat the hammer. After Tang San checked Dugu Bo's poison, he gave a treatment plan, and then there was no freedom restriction in this medicine garden. After visiting this medicine garden, he was extremely happy. Many herbs here are rare species recorded in Xiantian Bao record. Immortal grass. In addition, there are many rare herbs. The herbs made from the King of Hell can be easily collected at a glance. Dugu Bo has been observing Tang San's actions secretly and does not take them seriously. After all, Qian Yuchen also said, after Tang San successfully solved your poison, he would no longer have to interfere in his actions. The herbs in the medicine garden would be rewarded for him. Tang San, it's a bit strange to have these abilities at a young age. Did the disciples of Haoshan sect know these things since they were young? Dugu Bo expressed his doubts about how Tang San obtained these abilities. Those strange hidden weapons do not look like things on Douluo continent. Can you say that there is really a problem with this Tang San? Anyway, it's the matter of Haoshan sect, and it has nothing to do with me. After thinking it through, Dugu Bo waited for the end of the scene. Qian Yuchen explained the key points to him clearly, so there was no need to worry about it. Tang San thought Dugu Bo was a good person and after a simple test, he could still gain such great results. The coxcomb and phoenix azure can help Ma Hongjun solve the problem of evil fire. Strange ruffled sky chrysanthemum. Kiluo tulips. His 6 friends, as well as teacher Yu Xiaogang, can all enjoy the benefits brought by the fairy grass. The strength of the Shrek 7 monsters will be enhanced again. However, before going back, we should first refine the King of Hell post. His most important gain was to absorb the star anise black ice grass and the fiery apricot. The power of ice and fire increased his physical strength to another level. His meridians have doubled, and his soul power will be cultivated very quickly. After his work was completed, Tang San was about to say goodbye to Dugu Bo. Old poison, I'll have a chance to see you. To be honest, I think it's pretty good to get along with you. Hearing Tang San's words, Dugu Bo immediately showed his acting skills at the level of an actor. Little poison, hurry up and go back. Your teachers and classmates are very anxious. Dugu Bo waved his hand, showing a look of boredom. And my medicine garden can't stand your troubles. Tang San smiled, then used the Xiantian ability to use the ghosts to quickly pass through the poisonous miasma. In less than 10 minutes, he left the sunset forest. Then, Dugu Bo also walked out of the poisonous miasma and looked at the bushes on the right. Haoshan Douluo, come out and meet. Brush. A burly body appeared in front of him, and Dugu Bo knew that he was Tang Hao. But the breath is very sluggish. Of course, just like this, he did not dare to underestimate the other party. Haoshan Douluo's strength cannot be guessed by common sense. Dugu Bo, the name of poison Douluo has been admired for a long time. Tang Hao said indifferently. It's just an old man, I can't compare to you juniors. Your son is better than the best. Dugu Bo said with a smile. When it comes to Tang San, Tang Hao is of course a little proud. The talent is far beyond my past. Perhaps he can break his own record and become the youngest titled Douluo on the mainland. Tang Hao said again, you asked me to come out, it's not a matter of family matters, right? That's not. Dugu Bo shook his head and said, Tang was 32 years old, and his pharmacology was even better than me. The descendants of your Haoshan sect are indeed incomparable to others. There is also forging. Those strange things are really hard to defend against. Of course, the forging technique of Haoshan sect is very famous in the Soul Master world. I'm just a little curious. I'm really old when I have such a magnificent knowledge at the age of 12. After saying that, he showed emotion. When a person is old, he wants to comment a few times when he meets a genius, which makes Haoshan Douluo laugh. Tang Hao shook his head, Senior Du Douluo, you are polite. I'll be relieved if the bad guy didn't cause trouble. After saying that, he was about to leave. Oh, Haoshan Douluo, I forgot to tell you that the place where the ice and fire in my medicine garden meet can increase the growth rate of plants. If you have time one day, you can come and have a look. Dugu Bo said this and threw out 2 pills. This is a poison avoidance pill, and it can be avoided from the influence of poisonous miasma. Tang Hao raised his hand, took the pill and left straight. Dugu Bo then walked into the poisonous miasma, and everything around him calmed down again. After Tang Hao came to a hidden place, his face became a little struggling. Is the mistress really my son? Aman, I don't seem to protect anyone. You and our son. He had already known Dugu Bo's words, but he just couldn't believe the result. Tang San is his child, and his current appearance is 80% similar to that when he was a child. Moreover, the bloodline has not yet awakened, and the true power of the ghost vine has not yet been exerted. However, he has always been in a free-range state for his children since he was a child, and just before he went to the Junior Soul Master Academy, he taught him the basic cloak hammering method. Pharmacological knowledge and fine small iron tools are not found in the Haoshan sect's heritage. Everyone says that mother and son are in love, and you need to confirm this. Tang Hao took out a seed that was still full of vitality from his storage soul guide. Although the breath on it was cool, it was very friendly to him. Where is a place to accelerate the growth of plants? Dugu Bo, I remember this kindness. After Tang Hao said this, he quickly left the sunset forest. He still has to protect Tang San, and when he has not really confirmed the other party's identity, Fang is still his child. Chapter 169 The 7 monsters improve, everything is under calculation. Tang San returned to Tiandu City and entered Shrek Academy. Lu Erlong immediately took him away. After careful inspection, there was no harm. The heart hanging from the golden iron triangle finally let go. Tang San said with apologies, Teacher, Dean, Aunt Erlong, I'm worried you. This time it was a blessing in disguise, and by the way, Dugu Bo brought some gifts to Boss Dai and the others. Now, I want to hand over these things to them first. Flender smiled and said, You boy go quickly, they are also worried about their disappearance during this period. Yu Xiaogang, well, come over when you finish your business. Lu Erlong, Xiaohu's child is so unwilling to eat and drink. Hurry up and comfort her. Tang San? Tang San then left Lu Erlong's residence and went to the academy to gather the other 6 monsters. 1 hour later, the 7 of them arrived at a quiet place in the forest. 7 people sat together, Tang San's eyes scanned everyone and began to speak. This time I was taken away by poison Douluo, and it was a blessing in disguise, bringing everyone herbs that can improve their strength. It's all the effects of cultivating the foundation and strengthening the essence, and it won't give strength the sequelae of enhancing the seedlings. Hearing Tang San's words, the other 6 people looked at me and I looked at you, with curiosity in their eyes. Tang San stood up and then looked at Dai Mubai. From the bright moonlit night of the 24 bridge, a strange chrysanthemum appeared in his hands. Boss Dai, this is a strange ruffled sky chrysanthemum. It is a neutral immortal herb. It can help you eat the energy and promote the limbs and blood circulation to the 8 meridians, and you can practice the indestructible body of Vajra. It can be said to be very suitable for your white tiger martial spirit. Daimyo Bai stood up and looked at the flower in surprise. So fierce? Isn't Kyushu indestructible? Tang San smiled and said, although the indestructible body of Vajra is a little exaggerated, this herb is the most compatible with your martial soul. Your soul power is neutral, vast, strong, and domineering. The skills are all between hands and feet. With it, your cultivation will be effective twice as much as possible. Daimyo Bai said again, I am about to level 40 now, and the effect is probably not much improved. Tang San explained, don't worry about this. After you obtain the soul ring, the effect of the medicine will continue to work and will have a great enhancement effect. How do you eat this thing? Daimyo Bai asked. Tang San, first eat the stamens of the tummy, then eat the petals one by one, and don't eat the rhizomes. After eating, start practicing on the spot immediately to resolve the medicinal power and break through the bottleneck. Then, Daimyo Bai found a place and began to take Kirong Tong Tianju. Next was the Oscar, and Tang San gave him 8-petaled fairy orchid. Ma Hongjun, Tang San gave him the coxcomb and phoenix owie. Ning, Tang San gave Kiluo tulips. I originally wanted to provide Zhu Zuking with lovesickness and heartbreaking red. After all, the White Tiger martial soul and the Netherworld Spirit Cat can use martial soul fusion skills. The Dai family and the Zhu family of Xingluo royal family have been married for generations. There may be a matching fit between the two. Zhu Zuking still blew his blood at Tang San's request, but there was no reaction. There is no way, her impression of Daimyo Bai is really bad. And I didn't plan to marry the other party. She participated in the Shrek 7 Monsters, just her experience. When the elite competition is over, she will return to the Xingluo Empire and follow her master to practice formally. Her pursuit is her female title Douluo. Tang San understood that she had a grudge against Daimyo Bai, so he changed to a kind of fairy grass. Narcissus jade skin. However, what surprised Tang San was that Acacia Heartbreak Red actually matched Xiaohu very much. Xiaohu left it behind and didn't eat it. After all, she practices very quickly, and the soul sect is still very relaxed. Tang San had absorbed the star anise black ice grass and the fiery fire apricots before, and there was no need to absorb new immortal grass. I left myself with auxiliary herbs, looking through autumn water dew. This will have a great effect on him in practicing the purple demonic eye. At this point, the distribution of fairy grass between the Shrek 7 monsters is over. The effect is of course very amazing. Daimyo Bai easily broke through to level 40. Oscar's soul power level directly broke through level 5. After Zhu Zuking absorbed the Narcissus Jade Skeleton, her soul power level also broke through, reaching level 40. Ma Hongjun's changes have become even greater. She is no longer fat and becomes a handsome red-haired man full of sunshine and handsome. His soul power level has been increased by 5 levels. The soul power has been purified, and the martial soul is now a real phoenix. The next one is Ning. Her martial soul was originally 6th floor, but now it has become 9th floor. 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. The soul power level has been improved by level 6 to level 39. However, when she was excited, she still thought of what Ning Fengzi said to her. If there is a sudden change in the martial soul, don't underestimate yourself. The 7 Treasures Glazed Peace sect will become stronger in the future. I will not interfere with your opportunity, but I must always remember my identity as a disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed Lilac sect. Ning H understands, maybe he has to go back to the sect after finding time. She needs to know this answer. Xiaohu put the lovesick heartbreak red in the latest necklace storage soul guide. This was given to her by Lu Erlong, after all, he is his daughter now. Similar to the original work, Xiaohu recognizes Lu Erlong as her mother-mom. After Tang San absorbed the eyebrow dew, his penis strength increased very much. His purple demon eyes leaped into the slightest and directly entered the 3rd level of all the 4th levels of the purple demon eyes, mustard seeds. When looking at Xiaohu, I was obviously stunned for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Seeing the Shrek 7 monsters very happy, Tang San felt relieved. He was very satisfied with the gains this time. Friends, their strength has been improved to varying degrees. After urging them to pay attention to consolidating their soul power, he was ready to meet Yu Xiaogang. He will never forget his teacher and the guide on the road to cultivation. When she came to Lu Erlong's residence again, she and Yu Xiaogang were talking and laughing. Flender left, probably to deal with the academy affairs. Teacher, this is the gift I brought to you. After Tang San saw Yu Xiaogang, he took out the 9th grade purple Ji. This is a 9th grade purple Ji, which has the effect of strengthening the foundation and strengthening the essence, invigorating qi and enhancing the vitality. After all, Yu Xiaogang is old, and this is good for him. Yu Xiaogang ate the Ganodermalus item and went into the house to start practicing soul power. Half an hour later, his body smelled foul and walked into the bathroom. Lu Erlong looked at Tang San in confusion. What did Xiaogang eat? 10 minutes later, Yu Xiaogang walked out with a look of surprise and changed into a new dress. Miss, thank you. My soul power has exceeded level 30. On Kyunyuchen, we received news from informants. Tang San returned to Shrek Academy and summoned the other 6 monsters. Okay, finally we have started to allocate fairy grass. The clan of Ning H has obtained a great opportunity, and it should be the 9 treasure glazed tower, right? Shrek 7 monsters, let's continue to follow the plot. He was very satisfied with Dugu Bo's performance, and the old poison made an indelible contribution. After accepting these opportunities, Tang San still embarked on the path of the original work. Sure enough, as long as he doesn't interfere too much, the plot will not deviate. Tang San, the more outstanding your performances, the deeper the seeds of doubt in Tang Hao's heart. Haoshan sect is not proficient in pharmacological hidden weapons. I'm looking forward to whether the Ghost Vine Queen will recognize you as her son on the day she will recover. Mother and son are in love, but it's a pity that things change. Qian Yuchen had a strong curiosity on his face, and the family of 3 was reunited. Is it a warm family? Or is the father-son and son breaking up? Chapter 170 Ling Yuan becomes a god. The Martial Spirit Hall. Qian Yuchen felt 2 huge ice and fire powers and burst out instantly. At the same time, the sky suddenly became dark clouds and lightning and thunder. It's Ling Yuan. He disappeared in the Pope's house and came to the scene. After a fixed eye, he found that the power of ice and fire was surrounded by Ling Yuan's body. The 2 are very balanced and there is no riot. Her martial soul, the fire spirit kit, is different from before. Half ice blue, half flame color. It feels like it can be changed to ice and fire spirit boar. The power of ice and fire is combined into one. Ice is yin, fire is yang, yin and yang are combined, and life is endless. Makeup. Sitting cross-legged, Ling Chuan, whose 5 hearts are facing the sky, clasped his hands together and floated up. Her martial soul, supported by the blessing of 2 forces, turned into a looming egg. Wearing soul evolves, and then break the limit. Qian Yuchen seemed to understand Ling Yuan's thoughts. Wash all the dew, break out of the cocoon and be reborn, and transcend yourself. Thinking about it, her 9 Heavens Sutra has long reached the state of great perfection. There are 365 acupoints all over the body, and 364 have been penetrated. Accumulating strength and making a fortune, I'm afraid it's a new god in Douluo world. I don't know what level of strength will reach when I create my own divine position. Qian Yuchen looked at Ling Yuan quietly, what kind of miracle would this woman whose destiny be changed create? Several people from the worship hall also appeared one after another, looking at Ling Yuan's location. Qian Daoliu nodded with satisfaction. The daughter-in-law he recognized has great potential. Not to mention that his strength has surpassed him, he is now ready to break through the last level. The other worshippers could only sigh in their hearts, the next wave pushes the previous wave. Crazy! A ray of lightning struck directly on the egg of Ling Yuan's martial soul incarnation, as if it was not allowed to appear. Unfortunately, the powerful power of lightning seemed to have turned into nutrients and was absorbed by it. Subsequently, 17 more powerful thunder and lightning were dropped in succession. Qian Daoliu and the other old men have felt the breath of death in this thunder for so many years. Ling Yuan's action is so shocking to the world. 18 heavenly thunders, this should be the highest divine punishment in the Douluo god realm. I guess even a million-year-old soul beast can't withstand this power, right? Kyunyuchen was curious about what form Ling Yuan's martial soul evolved into, and even the heavenly punishment could not do anything to it. Her breath was very stable and there was no abnormality. In the divine realm, the 5 great gods looked a little ugly. This woman's martial soul that is about to evolve successfully can't be stopped. The strongest core of the center god's punishment, she resisted it. This means that she will be recognized by this world. The god of destruction was unwilling to accept the result, but he could only accept this result. This woman has a close relationship with the Holy Light Spirit God, and I don't think she is a vicious person. In the future ascension to the divine realm may also be a great help. The kind God spoke. Even the central core can't stop it. Do you think the 5 of us can stop it? What should I do? It's useless to worry about it. After the evil god finished speaking, he left. The Shura god sighed, said nothing, and left directly. How come he feels that his plans seem to have been seen through? But so far, except for Tang San's mother's identity, everything else went smoothly. Perhaps, I have been in the divine realm for a long time and have an illusion. How could anyone see God's plan? It's a fantasy. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated and turned into clear weather again. Click. A slight cracking sounded, and the egg hatched. The powerful aura emanated, and all the beasts, martial soul masters in the Wuhan city couldn't help but worship Ling Yuan. The Blue Lightning Belong family, the direct children couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Brush. A phoenix with dazzling light appeared in Yuan's sight. That's the colorful phoenix. No, it has no color itself, it is the color that reflects the sun's rays. Is it Yuan Feng? This refers to the most primitive phoenix, not the phoenix ancestor Yuan Feng in the prehistoric series. Ling Yuan's own aura instantly expanded, directly breaking the limit of the original 99 level and reaching a level 100. The original power of ice and fire on her body also turned into a colorless shape. 9 soul rings also appeared automatically, surrounding her body. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The colorless power began to gather and gradually formed the 10th soul ring. At the same time, the colors of the other 9 soul rings are also undergoing drastic changes. Ling Yuan's own soul power also began to change from soul power towards the direction of divine power. The 6 soul bones she absorbed were also transformed into the most suitable divine outfit under the influence of divine power. The power of rules, this formless power, is it Wuji? Wuji gives birth to Tai Chi gives birth to Lianji. No, ice and fire are the attributes of yin and yang. This should be the way of Tai Chi. Tai Chi can also be said to be a rootless and Wuji existence. Qian Yuchen's mind was a little confused. After all, he didn't understand Taoist things very well. Ling Yuan's body stood upright, and her clothes were gradually wrapped in new armor. The main body is white, with light golden phoenix patterns engraved on it, and blue on the edges are embellished. Her soul ring has also been upgraded, and the 10th soul ring has been condensed successfully. 9 reds and 1 color. My name is Ling Yuan. I use ice and fire as my insight, realize the method of yin and yang, and achieve a level 100 level divine position. From today, I am the soul. After Ling Yuan's voice fell, 2 words were added to the divine mark in the center of the divine realm, Yuan Shen. Behind these 2 words, the names of first-level gods such as the Sea God and Angel God are arranged. Leaving a name in the center of the divine realm means that the new god position is recognized. When the time comes, Ling Chuan will be able to ascend to the divine realm. Level 1 God, is the soul. When Qian Yuchen heard this name, a demonic word inexplicably rang in his mind. Source God, start. Ling Yuan felt attraction force and wanted to take herself away. Is it the God realm? She murmured, but unfortunately she doesn't want to ascend to the upper realm yet. I am the soul of the soul, whether to go or leave it, it should be a choice that suits my wishes. The seal of the soul. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yuan's breath instantly subsided, and he retreated directly from level 100 to level 99. The colorful divine ring disappeared, leaving 9 red soul rings. Ah! Qian Yuchen was a little surprised, why did she learn how to use bugs? Ling Yuan put away the soul ring and martial soul and slowly landed on the ground. The traction force disappeared and she felt relieved. Then, he headed towards Qunyu City. When he came to him, Ling Yuan smiled and said, Brother Cheng, I have successfully broken through level 100. Qian Yuchen nodded and smiled, well, I saw it, and heard it too. 100 level god, soul. But I don't want to go to the god realm now, so I just proclaimed myself to practice. Ling Yuan really doesn't want to ascend. If she wants to ascend, she will ascend together. It's okay, don't go if you don't want to go. Qian Yuchen said again, holding her right hand and patting her twice. Maybe we can score in the future. Chapter 171 Latest News, Level 100 God. God, Grandpa's words back then were true. The realm after level 99 is the God level. But how can we break the shackles of level 99? Tang Hao hid in a hidden place in the forest of Shrek Academy, muttering to himself. He naturally heard Ling Yuan's voice transmission from God. Additional sentence, when the dust heart becomes a god, the sword cultivator, martial soul, can hear his words. His grandfather Tang Chen left Haoshan sect to find a way to break through level 99. There has been no news. Haoshan sect lost this Dingai scientific needle, which led to his great mistakes, and he had no choice but to block the mountain and escape from the world. The previous 3 sects appeared in the Soul Master world, and only the 7 treasures glazed sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were left. It's a clan. The battle was still seriously injured, otherwise my cultivation would not have stopped. Tang Hao sighed, obviously yearning for the peak of strength. His talent is not bad, and it is only a matter of time before he reaches the level of his grandfather. However, at this time, my body was seriously injured and could not concentrate on my cultivation. At the same time, the Shrek 7 monsters gathered at Lu Erlong's residence. Ling Yuan, a woman of gender, a martial soul fiery spirit bull, a law enforcement elder of the Wuhun Palace. 20 years have passed, and she has actually broken through level 99 and reached the legendary level 100. Can you say that the Spirit Hall has mastered the method of breaking through level 100? Yu Xiaogong's face was very serious, which was not good news for him. God, but the legendary existence. Not something that ordinary people can compete with. Even if it is a level 99 extreme Douluo, 10 of them can't beat one god. The sudden appearance of God directly disrupted his plan. Flender, Xiaogang, can you become a god by reaching level 100? That's right, yesterday's voice was very clear, breaking through level 100 and becoming a god. Yu Xiaogang nodded and said again. The legend of the gods I know is the angel gods circulating in the martial soul hall, and the sea gods mentioned by the residents on the beach. The angel god is the first owner of the 6-winged angel martial soul, and the popes of the war spirit hall can be said to be descendants of God. The god of sea, it is rumored to be a god above the sea. I don't know the detailed deeds, but there must be information related to it. Tang San said, I don't think God will interfere in the affairs of the mainland. If God could really do this, there wouldn't be so many forces on the continent. His words made Yu Xiaogang feel as if he had a reassurance. It makes sense. God must have some limitations and cannot interfere with the operation of the mainland at will. There is a God in the martial soul palace, which can only serve as a deterrent effect. After being instructed by Tang San, Yu Xiaogang felt that his revenge plan could be carried out normally. The appearance of gods in the spirit hall will put a lot of pressure on the 2 empires. If the nobles defect to the spirit hall, it would be bad. After Tang San finished speaking, he looked at Dai Mubai. Boss Dai, on the Xingluo Empire, you can pass on the news that God cannot interfere with the operation of the mainland. Then he looked at Ning, can you pass this news through the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect to the Tiandu royal family? Dai Mubai said, I will write a letter to my father and expedite it. Ning H nodded, my father has some friendship with Prince Swexing. I will go back to the sect now and bring this news to him. Miss San, you 7 must work hard to practice. At this speed, you may be able to reach the level of Contra before the age of 30. Maybe the oldest titled Douluo in history created by Haoshan Douluo will be broken by you. Yu Xiaogang injected a little blood into the 7 of them to stimulate their desire to practice. No soul master can reject this title. The picture turned and the 7 treasures glazed sect was stationed. Ning Fengzi, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong came to a quiet place. The younger generation is so terrifying. Chen Xin sighed, Elder Ling Yuan has become a god at level 100. The appearance of a god in the martial soul palace will definitely panic the 2 empires. Other forces will probably show their kindness to the spirit hall. Gu Rong opened her mouth. It's hard to say, after all, the 2 empires have been passed down to this day, and no god has interfered in their internal affairs or other things on the mainland. At most, it just puts pressure on them and there will be no chaos. A trace of wisdom flashed in Ning Fengzi's eyes, and he didn't quite agree with Gu Rong's words. It's so difficult to break through level 100, and strength and opportunity are indispensable. Qian Daoliu, a strong man who claims to be invincible in the sky, is still at level 99. Elder Ling Yuan should have obtained a great opportunity to have the insight of breaking through the 100th level. Chen Xin said again. He broke through level 100 by himself, so he naturally knew the difficulties. I don't know if my old bone can touch the threshold of level 99. No matter whether he is godly or not, it will have little impact on us. Gurong was very open-minded. After all, he didn't even reach the threshold of reaching the god level. It took me so many years to break through to level 96. Level 99, it's still far away. Watch the changes, accumulate strength in secret, and no matter how big the changes occur, the 7 treasures glazed sect can survive it safely. Ning Fengzi's words made Chen Xin and Gurong agree. On the island of Sea God, Posexi looked towards the mainland without saying a word for a long time. God, a new god has appeared on the continent. It's still based on your own insights to break the shackles and achieve a level 100 level god. After returning to her senses, she couldn't help but say, Tang Chen, where are you? The Hall of War Spirit, in the Hall of the Pope. Ling Yuan felt a little embarrassed when she looked at the eyes of many elders and colleagues. Qian Yuchen stood up and said, You worship an elders, the matter of becoming a god is a joke. Strength, insight, and luck are indispensable. The most basic the item is to reach the limit of Soul Master's cultivation, level 99. Looking at the history of the mainland, there are only 1,000 strong people who have reached this level. Those who have become gods at a level 100 have never heard of. I think you understand now. After his words fell, these powerful Douluo people shook their heads and sighed. One level 99 alone stopped 2/3 of the people present. Not to mention later, the lifespan may reach its limit and may not be able to break through level 100. The titled Douluo elders admitted their mistakes. It's because I'm abrupt, and I'd like to ask the prosecutor to forgive me. Those who don't know are innocent. Qian Yuchen did not blame them. Everyone should step down first. I will continue to handle official duties. Elder Douluo, the titled Douluo, left one after another, leaving 7 worshippers from Qiandaoliu and the others. Yuchen, can't you break through level 100 by simply cultivating your soul power? Qiandaoliu asked for many years of doubts. This is also the answer that several other worshippers want to know. No. Qian Yuchen shook his head. A level 100 level god is already a change in the level of life, and it cannot be achieved by a simple soul power. Only such a high-level life can be called god if you can master certain rules or beliefs. I understand. Qiandaoliu knew why Tang Chen could not break through level 99. The other worshippers were thinking. Then we won't disturb you from handling official business. After saying that, Qiandaoliu left the Pope's hall with the other 6 worshippers. Brother Cheng, Ling Yuan was stopped by Qian Yuchen before she could speak. It's no big deal to become a god at a level 100. The conditions for becoming a god are too harsh. They are not the son of luck of the times. Even if they are the son of luck, they cannot become a god without opportunity. Otherwise, why are the 2 angel gods, sea gods, and legends in the continent for thousands of years? Qian Yuchen's words are not without reason. The gods in the divine world will not allow too many gods to appear. At this time, Bibi Dong was holding the Rakshasa demon sickle in her hand, and she felt a little urgency. She inherits the divine position and becomes a god is not as fast as Ling Yuan. I had to sigh, God. At the same time, a piece of news in the Soul Master realm spreads rapidly. 100 levels of God. Chapter 172 The current situation of Haoshan sect, the mystery of Tang San's life experience. The popularity of Ling Yuan becoming a god gradually subsided. After the 2 empires learned that God would not interfere with the operation of the mainland at will, the uneasiness of all parties was temporarily settled. However, they all understand one thing. The martial spirit hall is still the same martial spirit hall. Maintain the stability of the Soul Master world and the holy place of faith in the hearts of Soul Masters on all continents. If it were other forces, I would probably have wanted to implement the idea of unifying the continent. Qian Yuchen couldn't help but smile when he looked at the news sent back by secret spies from all over the world. God is the founder of rules, and these rules are customized for those who abide by rules, not for the founder. Tang San's guess is correct. God does not want to interfere in secular affairs. Because of the elephant, how can we pay attention to trivial matters between the ant colony? You should know that in the original work, Tang San never followed this rule. The Shura god and the sea god opened the back door, achieving an unprecedented 2-god god. Directly deal with the martial soul empire completely, allowing the 2 empires of Xingluo and Tiandu to check and balance each other. The new Tang sect, Haoshan sect, Jubeo Glazed Li sect and other sects continued to develop their own forces. Especially his Tang sect, with the help of the resources of the Wuhan Hall, was extremely brilliant before the collision of the Sun and Moon continent. Kyunyuchen was just waiting for the opportunity, otherwise he really thought he liked to eat beef honestly. Tang San, the rules of the world have always been the strong above the rules. What you think is just the frog in the well after all. Kyunyuchen shook his head and stopped paying attention to this information. On the Haoshan sect, I don't know that Tang Yuehua's illegitimate son Tang Pengju, Qian Pengju appeared in the previous article, is his child. The awakened martial soul of this child is the Haoshan hammer, right, and the Holy Spirit armor, left, or the innate full soul power. He is only 11 years old at the moment and is already in the 4th ring soul sect. Haoshan hammer soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. He also learned the hammering technique of the chaos cloak, the 9 essences of Haoshan and the body protection of Haoshan. Especially the 7th elder Tang Lai, treating Tang Pengju is like treating his own grandson. Even better than your own grandson. Tang Yuehua is also the 3rd generation disciple of Haoshan sect. Her child's surname is Tang, and his martial soul is Haoshan hammer, so he is naturally the 4th generation disciple of Haoshan sect. For Haoshan sect, this news undoubtedly shows the hope of the sect coming out again. Tang Xiao has not married, and his stepson Tang Long is as talented as his talent, so it is difficult to take the position of the next sect leader of Haoshan sect. Tang Hao was removed from the list and disappeared. Even if he had a child, even if he was gifted, he had to be recognized by the elders of the sect. The Haoshan sect cannot escape from the world, which is caused by Tang Hao. Tang Pengju became the candidate for the next successor of Haoshan sect. Tang Yuehua practiced the Minjiahu skills given to her by Kyunyuchen, and now he is a level 88 conqueror. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. It is only a matter of time before breaking through the realm of title selection Douluo. And Minjiahu's skills are very effective, and she still looks like she is in her 20s. XXX. Her current status in Haoshan sect is second only to her elder brother Tang Xiao. Of course, only those close to Kyunyuchen know the true life experience of the child. Qianlinger may have almost forgotten that she has such a stupid brother. As a father, Kyunyuchen must have seen his children privately to enhance the relationship between father and son. At present, this is the case with Haoshan sect. On Tang San's side, Xiaowu is often harassed by a classmate named Tailong. He directly gave the other party a lesson, but unexpectedly beat the younger one and the older one. Tyrone called his father Tylon over, and he didn't feel embarrassed. After all, it was a family tradition. Protect the calf. Unexpectedly, Taino was also defeated by Tang San's hands. After defeat, he called the old man and the patriarch of the Li clan Titan over. He beat the smaller one and called the old one. Titan is a Conra-level existence, which puts great pressure on Tang San. It's funny that he showed off his Haoshan hammer at a critical moment, which made Titan doubt his identity. After some understanding, Tang San handed the letter left by his father to Titan and confirmed his identity. Titan knelt down on one knee. Old slave Titan, see the young master. Tang San didn't expect Titan to do this, so he directly supported him. Senior Titan, you don't need to do this. Senior Titan, what do you mean is that my father is really the Haoshan Douluo, who is famous all over the world in the Haoshan sect? Yes, young master. The master is Haoshan Douluo. Hearing Titan's answer, Tang San asked in confusion, but why did he live with me in the Holy Soul village? What happened in this? Please tell me the secret. Titan looked at Tang San, tears flowing out in his eyes again. He could fully imagine how lonely and helpless Tang San had lived without a mother since he was young and his 6-year-old father left again. He couldn't help but spread his arms and put Tang San into his arms. Young master, my poor young master, you have suffered over the years. Tang San was in a state of great excitement at this time, but he was a little at a loss. The sudden information completely disturbed his thoughts. The 3 words Haoshan sect brought him too much impact. I'm sorry, young master, I can't tell you about the master's affairs back then. That's a secret that belongs to the master alone. Even I don't know exactly what's going on. You just need to know that the master is a man who stands tall and upright, and it is enough that no one can compare to him. Titan still didn't tell Tang San what happened at the beginning. After all, he didn't know what happened. Because of this, the 4 major families directly separated from the Haoshan sect and became independent. The power clan has taken root again in this Tiandu city. Tang San's eyes were a little blurred. His father had been gone for almost 8 years and there was no news. It would be impossible for him to say that he did not have a trace of resentment, but at this time, Tang San suddenly felt his father's helplessness. If he was really from the Haoshan sect and was the master of the Titan, he had been in the Holy Soul village for 6 years and worked as a blacksmith and drunkard for 6 years. How helpless and sad is this? Recalling the shrill screams of his father when he was reincarnated, Tang San seemed to have understood something. He grabbed Titan's solid arms with both hands and said, "Senior, my heart is very confused now. I need to calm down and think about it." Titan hurriedly said, "Young master, don't use the word senior to refer to each other, old slave Titan." Tang San smiled bitterly and said, "You are Tai Long's grandfather. He and I are classmates, and we are younger than him. If you don't mind, I will call you Grandpa Tai." But Titan was still hesitant. Tang San said, "Even if my father is here, I will definitely agree with my name for you. Please keep it confidential about my life experience. I need to think calmly." Unlike the original work, Ning Fengzi did not come this time. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect has purchased the latest composite crossbow provided by Qunyuchen. The sect's defense methods have been greatly improved. At the auction, it only bought Tang San's Zudge crossbow for Ning Rongrong to collect it. "Young master, let the hidden weapon you are studying to create and sell it to my power clan. I am one of the 4 great masters in the mainland. It's not difficult to build these things. The share ratio is 90% for the young master, I'll just get one." Titan is still ready to help Tang San in this regard. Tang San thought about it and took out 2 drawings from his storage soul guide. Silent Sleeve Arrows, Zudge Divine Crossbow. Then I'll bother Senior Titan. Chapter 173 The Truth? Really similar? Yu Xiaogang seemed to have guessed what Tang San and Titan were talking about, and after the two met, they called him to their office. "Teacher, do you understand?" Tang San sat on the sofa, his eyes slightly lost. "I know." Yu Xiaogang nodded, "It should be said that I knew it a long time ago." "What?" Tang San looked at him in surprise, a little incredible. After Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, he sat down next to him. "Misery, you came to Notting Academy and I will accept you as your disciple. At that time, although I can see that you are a twin martial soul, I don't know that your second martial soul is Haoshan Hammer. Your father found me later and handed this thing over to me." As he spoke, a light flashed in Yu Xiaogang's hand, and he took out a token from his soul guide. The token is carved with 6 lifelike patterns. Although the color is not eye-catching, Tang San, who had already heard him telling, knew that this was the highest badge of the Wuhun Hall. Only the elders and above in the War Spirit Hall can have it, second only to the Pope's authority. He said again, "It was only then that I recognized your father's identity. He is a well-known and my idol on the mainland. The youngest titled Douluo, Tang Hao. Your father's title is Haoshan. Dad, he is really Haoshan Douluo." Tang San knew that Yu Xiaogang would not deceive him, so he said this from him, which was very credible. "Actually, I am not familiar with your father. After handing this thing over to me, he asks me to take good care of you." As Yu Xiaogang said, he turned his eyes to the previous token. "There are 6 patterns on this token. I told you at the beginning that they represent 6 people who have made special contributions to the Spirit Hall, or who are the elders of the Spirit Hall. Do you know, this token only has 6 pieces, and the 6 patterns are actually divided into 2 parts. One part is the 3 titled Douluo belonging to the Wuhun Hall. The other part represents the 3 titled Douluo in the upper 3 sects of the 7 major sects, and these 3 titled Douluo were also awarded the identity of honorary elders by the Spirit Hall." He began to carefully introduce the origin of this token to Tang San, which represents a symbol of status. The sword is the sword Douluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed Lith sect. The ownership of the 4th token actually belongs to the 7 Treasures Glazed Lith sect. Ning Fengzi is in charge of this token. The dragon is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the 5th token is controlled by Yu Xiaogang's father Yu Yuanzhen. The hammer represents the Haoshan sect. The last token should have been under the control of the leader of the Haoshan sect, but it appeared in Tang Hao's hands. Your father reached the level of titled Douluo at the age of 44 13 years ago. Become the youngest titled Douluo in history, so I say he is my idol. Speaking of Tang Hao, a hint of admiration appeared in Yu Xiaogang's eyes. 13 years ago. Tang San was puzzled, isn't that when I was just born? Yet. Yu Xiaogang nodded, according to rumors, he defeated the Juji ghost Douluo in the Martial Soul Palace with his strength that he had just entered level 90, and he was also the representative of the chrysanthemum and ghost patterns on the token. Tang San was puzzled, why did Dad fight these two titled Douluo? Yu Xiaogang shook his head, who knows what happened? Unless the person involved says it in person, how can outsiders know the truth? But why didn't he come back to see me? Tang San murmured with a hint of bitterness. It's hard to say, your father may be by your side. Do you still remember the situation the next day after competing with Zhao Wuji in the entrance examination? Yu Xiaogang said again. I know. Tang San nodded. Teacher Zhao was bruised the next day. That's what your father vented for you. Yu Xiaogang smiled. If Boss Fu hadn't told me, I would have been kept in the dark. Only then did Tang San realize that his father Tang Hao was paying attention to him secretly. Your father may have his reasons. Maybe one day your strength meets his expectations, he will show up on his own initiative. Misery, you can't let your father down. Yu Xiaogang said earnestly that Haoshan Douluo must be very concerned about his children and that Tang San should not neglect his practice. Well, teacher, I understand. After saying that, Tang San suddenly thought of something and asked again. Teacher, 13 years ago, is there any important news in the Wuhan Hall? Yu Xiaogang nodded. Yes, the Pope Kyungsunji at that time, a 92-level titled Douluo strongman, was attacked by the 80,000-year-old poisonous bee queen, and was deeply poisoned, and eventually died of poison. It is said that the head of the Juxin Haitang family went to the Wuhan Hall in person, but he could not remove this poison, and could only last for 9 months of his life. Did the Pope die of poisoning? Tang San recalled the scene of his time traveling, and seemed to see a golden glow. He felt that there must be something to do with this. I thought that after Kyungsunji's death, the Spirit Hall would suffer a blow, but I never thought that another better successor would appear. The contemporary Pope Kyungyu city makes the Wuhan Hall very high in the hearts of the people. After Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, Tang San said in confusion. Teacher, the Wuhan Palace helps civilian soul masters awaken their martial souls for free every year, which is a good thing. And many villages have specialized doctors to treat diseases, which is much better than when I was a child. Yu Xiaogang frowned slightly and shook his head. Some things must be taken by the two empires. Do you think it is reasonable to let the people's livelihood affairs be done by the largest soul master organization in the continent? The Wuhan Palace did this, which made its originally neutral attitude change quietly. This Pope has more scheming than Chihiroji, and his motives must be impure. Misery, you have to work hard, the peace in the mainland will not last long. Speaking of this, Yu Xiaogang admired Jian Yuchen very much, quietly let the Wuhan Palace take root among the vast number of civilians. If one day the Spirit Hall waves its arms, the consequences will not be something that the two empires bear. Fortunately, the Wuhan Palace has not made any abnormal moves since the beginning of Kyungyu city's succession. But he felt that there must be impure motives in the Wuhan Palace. This kind of organization with wolf ambition is really too dangerous. Teacher, don't worry, I will practice seriously. In the elite competition a year later, our Shrek 7 monsters will definitely become famous on the mainland. Tang San stood up and said confidently. Tang San already knows his life experience, so he will definitely inquire about the situation in the Wuhan Palace. 13 years ago, Haoshan Douluo disappeared and the contemporary Pope of the Wuhan Palace died of poisoning. These two news will definitely attract his attention. Hate is the biggest motivation for making people stronger, let me help you. After Kyungyu learned that Tang San and Li clan competition, he knew that the old stubborn titan must have guessed Tang San's true identity. In order to prevent Tang San from being affected, Yu Xiaogang will tell him what he knows. This will inspire Tang San to practice harder and prove the feasibility of his theory. Finally, with the help of Tang San, we will take revenge on the Martial Soul Palace. Brother, I'm sorry, you still need your strength after so many years of death. After saying sorry in his heart, Jian Yuchen issued an order again. Tomorrow's Continental Soul Master Weekly serializes major events, titled The Truth of the Death of the Former Pope. Just write it as follows. The former Pope Kyungsunji of the Spirit Hall accidentally discovered that Tang Hao, a disciple of the 3 generations of Haoshan sect, violated the taboos of the Soul Master and entered the evil path. The Pope cherished his talents and wanted to persuade him to turn back, but he did not think that Tang Hao was stubborn. By chance, he broke through Douluo, injured the guardian, and sneaked into the Pope, causing him to be seriously injured and died. In order to protect himself, Haoshan sect drove Tang Hao out, cut off relations, and did not interact with each other. After the war, Haoshan Douluo disappeared, and Haoshan sect blocked the mountain and escaped the world. Because the Soul Palace considers the stability of the Soul Master world, it has no choice but to conceal the truth. But now the fallen Soul Master is ready to move, and the continent is in a turmoil again. The Spirit Hall here promises, if Haoshan Douluo appears, sincerely regret it, go to the Spirit Hall in person to worship the deceased Pope, and be willing to jointly maintain peace on the mainland, and not investigate any past conflicts. Make it up, don't queue. This is true or false, and only the person involved knows the specific story. As for the opinions of everyone after the spread, it is not clear. After he finished speaking, the Pope Palace was quiet for 3 seconds. Hidden subordinate, is this too exciting? The explosion news that caused a sensation in the mainland. A voice came from the darkness, yes, follow the orders of Lord Pope. Tang San, the truth of the matter is about to be revealed. Your opponent is not only the Wuhun Palace, but also the Haoshan sect that your father is thinking about. You have no way out, and working hard to become stronger is the only choice. This is what the god I send you over here and I want to see. Qian Yuchen smiled at the corner of his mouth and stood up and left the Pope's hall. Chapter 174, Burning, Tang San's Flame of Revenge. The Continental Soul Master Weekly, due to the news of the death of former Pope Kyungsunji, the first 100,000 copies were stolen and snatched away. The big melon that shocked the Soul Master world is so exciting. It's even more exciting than listening to music in the Red Mansion and playing with Jade in the Warm Pavilion. So the former Pope was not accidentally poisoned and died. That's right, they are all powerful people with titled Douluo. How could they be stumped by the little poison? The Martial Soul Palace is really a righteous person. For the sake of the stability of the Soul Master world, there is no trouble for Haoshan sect. I'm going to join the first sect of the 3 sects. I think they are timid. They actually drove Haoshan Douluo out of the sect and cut off relations. Is this something that people can do? Tisk 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 tisk, why do I feel that these sects are not as tall and majestic as I imagined? Zhangjiao Battle Soul Hammer, the magnificent Haoshan sect? I think it is the cartilage Haoshan Hammer, the timid Haoshan sect, right? The discussions among the people were very fierce and they were all expressing their own opinions. People who sit down will talk a few words in the streets, alleys, tea houses, and restaurants. When you meet a stranger, the first sentence is, "Brother, sister, have you read the new issue of Soul Master Weekly?" At Shrek Academy, this news has also spread among the students. After learning what the classmates were discussing, Tang San immediately found Yu Xiaogang. When he hurried into his office, he saw Yu Xiaogang frowning, and the latest issue of the Continental Soul Master Weekly was placed on his desk. Teacher, the news outside. Before Tang San finished speaking, Yu Xiaogang pointed to the weekly magazine and signaled him to take a look first. Tang San picked it up and read it quickly, and his soul power instantly broke out and exploded. "Miss, calm down." Yu Xiaogang scolded him, bringing him back to normal. "Teacher," Tang San's voice became a little hoarse. "I didn't expect that the truth of the matter was like this. My father committed a taboo for soul masters, resisted the questioning of the Spirit Hall, and even killed the Pope at that time. The father's most solid backing, Haoshan sect, was directly out of the matter and cleared his relationship with him. Seal up the mountains, hide from the world. What a person blocked the mountains and escaped from the world. Haoshan sect, what a Haoshan sect. Misery, former Pope Chihiroji, you may not know him. According to my father, this person has the shadow of a wolf, and he is not a kind-hearted person. I have seen him from afar, and those vicious eyes should not be what the Pope should have." Yu Xiaogang said again that there must be something wrong with the news in the newspapers. He remembered the humiliation that Kyungsunji had given him clearly. The waste, the abandoned child and the contemptuous look. Even if he has been beaten to death by his idol, this hatred cannot be dissipated. His heart is very small, except for Lu Erlong, there is only this flame of revenge. Teacher, are you saying that my father had a conflict with the Wuhun Palace because of something? The Pope's attitude was too strong at that time, so my father had no choice but to take action. Tang San realized something was wrong and expressed his doubts. I guess, I must have a lot to do with your mother. A husband will definitely do whatever he wants for his wife and children. Yu Xiaogang expressed his guess. Mom Tang San suddenly felt that these 4 words were strange. In his previous life, he was an orphan and was adopted by his grandfather who was guarding the outer library of the Tang sect. The word home is really unfamiliar to him. What's more, the Tang sect is a killer organization and has no human touch. Even if he is talented, his identity restrictions make him unable to enter the inner sect to practice throughout his life. After his grandfather died, he chose to take the risk without any concerns and steal the highest collection of inner sects, Xiantian Bailu. After he achieved great success in his cultivation and created a Buddha-angry Tang lotus, the matter was exposed and he was chased by the 7 elders. Finally, I jumped out of Guijianzhou and came to this world. Unfortunately, since I can remember, his father was a decadent blacksmith and he just couldn't get hungry. Fortunately, the village chief Jack took good care of himself and his childhood was quite complete. But even if my father made a mistake because of his mother, how could Haoshan sect be so ruthless? At such a critical moment, I will cut off my ties with him and block the mountains and hide from the world. Are they really so ruthless? This is Tang San's second doubt. The Haoshan sect's approach is too unkind. No matter what, Tang Hao is isolated and helpless, and Haoshan sect cannot escape from the relationship. Miss San, the relationship between sects is also very complicated. There must be a visit to the Haoshan sect in the Wuhun Palace. The elders of Haoshan sect will come up with this bad strategy in order to protect their foundation. Yu Xiaogang sighed, the personal interests of the sect are not as great as those of the sect. He is also the son of the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Because of his vicious mutation in his martial soul, he was directly expelled from the family. The Haoshan sect does not have a powerful titled Douluo, which shocks the spirit hall. Anyway, I don't even have the qualifications for this negotiation, right? Tang San felt that as the number 1 sect at that time, the titled Douluo level powerhouse should be more than 3. Yu Xiaogang shook his head. Pope Kyungsunji's previous pope and also served as the elder of the Martial Soul Hall Judgment. His father Qiandaoliu is an existence that makes the entire Soul Master world look up to. The invincible posture, even the ordinary titled Douluo, is not his opponent. It is rumored that the previous 7-killing Sword Master was at the level of 98. He went to the Martial Soul Palace to challenge him. He lost without 100 moves. Teacher, are you talking about this strong man who went to Haoshan sect? Tang San felt that this was a more reasonable explanation. Such a powerful existence, even if there is more than one of the ordinary titled Douluo of Haoshan sect, he is not an opponent. Martial Soul Palace. Tang San's face became fierce, his eyes were full of murderous aura. Yu Xiaogang looked at him and suddenly felt like he had changed. A man in his 30s with a strong murderous intent. Tang San swore in his heart that he must ask for an explanation from the Wuhun Palace. He may not be able to do it now. After 10 or 20 years, when he enters the realm of titled Douluo, he must go to the Wuhun Hall. Another one is the Haoshan sect, and there is no resistance at all. It really makes it difficult for him to believe that this is the attitude of the world's number 1 sect. Let's not talk about recognizing one's ancestors and returning to one's ancestors. It is necessary to seek justice for your father. The flame of revenge was ignited in Tang San's heart, and he had a clearer goal. Yuexuan, Tang Yuehua looked at the news and couldn't help laughing. You are so bad. My nephew must hate you in the spirit hall. Haoshan sect, he must have resentment in his heart. She looked at Qianyuchen sitting opposite her beautiful eyes and said. Hate is the driving force that makes people become stronger quickly. Your nephew is very talented. If you don't force him, he really doesn't know where his limit is. Qianyuchen smiled and looked at Qian, Tang, Pengzhu on the other side. So what if you have a strong talent? The heir to the sect leader who is recognized by Haoshan sect now is my son. Tang Yuehua looked at Qian Pengzhu and showed a look of pride. Then he sighed, my second brother, I really don't know what kind of ecstasy that woman gave him, and dared to attack the Pope. Who can know what will happen next moment in the world? No one knows whether it was a coincidence or an arrangement. After Qianyuchen finished speaking, he got up and came to his son. In a blink of an eye, you have grown up too. It's a little darker, but it's much stronger. The boy is still a little masculine. Qian Pengzhu is still very close to Qianyuchen. Although the time of reunion is short, he still fulfills his father's responsibilities. He showed a hint of confidence and said, Father, I will practice hard and become the successor of Haoshan sect. Qianyuchen smiled and patted his shoulder, I believe in you. The warmth of the father and son was interrupted in less than a minute. Okay, don't stand there, you two are ready to have a meal. Tang Yuehua pretended to be angry, and Qian Yuchen and Qian Pengju immediately sat down. The father and son looked like a good baby. Tang Yuehua couldn't help laughing. You guys, two live treasures. Chapter 175, Come to Kenshui City again. After Qian Yuchen left Yuexuan, he did not return to the Wuhan Hall, but went to Kenshui City. The two children Ian, Chengfeng, and Xian Jiayun are basically staying in the manor, and there is also the mutated ice bear mother and son. He walked on the streets of Kenshui City, and the people and soul masters here were also talking about the stories of Haoshan Douluo and the Wu Soul Hall. The news spread so quickly, it depends on how Haoshan Douluo and Haoshan sect will deal with it. Before leaving Yuexuan, Qian Yuchen urged his son to bring the newspaper back to Haoshan sect and hand it over to the elders of Haoshan sect. However, he felt that he might not pay attention to this matter to both parties. After all, they are not active in the Soul Master world, so the changes in the outside world have little to do with them. As long as the strength is there, someone will stand up and speak for them. Before leaving, Dugu Bo sent him a message through a special method. Tang Hao went to the ice and fire yin ice he arranged and placed a seed in the center. Then I stayed there and never left. This means that Tang Hao was suspicious and wanted to resurrect Amon as soon as possible. The starting point of the teleportation array is in the Spirit Hall. It's still inconvenient for me to come from Yuexuan. If you add one in Yuexuan, it will feel like it will be the Shura field. Qian Yuchen soon arrived at the familiar manor gate, and when he walked to the front of the gate, it automatically opened. Tisk, Yin's strength has grown very fast. With the praising, he walked straight in. After coming to the hall, I saw Yin looking at him with a smile. Moreover, she was holding a little girl with blue hair in her arms. Her age is about 2 years old. Qian Chengfeng and Qian Xian Jiayun sat opposite her, looking at the little girl with a smile. Dad! The little girl broke free from Ian's arms and ran towards Qian Yuchen. Qian Yuchen leaned over, opened his arms, and looked at the little girl who was rushing towards him with a smile. The little girl rushed into his arms and was picked up. Little firefly! Muah! He smiled and kissed the little girl on the face, but the other party had a disgusting expression on his face. Dad, beard, thorn. Yin shook his head and said, Xiao Ying'er, don't tease your father anymore. The little girl is named Qian Luiying, and she is the third child in Qian Yuchen. Qian Luiying said angrily, Mom, I'm having fun with my dad. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, I really don't know who I look like. After saying that, he walked to the sofa and sat down. Qian Luiying stayed in his arms obediently, rubbed it twice, and then fell asleep. Yin. This child has to coax him for a long time to sleep peacefully. Fortunately, she was very patient and had reached level 99, and sleeping only made her brain relax briefly. But in less than 3 minutes after Qian Yuchen arrived here, his daughter fell asleep quickly in her father's arms. Outrageous! Qian Chengfeng and Qian Xian Jiayun also showed a hint of surprise. This sister was very energetic before going to bed at night and suddenly fell asleep. It was really novel. Qian Yuchen naturally noticed the abnormality and said softly. Is Xiao Ying'er good at sleeping every night? Yin nodded and shook his head again. Qian Yuchen looked at the daughter in his arms, picked her up gently, and got up and headed upstairs. After putting Qian Luiying in the room and sleeping peacefully, he quickly got out. Yin then said, Little Ying'er is very energetic at night and has been coaxing her for a long time before falling asleep. However, I'm very curious, why did she fall asleep in her arms as soon as you came? Qian Yuchen smiled out of the corner of his mouth and said, Old father's sense of security. Yin's eyes showed confusion. What does this mean? Qian Yuchen sat beside her and continued, I will come to accompany her later. If there is any problem with the child, I will tell you in time. I am her father. Yet. Yin nodded with a smile. His eyes looked at Qian Chengfeng and Qian Xian Jiayun and asked, You brothers, can you fight the Soul Saint now? Qian Chengfeng nodded, Teacher, I killed a small team of fallen soul masters 5 days ago, and their leader is the Soul Saint. Ao Han's 6 arts and Shuiyan knife, the giant sword energy sent them away directly. Qian Xian Jiayun also spoke, Teacher, I am about the same as my junior brother, on a coast in the south. While discovering these hateful guys, they killed them all, and the leader is also the Soul Saint. The peace of the mainland is about to end. It is not a good thing that these fallen soul masters appear frequently. You can easily kill the Soul Saint, so you must not neglect your practice. Qian Yuchen said with a serious expression. The two of them said in unison, I understand, teacher. At this time, an uninvited guest broke in and made a coquettish voice. Ayo! When Qian Yuchen saw that it turned out to be the ice bear cub. Looking at his round appearance, he smiled and said, Little guy, you have grown up so old. Ayo! The little guy also knew Qian Yuchen and ran towards him excitedly. When he came to him, he lay on the ground and exposed his soft belly. Qian Yuchen reached out to touch its belly twice. Wow, you have learned to please people. After he took his hand back, the ice bear cub turned over and stood up, rubbing against his legs. Yin smiled and said, It doesn't run around, it just likes to come over and play with Xiao Ying'er. Qian Yuchen pointed to the blanket at the corner of the stairs and asked, The blanket in that corner is not just for it, right? Yin said again, Well, when he is tired of playing, he likes to lie there, or wait for Xiao Ying'er to come down from the upper floor. That's it. Qian Yuchen said again, What's the situation with the mother bear? Didn't you tell me to feed them with 10,000 years of ice marrow? Now the female bear is already a soul beast of 20,000 years. I wander around the forest every day and work as a bodyguard for the manor. Yin is quite clear about the situation of the mother bear. Qian Yuchen thought this situation was pretty good, and Bing Xiang and his son were destined to be with him. Yin glanced at Qian Chengfeng and Qian Xianjiun, and they stood up. Teacher, we're going to practice the exercises. After the two left, Yin looked at Qian Yuchen again. Aiken, Union, what explanation are you going to give her? Every time she comes here and sees Xiao Ying'er, her face is filled with resentment. Qian Yuchen didn't expect that. Is there any other thing? I've neglected this. After all, Union himself said that he didn't want to be distracted before participating in the elite competition at Tian Shui Academy. Yin sighed slightly, Is Union the first to follow you? Although she has been separated for many years, her heart has always been on you. You really believe what she said? Qian Yuchen immediately understood what she said, I will talk to her in person. He knew Shui Yunyan's temperament, but it might be normal to see Yin taking the lead later on her, and he felt a little resentful. There is a saying that goes, I came first, why are you? Qian Yuchen and Yin both concealed one thing. The birth of Qian Luiying belongs to the level in the assessment of Yin's God. Birth of New Life. Chapter 176 Qunyu City is in a state of happiness, Shui Yunluo is in trouble. Little bear, you are here. Yin hugged Xiao Ying'er and got down from the building. She saw the ice bear cub with sharp eyes. Ayo! The ice bear cub responded with a scream. Its appearance is similar to a giant panda and it attracts the attention of children. Mom, play. Xiao Ying'er looked at Yin and said. Okay. After Yin went downstairs, he put her on the bear cub's back. Hee hee. Xiao Ying'er sat steadily on it and smiled happily. The cub of the Ice Bear King got up slightly and took her to Qunyu City. Dad! Xiao Ying'er shouted sweetly. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, Do you want to hug him? There is plenty of food in the forests and rivers of the manor. Seeing your face of resolving, Shui Bing'er knew that something was going on. De Ying'er, Aunt brought him a new toy. My dad is so bad. Unlucky. 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 Muah. Auntie is the worst. Bai Scorpion also reacted, grabbed Suyusha and Qian Yuchen's hands, and retreated slowly towards the direction he came. Shui Binger's voice came from the kitchen, Come on chicken soup. Luo is a peaceful person, and the heart of the frozen forest is very safe. Shui Binger shook her head, and she is still taking the students. Once you go deeper, you will not cry but it's too late. The 41st level Super Douluo is also a behind-the-scenes existence in the entire Soul Master world. Ayo! The ice bear cub nodded and turned toward his territory. Then his eyes lit up, Young Master is here. Even if it is fantastic, you want to try it. Su Yuanchang swallowed a little and praised, Young Master's craftsmanship is getting more and more powerful. Biscorpion smoke? De Ying'er smelled the scent of the food and stared at the kitchen with her little eyes. I took the student out for the first time. Although I was ready, I stopped my adventurous personality after leaving my own sister. Then, I walked out with the fragrant chicken soup, and the fragrance instantly filled the small hall. I also forgot to pick up vegetables for De Ying'er. The child is young and has a bad appetite. Suyusha smiled and said, Union is here, where is Luo? Are you here with him? Auntie, it's a touch, face. Then a faint momentum came, making Bai Scorpion feel that something small is wonderful. There is only one reason, and there is the territory of a certain soul beast outside. Well, here we come. Shui Yun nodded. Qian Yuchen went into the kitchen, and the Bingxiang bastard wanted to go there, but when he thought of someone on his back, he gave up this idea. It smells bad. After smoking the child, Suyu, who was holding the child, said in confusion, Sister Suyu, Micha. Afterwards, you also walked out of the small hall. Qian Yuchen reminded him in a friendly manner, Teacher Aluo, you are now on the edge of the extreme north. Snort. No problem, it's lively with many people. Su Yaluo still has no confidence in his strength. After all, he is a titled Douluo, and there are not many soul beasts that can threaten you. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrogant male voice came over. When it heard the instructions, it slowly walked out of the hall. Shui Yun looked at U2 and shook her head. Teacher Aluo, you should continue to retreat. You just teased for a few more times and picked up the child. Biscorpion. A soul beast that can speak is at least 100,000 years old. Little bear, outside, play. The 8 Bingsuyu are in the low year, so it is still very difficult for the teacher to take them away. Shui Yun looked at the ice bear cub and said, it's time for him to eat, and he should go back. After dinner, he will come and have fun. About half an hour later, Xiao Yinger's resistance voice came. Looking at the Biscorpion lotus who stopped at all, Su Yusha reminded. Shui Yun did not give it food for humans, and let it hunt itself to ensure that its wildness would evolve. Xiao Yinger shook her head, I want to play with Xiao Xiang, and I will hug you later. Shui Yun was also very depressed when she looked at the child. De Yinger looked at the dishes on the table, and looked at me with stars all over her eyes. Shui Yun said angrily, eat, eat, just think about eating. There is no one in the kitchen, and it's his hunger. I'll go cook, you can play with Xiao Yinger for a while. After all, Bai Scorpion Yan said it after class, it is very safe to connect to the extreme north in the deep frozen forest. Shui Binger signaled you to rest assured and said, let's have dinner first. You are in trouble and you are going to the extreme north. You should go too far to follow me with your students. A Yin also stood up and slowly followed the young couple. You took the students to the frozen forest and hunted the soul beast. Su Yaluo's side is just too bad. So little bad food. Before, Shui Binger brought out all her worst meals. Overall, it was a happy and laughing. You are too vague about the personality of the vice president. The president is there, and someone can stop your temporary thoughts. Human man, are you Bing A Yin clan so sensible in his eyes? After saying that, a trace of saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. You assign him to find a slow ice bird that is about 4,000 years old, so that he can make a big splash under the Soul Master competition. In order to find high-quality soul rings for the sisters Shui Yu and Qian Yuchen, you decided to look for soul beasts deep in the frozen forest. It is to worry about food scarcity. Hey! Bai Xian realized that something was right, so he moved his nose and sniffed it. Boom! 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 Bai Xian walked back into the small hall with De Yinger in her arms and sat up under the sofa. Oh, De Yinger is the most disgusting. Let you touch your big face again. Binger, your brother-in-law said that the matching degree of martial soul and soul ring is low, which will further weaken the strength of the soul master. That made the Shui Yuer sisters lose a trace of firmness. Qian Yuchen looked at the time, then stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Young master, this you stopped talking, and you felt that it was bad. The voice of the Biscorpion smoke came, revealing a bit of a sense of sensation. It is really necessary to take risks deep into the ice forest. It was because he was worried about what the Biscorpion would appear, Su Yusha's eating speed was a little slower. He should have told you that he wanted to rely on his titled Douluo's cultivation to go deep into the heart of the frozen forest, right? Greedy cat! Bai Scorpion suppressed his smile and wiped the saliva from the corner of your mouth. Bai Xian thought about it and found that her sister's personality was really impossible to do that kind of thing. De Yinger kissed Su Yuan directly under the face, showing what a baby-style face change is. Well, remember to cook a few more dishes, and the Union sisters may come back for dinner. Your 7th soul ring is enough to choose an ice attribute soul beast that is about 7 to 4,000 years old. You still missed your composure and saw the age of the 8 soul beasts. It's possible. Su Yaluo's tone was full of surprise. How could Bing Ian appear in the frozen forest? The distant environment is so quiet. 80,000 years, 70,000 years, 70,000 years. Hearing this, the cub of Ice Bear carried her away from Kunyuchan and began to wander around the hall. Kunyuchan pulled Su Yusha's clothes and said in a heavy voice, "Sister, you can just follow Teacher Aluo's arrangement." A huge vibration came from the ground, and 8 huge figures blocked your path. 8 people continued to retreat, and after 10 minutes of retreating, they felt that something was right. Su Yusha ordered, nodding, sighing in his heart, "I hope it will be bad if it appears." Chapter 177 The Glory Falling from the Sky, Goodbye to the Snow Emperor. The sisters Shui Binger and Shui Yuer have already made up their minds. When you come to hunt soul beasts in the future, you must ask the dean to take them. Teacher Aluo is really unreliable. The woman's voice ended, and the 3 ice biscorpions took a step back. Then, a petite woman wearing a green dress appeared. The pretty face reveals a cold and charming white face, with 4 green magic patterns on both sides, and a long dark green hair is scattered behind her. But the skin is as white as ice and snow, with a transparent texture, and a faint green light flowing. This made Shui Yunluo feel a strong sense of oppression. Even the angry Shui Yunyan did not give her this feeling. The person who came was the Ice Emperor, who was bored and wandering around. "Who are you?" Shui Yunluo burst out with her own momentum and questioned the Ice Emperor. "Human woman, I have to say that your courage is the biggest I have ever seen. For your courage, I will tell Menji to pry it. I am the Ice Emperor, one of the 3 kings in the north." After saying that, the Ice Emperor yawned and waved his hand. "Okay, I'm done, it's time to send you on your way. I really don't know who gave you the courage to come to the extreme north to hunt soul beasts." Boom! A powerful extreme ice force attacked the 3 of them. The 3rd soul skill, Juihan Defense. A barrier formed by the ultimate ice wrapped Shui Yunluo and the other 2. With the help of the power of the Ice Emperor, he retreated 800 meters in an instant. Shui Yunluo, who had lifted the barrier, retreated quickly with her sisters. 36 strategies, leaving is the best strategy. My brother-in-law is sincere and will not deceive me. The Ice Emperor looked at the empty scene in front of him, his little face turned red with anger. He was actually fooled by a human woman. Warning! Warning! Then he couldn't help laughing. "It's interesting, but no one can escape from my Ice Emperor." Swish! His figure flashed and he chased towards Shui Yunluo's retreat. After Shui Yunluo's martial soul evolved into the extreme ice Green Luan, the power of the extreme ice is immune. Only by taking advantage of the situation can we get out of danger. When she felt relieved, she found that the Ice Emperor was chasing him. "Are you sick? Why did you chase me? Isn't it a stingy person?" After posting the complaint, continue to speed up the retreat. Unfortunately, with 2 students, I still have to consider them. Once they really ran away at full speed, the 2 sisters Shui Binger could not stop the biting cold wind. When the ice forest was only 20 meters away, the Ice Emperor stopped her. "You are quite capable of running. If you really let you run away, my Ice Emperor's wisdom will really ruin you." The Bing Emperor looked at Shui Yunluo with a bad look on his face and spoke. Shui Yunluo didn't reply, but actually thought to herself, "I won't run away, fight with you? Are you stupid or am I stupid?" Shui Yuer asked tentatively, "Teacher, what should I do now? How could I know?" Shui Yunluo shook her head, but was still ready to fight. "I will hold her back later, and you sisters will rush into the frozen forest with all your strength. Don't look back." It was the teacher who was willful, so you could encounter this situation. Shui Binger, Teacher Aluo. You just do what I said, let you see my true strength, and let me see the teacher. After saying that, Shui Yunluo let go of the 2 sisters' hands and slowly walked towards the Ice Emperor. As the distance slowly approaches, Shui Yunluo's momentum is also increasing. Extremely Ice Green Luan, possessed. The moment the martial soul was possessed, her soul ring was also displayed. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, red. After feeling her strength, the Ice Emperor frowned slightly. The Jibing Qingluan is a powerful ice soul beast race that has already perished. Some of the humans have awakened this kind of martial soul. The power of extreme ice does not have a great effect on this human being. The 2 sisters Shui Binger showed shocked eyes. "Teacher Aluo, have two 100,000-year soul rings. It turns out that this seemingly unreliable vice president is still a titled Douluo powerful man with two soul rings of 100,000 years. Shui Yunluo's powerful soul power burst out, and his wings were spreading behind him. Ice feathers in the sky. Whoosh! Call out! Call out! In an instant, countless ice feathers were excited towards the Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor was not afraid of her move, and a phantom of Ice Emperor crab came out to wrap her up to form a protective cover. As the two sides were about to collide, a light falling from the sky dispelled their attacks. Luckily, it came in time, otherwise it would be a big misunderstanding. Hearing this familiar voice, Bingdi and Shui Yunluo both stopped. It's you, brother-in-law. The light dissipated, and Qin Yuchen's figure appeared in the air. Ice Emperor, it's been a long time since I saw you. After greeting her, he looked at Shui Yunluo. Fortunately, I asked your sister about where you are, you. When Shui Yunluo heard this, she pouted, like a primary school student who made a mistake but refused to admit it. Brother-in-law, I was wrong, she said reluctantly. The martial soul and soul ring were also put away. Shui Binger and Shui Yu are very curious. This elder brother who looks handsome and has very attractive eyes is the dean's lover? As soon as he opened his mouth, the vice president seemed to have changed his own person and became a good baby. When he came to her, Qin Yuchen said again, on the way back, 28,000-year-old extremely cold birds are on the northwest direction. After helping students hunt the soul ring, return to the academy immediately. Your sister is still waiting for you. I understand, brother-in-law. Shui Yunluo answered hurriedly, looking like a good baby. He took the Shui Binger sisters and left directly. The two sisters Shui Binger were taken away without reacting. The two of them looked at each other and thought to each other, we must ask teacher Aluo later, who is this handsome big brother? After they left, the Bingdi spoke, what are you doing here? In between words, there seemed to be some hostility towards him. Although Jian Yuchen was puzzled, he did not take it to heart and said, let's see how your cultivation progress is. By the way, I'm going to help you answer the questions. Then you came here so coincidentally. The three of us discussed going to Swady's castle. Big stupid bear and stupid guy, you should be here soon. After saying that, Ice Emperor got up and left. Jian Yuchen's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. The Shui Emperor, who was practicing, felt that the person had come, so he stopped practicing. When she came out and saw that Qin Yuchen was coming, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes and he said, young Master Qian, you are here. Looking at the familiar cold expression of Emperor Shui, Jian Yuchen smiled and said, how much has the inheritance of the ice god been completed now? This time I came to the extreme north to see your cultivation situation and answer the questions you encountered. Hearing him explaining his purpose, Swady nodded and invited him into the castle. On the other side, I thought I was in a happy mood when I was throwing away Qinyu City. Humph, humans, if you dare to hit me, Digzyu, please see how I deal with you. I have to hurry up and tell her this news. She didn't know yet that Qinyu City had already used teleportation and had already arrived at the Snow Emperor's castle. The two have started to communicate now. Serious communication. Pure. Chapter 178 The Key to the Snow Emperor Becoming a God. After the Ice Emperor came to Swady's castle happily, he found Qinyu City and felt that the sky had collapsed. No, why did this human arrive earlier than me? He also talked and laughed with his heavy snow. Human, when did you come here? Ice Emperor put his hands on his hips and said angrily. Jian Yuchen looked at her and smiled, it's not long, only half an hour. Humph, I almost forgot, what kind of displacement ability do you still have? The Ice Emperor hurried forward, sat next to the Snow Emperor, and looked at him with a bad face. Ice Emperor, they are guests, and they have given us so much help. Don't be rude. Emperor Shui naturally knew the Ice Emperor's temper, but Qinyu City was an important guest for the extreme north. The three heavenly kings of the north, including her, have all received guidance from Qin Yuchen. Oh. The Ice Emperor reluctantly said, I'm sorry. Jian Yuchen, who knew her temperament, smiled and said, it's nothing, Ice Emperor is also showing his integrity. After a while, the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear King both turned into human form and walked in. The Titan Snow Demon King looks like a middle-aged muscular man about 35 years old. The Ice Bear King seems more immature, probably a boy about 12 years old. Snow Emperor. Ice Emperor. Thousand Young Master. The Titan Snow Demon King was the first to greet them. Mom. Ice Emperor. Qian Gongzi. King of Ice Bear was a little shy, as if he was not adapted to his human form. When the Ice Emperor saw the Ice Bear King so cute, he immediately said, "Ziobai, come and sit down." The Snow Emperor looked at the Titan Snow Demon King and said, "Atai, sit down." After the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear King sat down, Yuan quickly looked at the situation of the three heavenly kings in the north. Your bloodline has been improved, and it is normal for your cultivation to slow down. In another 2 years, if the power of the girl's veins is consolidated, it will be 1,000 miles a day. With the 10,000 years of ice marrow assistance, it's only a matter of time before breaking through 1 million years. Yuan accurately saw the problems of the three heavenly kings. Compared with the previous vein and insufficient qi and blood, it is now in a very perfect state. Titan Snow Demon King said, "It's this feeling. The progress of cultivation has slowed down, but the body feels more energetic." The Ice Emperor also nodded and said, "The hidden wounds left by the heavenly tribulation have indeed disappeared, and the darkness on my shell has disappeared. This is a point that made her very troubled before. If she recovers naturally, it will take too long." Emperor Shui also felt that the three overlords were in much better condition than before. But where did the 10,000-year-old ice marrow come from? The Ice Bear King expressed his doubts. "This is what Tianmeng Binjian told me. He can advance to 1 million years, so of course you three are not a problem." Qian Yu had never kept it a secret, and said with a smile. "Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, how is he doing now?" asked Emperor Shui. "He is very moist now, and he still has 10,000 years of ice marrow to eat every day." When talking about Tianmeng, Yuan couldn't help laughing now. His life is very comfortable now, and it can be said that it is the peak of the beast life. The Ice Emperor curled his lips. "Humph, it's simply a shame to our soul beast. The overlord of the deep sea is million years away, probably in these 2 years. Snow Emperor, when will your god position be formed?" Yuan looked at Emperor Shui. If she became a god, her power would have at least 4 first-level gods. There are still a few preparations for becoming a god, and it will take time for the time being. The combat power of the God King level must be resisted by himself and the Silver Dragon King. Emperor Shui just shook his head, as if there was still a hidden secret. "It's just one last step away, but I just have no clue." The Ice God art combined with the Ice God inheritance is theoretically enough for 10 years. Basically there is no bottleneck, but now it is a critical step. Yuan did not ask questions and decided to ask her privately. The Ice Emperor asked a question at this time. "My bloodline is already the king of the ice by Scorpion, why can it evolve again? Any creature has the potential for evolution, and under special conditions, it will undergo a qualitative change." Yuan said, "The Bingbai King Crab is a very strong existence, but it is not comparable to the god-level bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Maybe after you, the blood of the god-level beast martial souls will appear in the Bingbai Scorpion clan." "What?" The Ice Emperor stood up excitedly and looked at him incredibly. The ancestor dragon god of the soul beast and the dragon son under his command are all enough to fight against god-level existences. One dragon god is enough to fight against the strongest existence in the god realm. As soon as Yuan said this, he basically revealed the secret of the past. "You know, the original controller of the god realm was the dragon god." Emperor Shui seized a key point and said in surprise, "Is it necessary to say that the fall of the ice god is related to the replacement of the controller in the divine realm? This kind of thing is not good for you. Let's talk to you when you reach the god level." Yuan shook his head and did not continue to talk more. His eyes fell on the three kings. "You three can practice for 100,000 years, or even higher. Your luck and talent are the top existences among soul beasts. I will come back in 2 years. After helping you improve your strength, let you see the other 2 soul beasts. In the future, you are also the most solid partner of Snow Emperor, so you can't drag her down. Once the divine realm is captured, there will definitely be debate on ownership. There are many strong men under the Silver Dragon King and the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. In contrast, the far north is much weaker. In addition to the Tianmen Ice Silkworm, there are only 4 demigod-level powerful people. Even if he can get the right to speak, he may not be able to defend the favorable treatment of the far north. There is no dispute in the divine realm? It's a long way to go, but in short, he really hopes that the 3 soul beasts will not slack you. The Titan Snow Demon King promised, I will practice hard and will not drag the Snow Emperor down. The Ice Emperor also held his small fist and looked at him with provocative eyes, human, look good. I will definitely be the fastest way to break through 1,000,000 years in 2 years. The Ice Bear King also showed a firm look on his tender face, I will practice seriously and will not drag my mother down. Emperor Shui knew in his heart what Qinyu City thought, which might involve future territorial disputes. Your practice is basically done step by step, and this talk ends here. You 3 will go back first, and I have something to talk about with Mr. Qian. Emperor Shui issued an order to expel guests. Emperor Bing originally wanted to say something, but was stopped by the other party's eyes. The Ice Emperor who knew about Snow Emperor stood up first and prepared to leave. However, before leaving, he glared at Qian Yuchen. Titan Snow Demon King and Ice Bear King Xiaobai also stood up and left. The Snow Emperor used the ice and snow barrier to isolate the sounds in the room. Qian Yuchen looked at his eagerness to speak but stopped and said, Emperor Shui, just say whatever you want. Sweaty gritted his teeth and said it. I become a god and need some opposite attributes to help me stabilize the erosion of the ice attribute on my brain. The ice god became a god when he first relied on the yang energy of his lover. Qian Yuchen widened his eyes, but he didn't expect that was the reason. This matter is not difficult. It seems simple, it doesn't seem simple either. After watching the game, it was so heartbreaking. Only after stabilizing your emotions was completed, thank you for your support. Chapter 179 The Snow Emperor becomes a god. You mean this is the shortfall in the last level? Qian Yuchen looked at the Snow Emperor and understood that she was a prompt for the opposite attributes and the ice god, and there was a misunderstanding. Well, but I can't find the opposite attribute. The only help that Sweaty has known is that. This matter is easy to deal with. After Qian Yuchen said that, he stretched out his right hand and condensed a light ball with a diameter of about 6 centimeters. He introduced, this is the Yang Fire Soul Power Pill. You can find a thread to string it up and just wear it when you break through. Sweaty's expression returned to his previous cold appearance and took the bead. Thanks. You're welcome. Now this problem is solved. How long will it take for you to take the last step? Qian Yuchen asked. If the time is short, he could stay and help. 3 days, only 3 days. Xuenu said again, 90% of my body is already divine power, and this is just this step away. I'll protect you from the magic. Ice Emperor and the others may not have left yet, I'll talk. Qian Yuchen still decided to leave it behind and see if there is something wrong with the divine world, it will be broken. Yet. Emperor Shui nodded and dispelled the barrier. Qian Yuchen stood up and came outside, and saw the Ice Emperor paced back and forth outside with an impatient look on his face. As for the other 2, they leaned against the wall and waited quietly for something. Qian Yuchen looked at the 3 of them and said in a serious tone, the Snow Emperor is about to break through, let's help her protect the Dharma. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor hurriedly asked, is it dangerous? How long will it take? 3 days. 3 days. The 3 overlords looked at each other, a little surprised. Qian Yuchen said again, I will stay here in the past 3 days. Although she inherits the throne, she still cannot be careless. The Ice Emperor promised, don't worry, the 3 of us will not let a fly fly by. Ice Bear King. There are no flies in our extreme north. I'll send a letter to my family first so that they won't worry. After saying that, Qian Yuchen said a few words to the air, which made the Ice Emperor confused. What kind of new transmission method is this? It's quite unique. Immediately, Emperor Shui's words came from the castle. Bing bing, Atai, Xiaobai, I am ready to break through now. You 3 will help Jian Gongzi and protect the castle. When an emergency occurs, the decision of Jian Gongzi shall prevail. Do you understand? In this kind of thing, the 3 polar overlords spoke in unison. Clear. Then a separate voice transmission entered Qian Yuchen's ears, then please ask Mr. Qian to take care of him. After the speech ended, Qian Yuchen felt a powerful aura coming from the castle. Sweaty's breakthrough has begun. On the side of Kanshui City, Ian received a message from Qinyu City. After a flash of surprise, he said to Shui Yunyan. He met Yunluo and has helped her escape. You have to criticize her after coming back. Yunluo took 2 students to the extreme north and encountered a super soul beast. Fortunately, it came in time, otherwise you sisters might have. When Shui Yunyan heard this, her face became angry instantly. Damn girl, I'll teach her a lesson when I come back. After the words came to an end, Shui Yunluo, who had just helped the Shui Yuer sisters hunt the soul beast, felt a chill on her back. Strange, why do you feel that something bad is going to happen? After dissipating the chaotic thoughts, she protected the Dharma for the two students. Absorb the soul ring and cannot let others disturb you. Back to the Snow Emperor, she has already started to convert the remaining divine power. Of course, the bead that Jian Yuchen gave her had been worn around her neck. The soul power in it keeps her brain awake at all times. At the same time, she was wearing an ice god suit, and she was sitting cross-legged and floating at a height of 2 meters from the floor. The ice-blue divine power began to wander around her body, and her originally white long hair also shone with an ice-blue light. The ethereal and cold temperament began to be filled with sacred aura. Moreover, the 12 special bones that the Snow Emperor lacked in transforming into humans gradually grew out under the operation of divine power. Am I transformed into a spiritual energy in the extreme north? Have I truly become a human today? Emperor Shui's mind moved slightly, and then calmed down again. Her body has become perfect. Of course, time passes very quickly. There is no time to practice, and 3 days pass quickly. When the sun rises, a powerful force instantly spreads throughout the continent. In the sky, an ethereal and cold female voice sounded. I am the Emperor of Snow, and the spiritual energy gathers in the extreme north and is born. The position of Ice God will be successful today. I should protect the extreme north, and the heaven and earth will learn from each other. At the same time, the word Ice God that was extinguished in the center of the divine realm lit up again. It means that the position of Ice God appears again and is in line with the inheritance. What kind of spiritual energy in heaven and earth is not the soul beast that turns into a god? The Shura god has no good impression of this new Ice God. The soul beast becomes a god, which is not conducive to the stability of the divine world. The Ice God sacrificed his life to the continent to cover up. Shura, you said this. The kind god retorted, besides, the first generation of Ice God, who also cultivated the spiritual body of heaven and earth, can't be generalized. The Shura god ignored him and left directly. The kind-hearted god sighed, Ice God, I will appear in the world again 10,000 years later. Are there still those fallen gods who can return to the divine realm again? The gods that fell in the god world at that time, take the first-level gods as examples, include the Ice God, Thunder God, the Lightning God, the Water God, the God of Forest God, and the God of Rain. There are countless second-level gods, such as the Wind God, the CR, the Defensive God, the White Tiger God, the Blazing Feather God. Many gods are still in the core and have not met new inheritors. As the judging priest in the divine world, Shura God is born with no good impression of the Soul Beast clan. The second-level gods such as Phoenix God have very low status in the divine world and are not like the priests around the Shura God. A kind god wants to change, but he is powerless. The Divine Realm Committee, a person's voice is too weak. On the side of Kyunyu City, looking at the Snow Emperor slowly falling from the sky, there were only 2 words in his eyes. Amazing. This sacred posture made the Ice Emperor dare not pounce on him at the first time. Young Master Qian, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to inherit the position of Ice God. Emperor Shui said, it's less cold and more emotional. I'm just helping, it's nothing. Jian Yuchen said nothing and asked. You are in the lower realm, have you ever felt the summons from the divine realm? No, but I did feel a kind place in the sky and want me to go there. Kyunyu City was a little surprised. The God world did not issue a guided oracle. Even if the position of Snow Emperor Ice God is the air, is it very relaxed? Emperor Shui looked at the somewhat restrained 3 heavenly kings of the north and removed his divine clothing state. What's wrong? Don't know me anymore. Swexu, my heavy snow. The Bing Emperor threw himself into her arms like a little girl. Lord Ice God. Titan Snow Demon King said respectfully. Ice God Mom. Xiaobai also spoke. Emperor Shui shook his head helplessly, I became a god, and I did not regard you as servants, but as companions. Just call me Snow Emperor. Xiaobai, okay, Mom. Titan Snow Demon King, well, Snow Emperor. After the Ice Emperor let go, he said curiously, Swexu, why can't I feel your strength anymore? Emperor Shui smiled and said, God, that's a brand new realm. You will know it in a million years. Oh. The Ice Emperor nodded in a slight sense of understanding. Then, what do you want to do next? I was afraid of the heavenly disaster in the past and stayed in the extreme north. Now I am already a body of freedom, I want to go to the human world first. Emperor Shui expressed his next plan and went to the human world. Ah! Ice Emperor was unhappy. Why did he talk too much? I will be back soon, and I always know the situation in the far north. The human world is a place I have always been curious about. It's also good to go and have a look. Compared with the practice of 100 and 1,000 years, I only have 2 years at most. Swaity said again. Although the Ice Emperor wanted to follow, he still held back and said nothing. In 2 years, you 3 don't let me down. I can't do it, it's heavy snow. I will work hard, Mom. I won't let you down. Emperor Shui nodded and looked at Qinyu City. Young Master Qian, please take me to the human world. Well, then let's go. Then, Emperor Shui and Qinyu left the extreme north. The Ice Emperor watched the two leave and immediately became angry and headed towards his territory. The Ice Bear King and the Titan Snow Demon King looked at each other and left. Chapter 180 Emperor Shui enters the manor, Honest Aluo. When Qinyu returned to the manor from the extreme north, he found Shui Yunluo sitting honestly in the hall like a good baby. 2 guests came to the house, Aru and Xiaohu, too. Xiao Yinger in Ayin's arms immediately struggled when she saw him. Dad! Dad! Ayin stood up and gently lit her face. I got excited when I saw my father. When he walked to Qinyu City, Xiao Yinger immediately stretched out her hands and asked him to hug her. Dad, hug! Okay, Dad. Qian Yuchen took his daughter over and hugged her in his arms. Ayin then looked at the Snow Emperor beside him and asked. She is. Qian Yuchen looked at the others in the hall and introduced. This is the strongest person in the extreme north, Snow Emperor. Of course, you can also call her, Ice God. After the words fell, his surprised eyes fell on the Swaity. Emperor Shui stepped forward and smiled and said, Hello everyone, I am Emperor Shui. She is the new god in the morning. Shui Union said. Then she understood something, and looked at Qinyu with a strange look. This Snow Emperor was originally a snow elf born in the spiritual energy of the world in the extreme north. He was a powerful man with more than 600,000 years of cultivation. By chance, he inherited the Ice God's position and is our ally. I came here this time to experience life in the human world. Qian Yuchen naturally saw the meaning of her gaze and said again. Aru stood up and said politely, Hello, Swaity, I am Aru. Xiao Wu also got up and smiled and said, Hello sister, I am Xiao Wu, dancer. Ayin, I am Ayin. Shui Union, welcome, I am Shui Union. Shui Yunluo, hello, I am Shui Yunluo. Xiao Yinger also followed suit and said angrily, Hello, Aunt, I'm Xiao Yinger. When everyone heard this, they looked at her with smiles. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, Everyone will sit down first. Qian Yuchen sat down with the child in his arms and looked at the same original book Xiao Wu, who is very similar. Xiao Wu, how did you feel about your life in Kanshui City over the years? Xiao Wu still turned into a human form, which was different from her mother's choice. Uncle Qian, the human world is really interesting, and I have learned a lot. I'll tell these interesting things to the Ming and Erming. Xiao Wu smiled and said, it can be seen that she lives well with her mother in the human world. She has turned into a human, and her soul power level has reached level 49. Far beyond the original Xiao Wu's soul power level. Aru showed gratitude on her face and said, Young Master Qian, thank you very much, thank you. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, Friends, you don't need to be so polite. Xiao Yinger also said, You're welcome. You're welcome. Emperor Shui sat next to Ayin and looked at Aru and Xiaoho curiously. Her divine cultivation level naturally shows the true identities of the two. 100,000 years, the soft bones and charming rabbit. She asked, that Aru, where are you soul beasts? Aru, we come from Xingdu Forest, which is the largest soul beast territory on the continent. Stardo Great Forest, that is the origin of the soul beasts on the continent. I will go and see them if I have time. A trace of yearning appeared on Emperor Shui's face. After so many years of birth, there are still many places I want to go to. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up and she said, Sister Swaity, when you want to go one day, Xiao Wu will take you there. She likes the excitement very much and likes to come to this manor to play when she is fine. When I am at home, I can't stay there at all. Allo, what's wrong with you? Qian Yuchen looked at Shui Yunluo like a good baby and didn't speak much. Shui Yunluo's eyes were a little apology, brother-in-law, I'm sorry, I'll pay attention in the future. After accidentally entering the extreme north, she realized that the title Douluo was not an invincible existence. As a teacher, the first priority is to consider the safety of students. I have told you a long time ago that there are people outside of people and there are heavens outside of heaven. It's not too late for you to understand now. Those two students were not frightened, aren't they? Qian Yuchen sighed slightly. This sister-in-law is indeed not very reliable. This time I can learn a lesson, so I can grow up. No. Shui Yunluo said again, this was a good result. Fortunately, Qian Yuchen arrived in time, otherwise the three teachers and students would not be able to return safely. Practice with peace of mind, you are too far behind your sister. Qian Yuchen could only say that. If you can fight with soul beasts with cultivation of 200,000 years or even higher, you must reach level 99 at least. High-level extreme Douluo like Qiandaoliu is an existence that can compete with Ditian. At present, Shui Yunyan's strength is no problem to beat the Ice Bear King. After all, it has the resistance of the extreme ice power and has certain advantages in combat. After helping Qian Yuchen, Shui Yunluo's talent has made great progress, but she can't stand the loneliness. After reaching the title Douluo, she likes to wander around. A lot of time of cultivation has been wasted, and it has not yet broken through to level 99. Young master, I will handle the affairs of the academy. Yunluo will practice with peace of mind here later. Shui Yunyan also felt that her request for her sister had been relaxed. Tian Shui College is now full of staff in all work, and she now needs more insights in her practice and does not rush for a moment. Xiao Yinger laughed, cultivate, naughty ant, be good. Although she didn't know what was going on, the ant who liked to pinch her little face was just a little happy. Okay, today is a happy day. There are god-level powerful people appearing in our alliance again. This is a good thing. Qian Yuchen immediately changed the topic and clicked on the Snow Emperor becoming a god. A Yin looked at Emperor Shui and asked, Ice God, is the god in charge of the power of extreme ice? The ice god is the god who has understood the laws of ice. For some reason, I fell tens of thousands of years ago and the inheritance fell in the extreme north. Swaity explained. We sisters are both ice-attributed martial souls. I wonder if there is a suitable divine position in the divine world. Shui Yunyan said curiously. If possible, then she can also find the inheritance of the divine position. In my memory, the friends of the ice god, the rain god and the water god, all fell at the same time, and the inheritance of the divine position seemed to be on the continent. Emperor Shui received the inheritance memory of the ice god, but it was relatively vague. The god of rain, the god of water. Qian Yuchen is very curious. Who has the water control technique of the god of water or the god of sea Poseidon? Sister, god, is it really that powerful? Xiao Wu's eyes widened, her red eyes filled with a strong curiosity. God is the sublimation of the level of life. To give the simplest example, if God's heart is damaged, it can be repaired as before through divine power in 3 days. Before I became a god, even if I had been practicing for more than 600,000 years, my heart was injured and I could not continue to survive without special medicinal herbs. I won't talk about my strength. Soul beasts with a cultivation level below 1 million years can be killed in seconds with just one move. Swaity looked at Xiao Wu and replied. Now, except for the others in Qunya City, I understand what kind of terrifying existence God is. God is an ordinary soul master and soul beast, even if it is an existence that is difficult to reach among the strong ones. Chapter 181 The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect Conference. After returning from Kenshui City, Qunya City was invited by Ning Fengzi. Participate in the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac Sects Gathering. The Seven Treasures Glazed Pieces Sect Gathering. So is Ning Fengzi planning to change the name of the sect? The old man on Ningxingdao also evolved into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. Qian Yuchen felt that Ning Fengzi planned to shock the outside world a little. The pattern of the mainland is about to change. Okay, let the 7 Treasures Glazed Lilac Sect fire this shot first. Qian Yuchen got up, picked up the invitation and put it into the storage soul guide. He went to the Pope's palace and planned to see Qian Linger and Qian Rongxiu. It is said that the relatives are from generation to generation, and there is nothing wrong with this. Qian Linger and Qian Rongxiu have a very good relationship. They are now 18 years old and their strength has reached the level of Soul Emperor. Because Qian Rongxiu accepted the inheritance of the Angel God, her soul power is already level 66. Qian Linger is a pure talent monster, and her soul power has reached level 64. Qian Douluo teaches them the experience of practicing angel martial souls. As an invincible person in the sky, he knows best how to use his own advantages to defeat his opponent. When they arrived at the worship hall, the other worshippers were there, smiling and watching Qian Linger and Qian Rongxiu have a fight. Qian Yuchen walked to Hongjun Douluo. Uncle, how are you practicing recently? Aiken is here. Hongjun Douluo smiled and said, we old men, thanks to your help, we are already at level 99 now. For the rest of the time, just be able to protect the spirit hall. Douluo, the demon subduing Douluo, also said, it is best for us old men to break through. If we don't have that luck, just do our responsibilities. Qian Yuchen joked, the two uncles are so open-minded, so I can't let you stop. Maybe you will need the help of the two uncles in the future. Hongjun Douluo laughed and scolded, you kid, you are still so naughty at such an old age. Douluo, the demon surrendering Douluo, also echoed, my daughter is so old, you should be more stable as a father. Okay, I understand. Qian Yuchen quickly left and came to Qian Douluo. Father, Linger and Zioxiu, let Mei Yanmu play. It's nothing. These two children have very good talent. There are successors to the martial Soul Palace. Qian Douluo felt very lucky. Although Qian Linger and Qian Rongxiu were daughters, their talents and strength had been recognized by you. The candidate for the next pope is basically chosen from one of the two. You come, is there anything wrong? Qian Douluo asked. Qian Yuchen nodded, well, the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect has sent me an invitation and invite me to participate. They have made a big move, so it's good to go and have a look. By the way, is that old guy Ningxingdao still here? Qian Douluo had a bad impression of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. After all, the previous sect leader was a hob, which was completely opposite to Ning Fengzi. Ningxingdao, I guess he can break through to the titled Douluo now and live a few hundred years older. Qian Yuchen muttered in his heart. Father, I understand, but I still plan to let Yue Hua take Pengzhu over. Brother Feng Zhi's daughter has grown up, I think. His meaning was very obvious, and he wanted to find a wife for his son. You boy. Qian Douluo shook his head with a smile, but he didn't expect Qian Yuchen to use this move. Pengzhu's child is good, and he is very suitable for the daughter of the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect. After saying that, he signaled that Qian Yuchen should leave. Linger and Zioxiu, you don't need to worry, I will pay attention to the two sisters. Father, then I'll leave first. Qian Yuchen took a look at the two sisters and left. Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Dad, what's wrong with asking me to return to the sect this time? Ning looked at his father and said in confusion. The sect leader held a sect meeting this time to change the name of the sect. In the future, we have to call the Nine Treasures Glazed Li sect. Ning Fengzhi spoke, the head of the director of the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect. Ning H widened his eyes, what? Nine Treasures Glazed Li sect? Ning Fengzhi showed a proud look and said with a smile, the old sect leader and the sect leader are already powerful people with the Nine Rings title. The name of the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect is naturally inappropriate. Ning H now understands what the sect leader said to him at the beginning. Father, can you take me to see the sect leader? What did you do when you see the sect leader? Ning Feng was stunned before he finished reading the words. Ning stretched out his right hand and showed off his martial soul. 9 floors. 9 treasure glazed tower. Yes, father, my martial soul has evolved, 9 treasure glazed tower. Ning nodded and continued. I got an adventure. I must personally give a lecture on this matter to the sect leader. I understand, then I'll take you to see the sect leader. Ning Fengzhi asked her to follow her and go to the sect leader's hall. On the other side, Ning Rongrong was in the sect leader's hall, looking at Ning Fengzi angrily. Dad, what did you call me back suddenly? Hurry up and say it, otherwise Rongrong will ignore you. Ning Fengzi looked at her little witch and couldn't help but shake her head. Rongrong, now I and you grandpa, he is already a titled Douluo. After discussion, the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect is preparing to change its name to the Nine Treasures Glazed Lilac sect. he said slowly, telling the reason why she and other disciples of the sect returned this time. Ning Rongrong raised his little face and said, I am also a 9th floor, but I am even better than my father. Rongrong, your uncle Qian said that you are the most outstanding genius of the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect. Speaking of this, I have to thank you Uncle Qian. Your name was given to you by him. Ning Feng smiled. Ning Rongrong said curiously, Dad, will that Uncle Qian come? The invitation has been sent out, it should be here. Ning Fengzi felt that Qin Yuchen would come, after all, this was something that shocked the mainland. The emergence of the 9 treasure glazed tower has greatly changed the structure of the Soul Master realm. While the father and daughter were about to talk about something, a voice came from outside the door. Feng Yu and her little girl, report important things. Ning Fengzi was stunned and said, Your 4th uncle is here, Rongrong must not lose his politeness. After saying that, he spoke to the door, enter. Ning Fengjaihu took Ning H into the main hall of the sect leader, and then said respectfully in a tone, I have met the sect leader. Ning Fengzi showed a gentle look and smiled and said, Don't be surprised, I wonder what's wrong with the 4th brother. Ning Fengjaihu looked at Ning, and she immediately understood. Sect master, my martial soul has evolved. While saying that, he showed his martial soul. Looking at the familiar 9-story tower in her right hand, Ning Fengzi said in surprise. 9 treasure glazed tower? I remember that you woke up at the beginning and it was the 6th floor, right? Yes, sect master. Ning H said, I took an immortal grass, and then the martial soul evolved and became the 9 treasure glazed tower. Treasures of heaven and earth. This word flashed through Ning Fengzi's mind, which Qian Yuchen had told him at that time. Kilo Tulip, this thing called Xianko, is very rare, and there may be only one in the mainland. Ning said again. Ning Rongrong asked, Sister, is the 3rd brother you mentioned your classmate? Ning H nodded, his name is Tang San, he comes from Holy Soul Village. His father is a blacksmith, but he is very knowledgeable. The surname is Tang, the son of the blacksmith. Ning Fengzi seemed to feel that this Tang San seemed to have a great origin. It is your luck that you can meet such an opportunity. Ning Feng smiled, showing a look of relief. Seeing that Ning had something to say, he said again. The sect conference is about to begin. 4th brother, you should first dress up with him and discuss other things after the conference is over. Well, let's take back first. Ning Fengjaihu finished speaking, and then took Ning Hhh to leave the sect master's hall. After the father and daughter left, Ning Fengzi looked at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, come on. The first competitor in your generation has appeared. Ning Rongrong was naturally not afraid, and said with full confidence. Dad, I'm not afraid of any challenges. The one who breaks through the title Douluo of this generation must be me, Ning Rongrong. My sister wants to surpass me, she is still 100 years away. Chapter 182, Rename, 9 Treasures Glazed Sect. The 7 Treasures Glazed Sect became lively, and the major forces on the mainland basically received invitation letters. Welcome Prince Swexing of the Heavenly Do Empire to visit the 7 Treasures Glazed Li Sect. Welcome to Davis, the eldest prince of the Xingluo Empire, to visit the 7 Treasures Glazed Lith Sect. Welcome Bishop Salis from the Spirit Hall to visit the 7 Treasures Glazed Lilac Sect. Welcome to Yu Luomian, the second leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, to visit the 7 Treasures Glazed Lith Sect. Welcome. With the call of the welcome staff, more and more people sat in the main hall of the 7 Treasures Glazed Lilac Sect. After the main major forces arrived, the remaining invitation personnel were not shouted. With the invitation, you can enter the conference site. Qian Yuchen dressed up a little, and his hairstyle and face shape changed. He successfully took the invitation and entered the conference site. There are quite a lot of people coming, and Yuehua and Pengju are here too. Qinyu City quickly scanned and discovered Tang Yuehua's location. It seemed as if it was a sense of emotion. Tang Yuehua also looked over and showed a smile. Tisk, the feeling between husband and wife. Qian Yuchen also smiled, and then moved his gaze away. Star Luo Empire, is this yellow-haired Davis? Handing a stiff face, the iconic expression of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Prince Swexing, is the one next to him who looks like a good baby, an avalanche. Fire red hair, is that someone from the Fire Leopard sect? After Qian Yuchen looked at the people coming on the scene, they basically confirmed their identities. The Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect did make a big deal and invited all the powerful forces on the mainland. After all the invited people arrived, Ning Fengzi appeared. He was surrounded by Chen Xian and Gu Rong, followed by Ning Rongrong and her mother Shui Linger. Everyone, thank you for taking the time to come to the Seven Treasure Glazed Peace sect. This time the meeting everyone is here to let you testify. Ning Fengzi did not speak out directly about the purpose of inviting everyone to come. Testimation. Representatives of several major forces expressed doubts. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your arrival. An old voice came, but it was full of energy and a strong breath. Then, an old man with white hair and beard, wearing coarse cloth clothes, walked in with a red face. It's Ning Xingdao, this old guy is still alive. Yu Luomian flashed with a hint of surprise. This hobmeet is not dead yet? Prince Swexing was also very confused. When he was young, he had seen Ning Xingdao, the previous sect leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Lith sect. He was secretly shocked. Old Master Ning, if you appear at this moment, can you break through to Conra? Ning Xingdao appeared, and many people's eyes fell on him. I accidentally got an adventure and broke the limit of martial souls. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tower is already a past tense. From today, I will change my name to the Nine Treasures Douluo, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Ning Xingdao looked at everyone and announced the real purpose of this conference. Nine Treasure Douluo? What, this old guy broke through the titled Douluo? Yu Luomian was really shocked, a little unbelievable. Prince Swexing's face showed an incredible look. Impossible, how could the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower break the limit? Tang Yuehua thought of something and looked at Qunyechen. It seems that it was Brother Cheng's help that allowed the old sect leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect to break through. Ning Xingdao looked at everyone's puzzled and suspicious eyes and raised his right hand. There are glasses in the Nine Treasures. The mantra was shouted out, and a 9-story glazed tower appeared on his right hand. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Everyone present counted carefully and it was really 9 floors. The old leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect broke the limit of martial souls and achieved the titled Douluo. In this way, any of his soul skills will increase by 100%. The world's #1 auxiliary sect is completely stable. Ning Xingdao not only showed his martial soul, but also his soul ring. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 rings. Titled Douluo. Damn it, in addition to the title Douluo, the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect has surpassed the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family in cooperation with the 2 worshippers. Yu Luomian's face looked a little ugly. Since the resignation of the Haoshan sect in the previous 3 sects, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family showed signs of the first sect. But now, everything has changed. Ning Xingdao put away his martial soul and soul rings and walked slowly to Ning Fengzi's side. The father and son looked at each other, and Ning Fengzi spoke. Today is a double happiness. The wind is not talented, so you can laugh. After saying that, he raised his right hand. Tower. 9-story glazed tower. Now everyone can't sit still. Father and son are titled Douluo. Brother, are you asking us to come here to show off? Then, Ning Fengzi's soul rings appeared one by one. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 100,000 soul rings. Ning Fengzi's last soul ring is stronger than Ning Xingdao. After his hand was shown, everyone was filled with fear of him. The name of the Nine Treasures Glazed Li sect is worthy of its name. Another point is that the increase among the soul masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower can be superimposed. 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, 9 Treasures Glazed sect. Prince Swexing immediately made sure that after he went back, he asked Emperor Tiandu to make friends with Ning Feng. The 9 Treasures Glazed Lilac sect will be the greatest helper of the Tiandu Empire. Damn it, when you go back, you have to discuss the subsequent development of the sect with your brother. Although Yu Luomian was a little angry, he was helpless. When I go back, I tell my father that I need to establish a good relationship with the Jubeo Glazed Li sect, and their industries cannot be moved anymore. Davis also made plans. Even if the other sects are far apart, they can no longer get into evil. People from the Fengjian sect, the Fire Leopard sect, and the Xiangjia sect started new plans. Qian Yuchen looked at Ning Fengzi and his son and shook his head. This wave really made them pretend. The news that the 7 treasures glazed sect will be quickly conveyed to all parts of the mainland. Ning Fengzi put away the martial soul and soul rings, and he could see clearly the reactions of other forces below the stage. From today on, in addition to the hidden Haoshan sect, his 9 treasures glazed Li sect is the leader of the 3 sects. Fengzi, thank you for your testimony. As soon as he finished speaking, representatives of major forces expressed congratulations. Ning Xingdaoren was a virgin, and after a few greetings, he stepped down. This feels it's really good. After leaving the venue, he walked with wind and felt very comfortable. Qianyuchen didn't join in the fun and drank the juice on his own. The best thing to drink is to eat. At this time, a trace of fragrance came from the tip of his nose. When he looked sideways, he found that it was Tang Yuehua who walked over slowly. What does it mean if you asked me to bring Pengju here? Help him find a wife. Chapter 183 Meeting the Parents. The gathering of the 7 treasures glazed Li sect ended, and the guests left with complicated moods. After this time, the pattern of the Soul Master in the continent will undergo new changes. Qianyuchen asked Tang Yuehua and Qian Pengju to stay for a while. Ning Fengzi asked someone to take the 3 of them to the previous residence of Qianyuchen in the 7 treasures glazed Li sect. No, now it should be called the 9 treasures glazed pieces sect. As soon as your conference kicks off, how many people can't sleep? Qianyuchen looked at Ning Fengzi with a smile on his face and spoke. Brother Qian, I have the confidence to do this now, so I can't hide it. The Haoshan sect is not here, and other small sects are ready to move. They always feel that the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect is easy to bully. Ning Fengzi endured it for a long time, and this conference was equivalent to a warning. Especially for the Xingluo Empire, the profits of the past years have been declining year by year, and the other party even spoke loudly. He just wanted to take the opportunity to shock the little guy. From today on, the 9 treasures glazed lilac sect has been acting tough. Then he looked at Tang Yuehua who was following Qianyuchen and said in confusion, People Lord Tang, you are. Tang Yuehua smiled and said, Xingju Ning was extremely talented, so why should he ask him knowingly? Ning Fengzi secretly gave Qianyuchen a thumbs up, meaning, Big brother, it's amazing. Get the Master Yuexuan Pavilion. Schwellinger flashed a hint of surprise. This woman was not even caught by her elder brother. Then her eyes fell on Qian Pengju next to Tang Yuehua, and looked at her daughter Ning Rongrong again, thinking that the 2 children were quite matched. Come in, and talk. Although you haven't come to this place, you've been taking pictures of me. Ning Fengzi hurriedly took Qianyuchen into the yard. I think you are greedy for the dishes I cook. Qianyuchen walked into the yard with a smile. Ning Rongrong looked like a curious baby, looked at Qianyuchen and walked in behind Schwellinger. Tang Yuehua took Qian Pengju and walked in. After the 4 adults sat down, Qian Pengju and Ning Rongrong stood behind both mothers. What a coincidence! Ning Rongrong and Qian Peng looked at each other, and both of them lowered their heads at the same time. Tang Yuehua and Schwellinger naturally discovered this scene. 2 words flashed through my heart, there is a chance. Qianyuchen looked at Ning Rongrong, looked at Ning Fengzi and said, Rongrong is so old now. He was a little bean at the beginning, but now he has become a big girl. Time flies so fast, more than 10 years pass in the blink of an eye. Ning Fengzi thought of his first visit to the 7 treasures glazed Li sect, and sighed, yes, time passes so quickly. He then looked at Ning Rongrong and said, this is Uncle Qian who I often mention to you. Ning Rongrong looked at Qianyuchen obediently and said, Rongrong, I have met Uncle. Qianyuchen looked at her good girl and thought to himself that the little witch had such a ladylike side, which was rare. Rongrong, for the first time we met, I'll give this to you. After saying that, Qianyuchen took out a silver necklace inlaid with sea blue crystal from the storage soul guide. Dream Galaxy, this necklace was made by the magic craftsman Master Lu. It was sold for 2 million gold coins at the Tiandu auction store. Brother Qian, it's too expensive. Children cannot accept such expensive gifts. Schwellinger's eyes were sharp-eyed and she could see the origin of the necklace at a glance, so she naturally refused. Oh, Linger, you'll see you. Qianyuchen smiled and shook his head, what's worthwhile or not? It's just jewelry. If you like it, you'll wholesale more than a dozen pieces for you one day. Schwellinger Luti is already a magic craftsman in the Martial Soul Hall, and is now busy studying hot martial soul guides. This necklace is just made with scraps. There are several boxes of such necklaces in his warehouse. If the funds are short of funds, they will be used to exchange funds at Tiandu auction. Seeing that Jian Yuchen said this, Ning Feng smiled and said, Wrong, since it was given by uncle, just accept it. Ning Rong took the necklace and said happily, thank you uncle. Seeing that she accepted it, Jian Yuchen asked again, Rong, how much level of your soul power is now? Ning Rong flashed a hint of pride and said, uncle, my soul power is now level 45. Well, it's very good. Jian Yuchen nodded, you are 14 years old now, right? Ning Rong smiled and said, well, uncle remember it very clearly. Then I'll say that your name is my choice. After Jian Yuchen finished speaking, he looked at Jian Pengju and said, this is my child, 3 years younger than you. Ning Rong thought to himself, she was still a little brother. Xiaoju, introduce yourself to uncles and aunts. Tang Yuehua looked at him and said, hello, uncle, aunt, and sister Rong. I am Jian Pengju, I am 11 years old. Martial Soul Haoshan Hammer, level 43 strong attack on the Soul Sect. Jian Pengju first greeted Ning Fengzi's family and introduced himself. Haoshan Hammer Ning Fengzi looked at him carefully, and then understood something. He looked at Jian Yuchen, and the other party was smiling at him. Meaning, brother, if you know, keep it secret for me. What? Ning Rong looked at Jian Pengju in surprise, you are only 11 years old, and you are at level 43. Jian Pengju nodded, sister Rong, I am really level 43. After saying that, he took 3 steps back and showed off his martial soul. Yellow, purple. It turns out that the tiger father has no dog son, and the big brother is the child's talent is really amazing. A hint of surprise flashed in Ning Fengzi's eyes, and he didn't expect Jian Pengju to be so talented. I have no idea about talent. After all, I was not very talented at the beginning. His child's talent is okay. Jian Yuchen smiled, his tone was not very excited. After the words came to an instant quiet for 10 seconds. This Ning Fengzi didn't know what to say. After all, he had learned about Jian Yuchen in private that the 6-year-old martial soul awakening turned out to be a useless martial soul. After 30 years, the martial soul mutates again before it can be practiced. After so many years, I have become a god, and my talent is very strong. But let's talk about being talented, and the martial soul is abandoned at the beginning. Uncle, you're saying too much. Ning Rong said with a bulging face, Jian Pengju's talent is better than many people. Wrong, uncle, I was a waste of martial soul at the beginning, so of course I didn't know this. Jian Yuchen said with a smile, with a bit of reminiscence. If it weren't for the blessing of God, my martial soul wouldn't have been mutated, and I wouldn't have achieved this today. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi. It really took 30 years to start the journey of cultivation. Dad Jian Pengju returned to behind him, it was hard to imagine that his father was actually a waste of martial soul. Jian Yuchen looked at his child and said, a gentleman strives for self-improvement. What is more important in cultivation is persistence. Talent is just better for your starting line. Okay, let the 2 children communicate by themselves. It's boring just standing. Tang Yuehua spoke at the right time and created this opportunity. Ning Rong agreed with this when he heard this. It was so difficult for a lady. I was negligent, it would be great for you 2 to communicate. After Ning Fengzi finished speaking, he looked at Ning Rong, take Zaijiu to get to know the sect. Remember to come back for dinner. Your uncle Jian has very good skills. I understand. Ning Rong finished speaking, and pulled Jian Pengju away from the yard. Jian Pengju? After the 2 children left, Tang Yuehua and Schwellinger spoke at the same time. Brother Cheng, Azzi, can you? Jian Yuchen and Ning Fengzi looked at each other and then smiled. Okay, you're planning today. Brother Jian, you actually have this idea. Chapter 184 Awakening, Ghost Vine Queen. After returning from the 9 Treasures Glazed Li sect, Jian Yuchen obviously felt that Jian Pengju was a little absent-minded. After returning to Yuexuan, Jian Yuchen took him alone to the rooftop. How do you feel about Sister Rong? Jian Yuchen looked at Jian Pengju with a smile. Jian Pengju rarely showed a look of embarrassment, and he didn't seem to know how to answer this question. He grew up in Yuexuan and can be said to have seen many beauties. But there is really nothing that is moved. Even if it was the daughter of Emperor Shuike was very obsessed with him, and Qian Pengzhu had never been moved. Only Ning Rongrong's heart beats uncontrollably. Dad, Qian Pengzhu didn't know what to say. You need to say nothing, I know what you think. Qian Yuchen said that he understood. He said again, your mother and I both agree with this matter. After all, Rongrong is the daughter-in-law, which is also the purpose of the meeting between the two parties this time. As for the sisters, Chu Yuhuang and Sang, it depends on your efforts. Qian Pengzhu looked at him with some surprise, but he didn't expect that this was the reason for joining the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect. Dad, I just want to become stronger now. Sister Rongrong was bullied by others, so I will beat him up. Qian Yuchen didn't expect his son to say this, which could be regarded as expressing his own thoughts. Well, have ambition. Dad, please be optimistic about you. He smiled and patted the other person on the shoulder to express his support. When a child grows up, he has what he wants to do, so he certainly needs support as a father. Thank you, Dad. Qian Pengzhu smiled and was very happy. What are you grateful to? Your Uncle Ning and the others want to be your father-in-law too. Work hard and try to marry Rongrong into the door, and you will be angry to death. Qian Yuchen rarely showed such a face in front of his son. Dad, why are you? Qian Pengzhu was surprised. It seemed that it was his first time, not so serious. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, Son, Dad, I am also an ordinary person, and I also have my own joys, sorrows, and happiness. Sir, sometimes I'm like a child. When Qian Yuchen and his son were happy, Tang Hao, who was guarding the seed of the Ghost Vine Queen, was a little excited at this moment. Nothing else, the seeds left by the Ghost Vine Queen have sprouted. A 60-centimeter vine torso also grew, with new buds leaping on it. Tang Hao shed tears excitedly, Aman, you are reborn. Two tiny vines stretched out from the vine and gently stroked his face. It seemed as if saying, Brother Hao, I'm back. Aman, our son, I am not a qualified father. He has grown up now and has grown into a big guy. Tang Hao said again. Gui Tang shook her torso excitedly twice, as if she seemed very happy. He can protect himself now and have met a group of reliable partners. I can stay with you. Tang Hao has left Tang San now. One is that Titan is supporting him, and the other is that he is entering the advanced level. Studying at Seoul Master Academy is now relatively stable. Without provoking the titled Douluo, there is no need to worry about Tang San's safety. His own self-defense measures are emerging one after another. What Tang Hao wants to do now is to accompany Aman with peace of mind until she recovers completely. The Ghost Vine Queen put away the rattan and shook it twice, as if she wanted to see the child. How can you see the child when you are like this now? When you can reveal your true body, I will bring him here to see you. And after I was 18 years old, I will take him to the Gaitang forest to help him activate the bloodline in his body. Tang Hao wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said with a hint of hoarseness. The Ghost Vine Queen shook for a moment, and felt that he was right, so she fell into silence. The environment here is special and can accelerate your growth, and we will really meet soon. Tang Hao suddenly felt that he owed Dugu Bo a great favor. Old Poison, I have recorded your kindness and I will repay you every day. On the Qunyu city, after returning to the Wuhan Hall from Yuexuan, he noticed that the ice and fire eyes he built had changed. After a long-distance observation, I found that the Ghost Vine Queen had woken up. After she sacrificed, she left her seeds. Now, with the help of the power of the ice and fire eyes, I have accelerated my growth and awakened. When I saw the tears that had not dried on Tang Hao's clothes, I knew how excited the other party was. Tang Hao, your wife has woken up, so I will be a good person and let your family meet soon. Qian Yuchen smiled out of the corner of his mouth, and then took out a piece of 10,000-year-old ice marrow weighing 5 pounds. With a wave of his left hand, a space passage appeared, and he sent the 10,000-year-old ice marrow into it. The passage was closed, and a stone like mutton fat jade appeared at the root of the Ghost Vine Queen. The roots are attracted by energy and begin to slowly take root, slowly absorbing the energy in them. Tang Hao naturally discovered an abnormality, and the body of the Ghost Vine Queen was growing rapidly. He immediately got up, entered the woods not far away, and slashed. After a while, a pile of trunks and branches were cut down. After weaving and building, he made the rack and landed it near the newly grown vine of the Ghost Vine Queen. Feeling the contact point, the ghost vines lingered up one after another. What's going on? Why did Amon's growth suddenly accelerate? Soon, as the ghost vine queen grew up, the shelf that Tang Hao set up was covered with branches of ghost vine. The excess rattan pierced along the main rack and began to take root and sprout. In the center, the vines of the ghost vine queen drooped down, gradually forming a face-like appearance. Tang Hao looked at his familiar face and was excited to get his injuries. He vomited blood on the ground. I felt much more relaxed. He did not feel uncomfortable, but instead felt much more relaxed. The depression in my heart has been relieved a lot. Ahem. Tang Hao realized at this moment that his body seemed to be full of holes. However, he has a high level of cultivation and his body is still in his prime, and he can last for at least 30 years. The ghost vine queen's face was faster and she was frightened by his cough. How a faint voice came, which made Tang Hao look at the plant facial in surprise. Amon, you. After the 5-pound 10,000-year-old ice marrow was absorbed by 2/3, the soul of the ghost vine queen also woke up. How, I've seen you again. The face formed by the ghost vines, a woman with grey hair floating in front of her. Amon, you are. Tang Hao looked at him happily, a little incredible. This is my consciousness. The energy here is very sufficient, which makes me wake up in advance. Amon talked about his situation and looked at Tang Hao. Old, decadent, unkempt. How, why are you old? Tang Hao was stunned, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Amon, it's been 13 years, I finally waited until you wake up. On the other side, Qian Yuchen nodded with satisfaction after watching this scene. Tang San, would you be excited if you saw your mother? Chapter 185 The Final Truth of Tang San and Tang Hao's father and son meeting. The ghost vine queen woke up, which made Tang Hao determined to let the whole family meet. At night, Tang Hao came to the Li clan and sent a letter. Titan looked at the familiar handwriting on it and knew that it was from his master Tang Hao. After reading the above content, I went to Shrek Academy to find Tang San in person. Young master, there is news from the master. What, Grandpa Titan, Dad? Tang San was still very happy to hear the news. After all, his father had news for so long. The master wrote to you to see him at the place in the letter tomorrow. After Titan finished speaking, he handed the envelope to Tang San. Tang San took it and saw that the familiar handwriting was from his father Tang Hao. He thanked Titan. Thank you, Grandpa Titan, I will be on time tomorrow. Young master, you are so polite. This is what the old slave should do. After passing the message, Titan left Shrek Academy. Tang San was very excited, and his father took the initiative to find him. What's going on? Time soon came the next day. Tang San saw the familiar figure in a forest outside Tiandu city. A shabby grey robe, a sloppy beard, a tall body. Dad! Tang San couldn't help but shout. Tang Hao heard his voice and nodded, come with me. After saying that, he turned around and headed in one direction, and Tang San followed closely behind him. He really had a lot of things to say to the other party, but he still resisted the impulse in his heart. Along the way, both father and son remained silent in a tacit understanding. But as he walked, Tang San realized something was wrong. How come the direction of this progress is like the ice and fire eyes? He was very curious at this time, what did Tang Hao bring him here to do? In the end, he and Tang Hao came to the ice and fire eyes. But unlike before, a large ghost vine grew here. Tang San also discovered that there was a vine similar to the face of a human woman in the center of the ghost vine. Looking at Tang Hao, a rare gentle look appeared in his eyes. Tang San still refused to ask, Dad, why am I here? Miss, don't you want to see your mother? Tang Hao pointed to the ghost vine queen and said, this is your mother, the ghost vine queen for 100,000 years. Your martial soul ghost vine is inherited from her. Tang San looked at the ghost vine in surprise, but he didn't expect that his mother was actually a soul beast. Tang Hao sighed and said hoarsely, it's a bit hard to accept. Your mother's transformation back then is already in her maturity. It's no different from humans, and she's a very gentle and kind woman. Then he showed confusion and anger, but, I don't know why the Spirit Palace knew her identity. A large number of soul masters were sent to track the whereabouts of our husband and wife, and we had no choice but to hide everywhere. On the day you were born, Pope Kyungsunji of the Spirit Palace found us. For your mother to give birth with peace of mind, I know I will be defeated, otherwise they will imprison your mother. I don't need to talk about the end. What, Mom didn't hurt a human, why did the spirit palace chase you? Can't it be true that soul beasts and humans cannot live in peace? Tang San was puzzled, why was the Pope in the martial soul hall so cruel? Soul rings, especially those that are 100,000 years old, are so rare. Human desires and greed make there an irreconcilable contradiction between soul masters and soul beasts. Tang Hao sighed. He didn't care what his wife was, he just wanted to accompany her to grow old slowly. The Pope in the spirit hall captured his mother just to obtain the soul ring. This is too cruel, right? Tang San felt that this approach in the Wuhun Palace was really wrong. He suddenly felt that the former Pope of the spirit hall died well. Father, did the wounds on your body remain from the battle before? Tang San's luck in purple demon eyes discovered Tang Hao's meridian disorder. Heartbeat is often low. Well, the injuries left by the battle. Tang Hao nodded, feeling a little surprised. Tang San grabbed his hand, then used Xian Tian Gong to wander around Tang Hao's body. This Tang San looked at Tang Hao blankly, not expecting that the injuries in his body were so serious. It can be said that it is full of holes. The meridians were twisted in chaos, and the internal organs were also displaced. Among the people in their previous lives, they could no longer hold on. It can only be said that people in this world are too strong. Tang Hao was sure at this moment, and Tang San did have some problems. I have never taught him the knowledge of treating injuries, and Dugu Bo's medical skills are not that powerful. How? There was a movement on the Ghost Vine Queen. Her phantom appeared and she looked at Tang Hao and Tang San quietly. Dad. Tang San let go of Tang Hao's hand and looked at the Ghost Vine Queen cramply. The woman's eyes were very gentle and she looked full of nobleness. She is your mother, Aman. Tang Hao touched his head and smiled. You missionary. The Ghost Tang Queen looked at Tang San in surprise. In her eyes, Tang San's body felt a sense of intimacy, but the other party's soul made her very unfamiliar. After hesitating for a moment, he still controlled the vine and gently touched Tang San's cheek. Miss, my child. Tang San felt that these two vines felt a sense of intimacy from the depths of his body. Is this maternal love? Mother. Looking at Tang San's appearance, Tang Hao's heart still softened. This child lacks maternal love. Regardless of whether he is really his son or not, the desire for maternal love in his eyes cannot be concealed. It seems that he is also a poor child. He sighed in his heart. Miss San, your mother needs to use this place now and grow to 100,000 years again. You can restore your original form after another 100,000 years. Tang Hao explained the reason why the Ghost Vine Queen was placed here. Dad, Mom is very safe here, and it has been restored to 100,000 years. Probably up to 10 years. And your body may not be able to hold on for 5 years. Tang San said in a serious tone. Your body is now full of holes. Even if you have the title Douluo cultivation level, you will be almost exhausted. When the Ghost Tang Queen heard this, she looked at Tang Hao with a worried look on her face. When he made his sacrifice, he allowed him to break through to the titled Douluo. If it weren't for the titled Douluo, wouldn't it be? Mom, don't worry, I'll help Dad treat it now. I can get him back with his injuries. Tang San signaled the Ghost Vine Queen to rest assured, then came behind Tang Hao, used Xian Tian Gong to quickly click behind him. Puff. Tang Hao suddenly couldn't help it and spit out a mouthful of black. Dad, this is blood stasis in your body, just vomit it out. Tang San explained. Well, I feel much more relaxed. Tang Hao nodded, and his chest felt much more relaxed. Chapter 186 Tang San Diagnoses, Soft-Hearted Tang Hao. Dad, the injuries you left behind were too serious. Tang San really didn't know how his father survived it. The old wounds in Tang Hao's body were so heavy. If it weren't for Tang San's Xiantian mastery, he wouldn't be able to feel Tang Hao's state at this time. Tang Hao's physical danger can be described as collapse at any time. If it is not good, he will die suddenly. Tang San felt the pain in his father's heart. How much has his father endured over the years? These are nothing more than waiting for your mother to wake up. Tang Hao didn't care about this, as long as his lover could be resurrected again. Dad, I must cure your body, otherwise I will not be able to resurrect my mother. After saying that, he took a deep breath and asked Tang Hao to sit cross-legged. Immediately afterwards, he sat cross-legged behind Tang Hao, with his hands in a jade shape and pressed against him. A soft white airflow spurted out from Tang San's palm and suddenly pressed on Tang Hao's vest spiritual platform. The gentle Xiantian technique slowly entered Tang Hao's body. Tang San did not rush to help his father heal his injuries, but used the internal strength of Xiantian technique to circle Tang Hao's body for a week, warming up his depressed meridians that had been injured for many years. As a top internal skill in Taoism, Xiantian Gong has extremely strong healing ability. However, the resistance in Tang Hao's body was too great. His soul power is an extremely domineering existence. Although it is not his own control now, the domineering aura continues to collide in disorderly surrounding his body. Tang San's soul power is too far from Tang Hao. At this time, he could only carefully avoid Tang Hao's soul power and moisturize the meridians in Tang Hao's body as much as possible. But as the internal force runs in the father's body for longer, the more Tang San's heart sinks. Tang Hao's old injuries were much worse than he thought. It can be said that Tang Hao was able to live in this world forever, and he was struggling to death. With the nourishment of Xiantian Gong, Tang Hao has not felt such comfort for many years. Looking at the sweat on his forehead, Tang Hao frowned slightly. "Miss, please stop your efforts. It's useless. I'm fine." Xiantian Gong finally circled inside Tang Hao's body for a week. Tang San slowly retracted his internal strength, but his face became extremely solemn. "Dad, your injury is extremely serious. If you don't receive good care, you may be able to. You will die, right?" Tang Hao seemed to careless. "Die is it? What's so scary about death? If you die, I'll go with your mother." "How?" The Ghost Vine Queen shook her head, preventing Tang Hao from giving up on herself. "Dad, there is hope for Mom to resurrection now, you can't give up on yourself. As sooner or later, our family will get together." Tang San's tone was also a little excited, and his eyes turned slightly red. Tang Hao was stunned. Yes, he couldn't give up now. "Miss, I'm sorry, Dad was wrong." Then he looked at Amon and said, "I will not give up on myself anymore. I will witness your resurrection with my own eyes." Seeing that Tang Hao changed his mind, Tang San finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's great that my injury can be controlled to this level. The titled Douluo in the healing system may not be able to cure me. Miss, I know my physical condition, so there will be no problem." Tang Hao said again, "Let Tang San not worry. Dad, the treatment of the Soul Master is a treatment of symptoms but not the root cause." Tang San's eyes showed a firm look. "I can make you heal, but it's not now. His Xiantian ability has not yet been achieved. If he reaches the 9th level of cultivation, he will indeed have the possibility of curing Tang Hao with the authentic internal skills of this sect." But he also concealed a little. Even if Tang Hao was cured at that time, the other party's soul power would be greatly reduced due to the injury caused by years of depression. "There are many herbs here in Ice and Fire Lianjian, and with the help of the fairy grass, you are still sure." Then, Tang San tapped Tang Hao a few more times, and then a few more mouthfuls of blood stasis were sprayed out. There was a hint of rosy color on his pale face, and the feeling of depression in his heart disappeared a lot. "Dad, you are here to accompany your mother, I'll get some medicine for you." After saying that, Tang San left and went to other places to look for herbs. After he left, Tang Hao and Amon looked at each other. "Amon, he is mistress." Tang Hao stopped talking. "How, mistress is strange, it seems that it's not a mind-body." Amon expressed his doubts, but he was not sure. Her strength has not yet been fully restored, and it is impossible to fully see the abnormality of Tang San's existence. "Oh, I really feel his filial piety, but..." Tang Hao was very confused. Tang San did have problems, but his heart didn't seem to be fake. "The sincere and clear feelings in my eyes for myself and my wife are from the bottom of my heart. When you are resurrected, let's see his changes. When he reaches level 50, he will help him activate the bloodline of the Ghost Vine royal family in his body." Tang Hao finally felt soft-hearted and planned to wait until Tang San arrives at the Soul King before he can talk to him frankly. On the side of the Wuhun Hall, Qin Yuchen naturally saw the scene of the three of this family. Tang Hao and the Ghost Tang Queen have already noticed Tang San's abnormality, but are they moved by the other party's sincere feelings and are soft-hearted? Qin Yuchen said in surprise, "The protagonist's halo is amazing. This can make the domineering Haoshan Douluo soft-hearted and invincible. The love between father and son is really hard to give up." "Tang San, you are lucky this time." Tang Hao is still soft-hearted. Needless to say, the Queen of Ghostvine has become gentle after turning into a human, but once she gets angry, she is very powerful. Refer to somewhere Tyrannosaurus. He also learned about Tang Hao's original affairs. He was a dignified Haoshan Douluo, but Amon was very careful. Bronchitis. This discovery surprised him very much. It seems that after the elite competition, the relationship between the Shrek 7 monsters collapses. Will Tang San be alone? Will he successfully create his Tang sect? Kyunyuchin decided to change some minor changes in the original drama. The Shrek 7 monsters are the key figures in Tang San's establishment of the Tang sect. Zhu Zuking, Dai Mu Bai, Ning. The Netherworld White Tiger combination in the original work, coupled with Ning Rong Rong, provided Tang San with a lot of help. Especially with financial support, Ning Rong Rong used a lot of funds from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to support the construction of the Tang sect. Now the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect is wrong. It is the Nine Treasures Glazed Lilac sect, but there is no support for this. Relying on the four major families alone is not enough to support the construction and development of the Tang sect. In terms of the Tiandu Empire, Shui Qinghe himself has put Jian Yuchen in control and is carrying out the original Jian Rongxiu mission. After waking up, he must be the heir of the ranks. In this regard, he cut off the avalanche and awarded the title of King Lanhao of Tang San. The father is kind and the son is filial. As the prince, Shui Qinghe respectfully invites Emperor Shui Ye to die. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. The change in the Tiandu Gate, he. Chapter 187 Silver Dragon King Guyuina. Kyunyuchin received a special letter, which was actually sent by the Silver Dragon King. Let yourself go to the Stardew Forest and want to meet yourself. Strange, does the Silver Dragon King want to see me? Did the sun, moon, star art has cured her? Jian Yuchen was very curious about what the other party invited him. He stood up and left the Pope's house and came to his residence. You are all here. When Kyunyuchin entered the door, he saw Ling Yuan, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu's mother. The three of them were talking and laughing. Aren't you in the Pope's palace at this time? Ling Yuan said in confusion. Jian Yuchen explained, there is a special thing that needs to leave the spirit hall. Ling Yuan understood that he wanted to go with him. Second uncle, if things are urgent, then go, leave the matters in the Pope palace to me. Bibi Dong said. Yongxiu, sister-in-law, saw that something was wrong, so she got up and prepared to leave. Sister-in-law, is Meng Zhong awkward to cut onions? Jian Yuchen still asked. After all, the other party's martial soul was Shen Yu. Now it is the soul saint. Shen Yu's current strength can affect the basic Kanra. Jian Yuchen was a little surprised. He arrived at the soul saint so quickly, it was really fast. The ability of the divine dance is also very powerful, and it can affect the basic Kanra. My sister-in-law has a good talent. After the martial soul is completely activated, her cultivation speed is very fast. I guess I'll be able to Kanra next year. Ling Yuan said with a smile. Bibi Dong was also surprised by the talent of this master's wife. She entered the Soul Master world at an age and practiced very quickly. In more than 10 years, I have reached the Soul Saint realm. Yun Shui smiled and looked grateful. I thank you for your care, so I can cultivate my soul power. Well, practice hard, and when the contra is in, I will give you a 100,000 year soul ring. Jian Yuchen smiled and said, maybe there will be a strong man who will become a god by relying on music in the future. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ling Yuan. Okay, time is tight now, I have to set off. Yuan, please go with me. Okay. Ling Yuan can leave at any time. Then, Jian Yuchen held her hand and disappeared into the courtyard. As soon as the picture turned, the two of them arrived at the Lake of Life in the Starry Forest. You are Daming, Erming. Jian Yuchen looked at the taller and shorter man in front of him in surprise. A man with a taller, a cow horn on his head and a green hairstyle is transformed from a blue cow python transformed. Shorter, his muscles are very strong, and he looks stupid. Young Master Qian, thanks to the cultivation method you gave us, our bloodline has been improved. We were able to maintain our human form a few days ago. Daming said with gratitude. Erming Hanan said, Young Master Qian, the human form is so convenient. No wonder Sister Xiaowu always wants to become a human. Xiaowu lives well now and has integrated into the human world. Aru has also gained a stable residence in the human world. There are some things now, I'll tell you when I come back. Jian Yuchen briefly said a few words about Xiaowu and the others, and then prepared to meet the Silver Dragon King. When he took Ling Yuan to see the Silver Dragon King, he found that the other party's aura was very stable. Young Master Qian, you are here. The Silver Dragon King smiled, obviously very happy. Congratulations, all the stubborn diseases that have troubled you for many years have been eliminated today. Qian Yuchen congratulated. The sword energy remaining in the Shura demon sword has disappeared. The Silver Dragon King shook his head, this is thanks to your help, otherwise my injury would have to last tens of thousands of years before healing. What are your plans next? Ditian should be a little short of 1,000,000 years now, right? Qian Yuchen was very curious about what she planned next, and called herself over, and what else she wanted to say. Ditian is still one step away from 1,000,000 years, but I can feel that the beast god who has appeared on the continent is in the sea. The Silver Dragon King glanced at the direction of the sea and spoke. That is the deep sea demon whale king. His cultivation level is 990,000 years, and now it has reached 1,000,000 years. He is one of our allies. There is a deep conflict between him and the sea god. Qian Yuchen told her the news. The deep sea demon whale king, but I felt the blood power of the dragon clan. What's the situation? The Silver Dragon King is puzzled, but there is no dragon bloodline among the sea clan. In order to reduce the power of the heavenly tribulation, I taught him a special cultivation method, which transformed his bloodline into a more powerful dragon clan bloodline. Qian Yuchen explained. Let the bloodline power of the deep sea demon whale king change. Once a problem occurs, the Silver Dragon King can better control the other party. It's really magical. The sea clan does not have the blood of the dragon clan, so they can practice it. In this way, my dragon clan will definitely rise again. A trace of excitement flashed across the Silver Dragon King. She didn't know much about the sea, but after so many years, there must be many powerful soul beasts. Well, you asked me to come to Xingde Forest this time. What's the matter? Qian Yuchen interrupted her idea of preparing for YY. I want to go to the human world to see. My aura can be hidden perfectly. Even the titled Douluo strongman can't find me. Can you tell me about the situation in the human world? The Silver Dragon King said again that she wanted to go to the human world to see how human development has been in tens of thousands of years. In the era of Dragon God, humans were just eating raw meat and drinking blood. Tens of thousands of years ago, humans accidentally entered here, wearing only coarse cloth clothes. Human civilization today should be very developed, right? Qian Yuchen thought about it and said, if you go to the human world, you can't use the name Silver Dragon King, you have to take a human name. The Silver Dragon King looked at him and said, please help me with a name. You seem to know a lot, so it shouldn't be difficult, right? This Qian Yuchen's eyes rolled a few times and began to think. Ling Yuan looked at the Silver Dragon King and felt the vast aura. It seems that I am very small in front of the other side. Although her strength is limited to level 99, her soul is a real god level. Silver Dragon King, no wonder Brother Cheng said that the other party is very strong. Ling Yuan turned her eyes on Qian Yuchen, curious about what kind of name he would give the other party. After thinking about it, Qian Yuchen decided to use the original name and said, I think it's called Guyuina, what do you think? Guyuina. The Silver Dragon King savored it carefully and felt very friendly. This name is good, so it's Guyuina. She recognized the name and felt it was very friendly. Silver Dragon King, times. Guyuina. Well, Guyuina, then I will tell you about the situation in the human world next. Seeing that she accepted the name, Qian Yuchen took out a map of the continent from her storage soul guide. Chapter 188 Guyuina leaves the Stardo Forest. After Qian Yuchen explained the things about the human world to Guyuina, her face was very surprised. The Silver Dragon King is called Guyuina. In the development of mankind for thousands of years, changes are really fast. The development of civilization has formed a system. Especially the birth of words has allowed the precious experience of mankind to be passed down through the past dynasties. The accumulation of generation after generation has allowed human beings to stand out from the competition among various races and become the master of the mainland. It is indeed a lot of effort that humans can become the master of the current continent. The potential is really infinite. Guyuina exclaimed. The torch is never extinguished and passed down from generation to generation. This is the foundation for mankind to stand firm in the past 10,000 years of development. Qian Yuchen sighed. Whether it is the Chinese civilization in the previous life or the Soul Master civilization on the continent, they are inseparable from it. Let us open our ancestors' efforts and inheritance from generation to generation. From ancient times to the present, it has never been cut off. In fact, the first batch of humans were just weak races created by the dragon god inadvertently. When the soul beasts dominate this world, they were all slaves and had the lowest status. Things of the world are unpredictable, and the sea changes are extraordinary. Gu Yuina shook her head and didn't want to talk about this issue. You are planning to leave the Stardo forest. Are you planning to let Dityan take the time to replace him? Qian Yuchen asked. You know that Hongjun couldn't get it from him. This guy likes to give Dityan an eye drop when he has the chance, and he deserves a beating. I'll call them out now. They know my temper. Gu Yuina smiled and said, this was just a small problem for her. Dityan, you all come out, I have something to talk about. As soon as he finished speaking, the lake surface fluctuated again and the ferocious beasts came out. See the Lord. Dityan said first. Several other ferocious beasts also echoed, see the Lord. In 10,000 years, my injuries have finally healed. I'm asking you out this time, I have something to explain. Gu Yuina looked at Dityan and said. Master, I'm going to squeeze my fingers and I'm going to give it a long time to give it a gift. Will that not be able to lead the soul beasts out of this forest and revitalize the glory of my soul beast? Hongjun said excitedly. Without notice at all, Qian Yuchen's gaze like a fool fell on him. No, buddy. In front of the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, let the soul beasts see O Lord lead the soul beasts to attack the human world? What's more, one of his people is the God King and the other is the first level God. Once the seal is unbuttoned and the battle is started, the only one of the Silver Dragon King is left. If you don't become a god, you will be an ants after all. Mr. Xiong, you are simply presumptuous. Dityan immediately scolded, and then looked at Qian Yuchen with apologies. Young Master Qian, this guy has a lack of brains. Don't be skeptical about him. When Mr. Xiong heard this, he wanted to find a crack in the ground to get into it. Why can't I control my mouth and say what I think? This. He showed a look of embarrassment and could only smile foolishly. Qian Yuchen had nothing to see on his face, and he had a smile. It's nothing. Mr. Xiong is a straightforward person, but he still needs to change it. I have a good temper. After all, we are an ally now. If it is not conducive to unity, we can't say it. Gu Yuina also frowned and looked at Hongjun. It's been more than 200,000 years, but I haven't woken up yet, right? Dityan, let him continue to face the wall for a year, when will his mind learn to turn, and when will he come out again? Then, Hongjun returned to the bottom of the lake. No, I was beaten by Dityan, then kicked into the lake and returned to the bottom of the lake. After Hongjun's farce ended, Gu Yuina looked at Dityan and the others again. My injuries are healed, and what I want to do now is to go to the human world to see it. After all, humans are the dominant players of the mainland now, and there are many places worth learning from. Dityan nodded, and he unconditionally supported any decision made by the Lord. He said, Lord, don't worry, leave me what's going on in the forest. Dityan, I'll be relieved if you do things. I'll leave the things in the forest to you for the time being. After saying that, he looked at the Demon King Zig of the Red King. I am not here, you should take the order of Emperor Tian, do you understand? As for Baiji, she is on the united front with Dityan, so there is no need to say much. The three ferocious beasts hurriedly said, effect the Lord's order. Only then did Gu Yuina's face turn a little better, then she took out a piece of silver scale and handed it to Dityan. This is a scale of mine. If there is something very critical, you can contact me through it. I see. Emperor Tian took the scales over and put them into his special space. Gu Yuina looked at Qian Yuchen and said, Young Master Qian, please take me to the human world. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, this is very simple, so let's leave now. Then please lead the way. Gu Yuina said no problem. Then, Qian Yuchen and Ling Yuan took Gu Yuina away from the Lake of Life. Dityan watched her leave and silently said in his heart, Lord, come back soon. When Qianyu city came to the outer Lake of Life, the Ming dynasty, Erming naturally discovered Gu Yuina who was following him. When the eyes fall on the other person, there is always a sense of oppression from the bloodline. I couldn't help but want to surrender to the other party. Daming looked at Qian Yuchen and said curiously, this one is Xiaoniu, I gave you the trace of dragon bloodline you had at the beginning. And you little monkey, forgot if you asked you to protect here. Before Qian Yuchen could speak, Gu Yuina looked at the two Mings of Daming and told the secret in their hearts. You are you Lord. De Ming's tone trembled a little, the sky blue bull python, see Lord. After saying that, he knelt down on one knee and made a gesture of surrender. Titan Jian tape, pay homage to the Lord. Erming knelt down and knocked her one more. You all get up, no need to be polite. Gu Yuina didn't expect that the two small guards appointed at that time were already at the level of 100,000. Talent, not bad. You practice hard, the blood talent in your body has been activated, so protect the forest. You can't let human soul masters enter the core circle, do you understand? Hearing her words, Daming Erming immediately said. Master Lord, we must protect the forest and prevent strangers and soul beasts from entering. This is their duty and must not be forgotten. It's probably only 2 months before the holidays of Daming, Erming, Xiaohu. She will return to the Star Do forest by then, you don't need to look for her. Qian Yuchen told them the good news, which made a hint of joy flash in their eyes. Sister Xiao Wu, I'm back. Good news. Gu Yuina didn't pay attention to this, after all, it was the other party's private matter. After a few chats, Qian Yuchen, Ling Yuan and Gu Yuina left. Chapter 189 The Evil Soul Master is coming, Gu Yuina's feelings. Qian Yuchen took Gu Yuina away from the Stardew forest and felt the breath outside, she felt very novel. This is the world outside the big forest, it's really different. Gu Yuina felt the novel environment around her body, her eyes full of curiosity. In the human world, there are still many things you need to understand. If you want to really understand something, you need to put yourself into the human role. Only by personally experiencing it, can we know what the meaning of the real existence of the human world is. Qian Yuchen looked at her and began to fool. No, I told her seriously and seriously. After all, in the original work, Gu Yuina transformed into two ideologies Gu Yu and Naer and came to the human world. Unfortunately, by chance, he became the daughter-in-law of Tang Shenwang and Xiao Wu. A generation of soul beasts is the Silver Dragon King, the incarnation of the Dragon God. The seniority was suddenly suppressed by 2 juniors, which was simply the biggest shame of the soul beast. The most annoying thing is to be a daughter-in-law who is young. I have to admire that the original author's imagination is amazing. When Ling Yuan heard what he said, she knew that this was the philosophical mode of fraud. As a human being, experience the real life in the human world. Gu Yuina savored this sentence carefully and seemed to feel that there was no problem. Only by clearly understanding your opponent can you know what his strengths and weaknesses are. After all, your strength is there. You can observe what this human world looks like from the perspective of a soul master. Qian Yuchen said again. Gu Yuina obviously cannot take the path of the original work, and the soul master's perspective is the best. She can disguise the soul ring. The levels of the soul master titled Douluo depend on her own choice. You are right, then I will experience the life of the human world from the perspective of a soul master. She recognized what Qian Yuchen said. Qian Yuchen looked at the city ahead and said, food is also a kind of human culture. Let's take you to experience it. Ling Yuan looked at Gu Yuina who was persuaded by Qian Yuchen and sighed in her heart. Another woman could not escape the palm of his hand. Then, the 3 of them walked slowly towards the town. As for why you don't use your soul power, Gu Yuina enjoys this down-to-earth feeling. Halfway through, Qinyu City was like an adventure Dora and found something was wrong. Let's go later, there's a strong smell of blood. After he finished speaking, he looked at the source of the bloody smell. After some perception, his face was filled with murderous aura. Evil Soul Master, you still dare to go deep into the inland. What are the levels of the Tiandu Empire for? Hearing his gritted teeth, Gu Yuina asked in confusion. Young Master Qian, what happened? Everything in the world has 2 sides, and so are humans. There are also many people who are evil-minded and willing to fall into depravity. With your own strength, take action against unarmed ordinary people. When Qian Yuchen said this, his tone was very cold. Ling Yuan also felt the existence of the evil soul master in his words just now. Brother Cheng, go and kill these evil guys. Qian Yuchen turned around and headed towards the evil soul master, with Gu Yuina and Ling Yuan following behind him. He. I just like to see the feeling that you hate me but can't kill me. That's great. An evil soul master looked at the frightened villagers and laughed. The perverted smile on his face didn't look like a good bird at first glance. An old man among the villagers stood up and said in grief. You are simply not a human being. This is how you repay us when our village took you in. It's a sin. She is dead, there is no need for your village to exist. A trace of gentleness flashed in the eyes of the evil soul master, and it quickly disappeared, and then became sharp. It's you who let a girl bear the consequences that shouldn't have. She had a great life, and it was your own selfishness. She didn't dare to look for reinforcements, so she finally lost it. Hope for life. Thinking of the things the people in the village did, his face became ferocious. She is gone, right or wrong, I don't want to listen anymore. You selfish people, damn it. He didn't want to be an evil soul master. He used to have a good impression of this world. When his martial soul was successfully awakened, he felt that he could give that girl a bright future. But 3 Soul King level robbers entered the village. Unfortunately, he saw an unforgettable picture in his life. The girl is suffering from inhuman torture by 3 people. After learning that the promoter of the matter was the person in the village, he was so desperate. At that moment, his sky collapsed, and all his beliefs collapsed at this moment. He had only one thought: to destroy this place. In order to become stronger, he does everything he can do. He is now the sole emperor, but unfortunately that girl is gone. Kunyuchen and the other 2 were hiding in the dark, watching this scene quietly. Guyuina's first impression is, humans are complex creatures. Brother Cheng, this Ling Yuan is not easy to express his opinion. There are problems with both sides in this kind of thing, and she is not easy to judge. Qian Yuchen's eyes flashed with a strange look. He was a little familiar with the style of this evil soul master. I just want to create a world with only Lin. No, why are there still villagers in Douluo world? Qian Yuchen doesn't want to listen to the cause and consequences, and he is too lazy to listen to it. Evil soul master, as long as you are an evil soul master, then kill it without any worries. A famous general once said, one day is. Life is a. If you kill, you will choose to be an evil soul master, and you will have to bear the consequences of choosing this. Qian Yuchen expressed his attitude and then showed up. Evil soul master, today is your end of the world. Looking at his blonde style, the evil soul master man felt that he had seen this person somewhere. You are Pope Kunyuchen. He remembered it, his face full of horror. In such a remote place, can you actually meet the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Some of my eyesight is the one who is here. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, a powerful aura burst out from his body, instantly crushing the evil soul master to the ground. The horror on the faces of those villagers turned into joy after the disaster. The Pope of the Spirit Hall is here to rescue them. Boy, no matter what your reason is, I will not allow the evil soul master to appear in the continent. This is also the most basic key since my succession. After the words came to an end, the evil soul master man died. A powerful force directly shattered the meridians and internal organs in his body. And, soul. I'm giving you a ride, and I'm also thinking that it's a good deed. In this world, there is nothing you miss, so why bother to be obsessed with it? Kunyuchen then looked at the villagers and said nothing more. They just want to live by themselves. As for what mistakes they have made, they just bear the consequences themselves. The fruit of this village today is caused by the evil that has been created. Your village was attacked by the evil soul master and is now killed. You are safe. Buried him, and then send a representative to the nearest martial spirit hall. Remember, the one who saved you today is just a passing soul master. The identity of this seat must not be disclosed to the public. After leaving these words, he left. After returning to Ling Yuan and Guyuina couldn't wait to say. These villagers don't look like kind-hearted people. I think that evil soul master did the right thing. A person who is affectionate and merciless should be killed. Qian Yuchen shook his head, I just did what I should do as the Pope. I don't understand very well, you humans are so complicated. Guyuina felt her brain itchy, and this feeling was very uncomfortable. Chapter 190 You chop me up, right? Human minds are very complicated. After all, they are not like soul beasts. With their own territory, they can just hunt and grow up. You need to understand a lot of these things yourself to understand. Kunyuchen looked at Guyuina and said. The evil soul master just now had a kindness and grudge against that village. I don't want to know the right and wrong. He has become an evil soul master. Could it be that I can still admit in my heart that he is a good soul master? As the Pope, I naturally need to maintain the justice preached by the Spirit Hall. In 2 simple sentences, Ling Yuan understood that Kyunyuchen was still the second young master who was very principled. There is no room for negotiation on the matter of the evil soul master. Forgive the evil soul master, wouldn't that deny the efforts of the martial soul hall to this day? Forgiveness to step on the horse is someone else's business. The spirit hall only sends the evil soul master to hell. Gu Yuina looked at Kyunyuchen and said, is this the so-called difference between good and bad? That's right. Qianyuchen finished speaking, and looked at the sky. Let's go, we still have to rest for one night. Then the three of them continued to move towards the town. 1 hour later, the three of them walked into the town, which was close to the Stars Forest, and many soul masters gathered here. Team, entrusted, sold weapons. Gu Yuina looked at the things in front of her and quickly scanned her eyes. Kyunyuchen looked calm and walked slowly through the streets. Ling Yuan acted as a tour guide while walking and answered the questions raised by Gu Yuina. Suddenly, Kyunyuchen stopped and discovered an abnormal situation. His eyes were looking at the fruit stall at the turn of the street. The stall owner and 2 employees scanned everything around from time to time, as if they were looking for prey. They covered up very well, with a vulgar smile on their faces, as if they were looking at the beauty in the past, but in fact they were not. These 3 people have a lot of resentment. It's a murderous guy. Kyunyuchen changed his direction and walked towards the fruit stall. Seeing that the guests came, the stall owner restrained his eyes. Looking at Qianyuchen's extraordinary clothes, he decided to make money with kindness. If he messed with someone he shouldn't get, it would be trouble. Qianyuchen walked to the fruit stall and was still a little surprised. Tisk. There are quite a few types of fruits. These 3 people have done a lot of murders and arsons. After taking a look at the boss, he began to select fruits. Then, I picked a watermelon and placed it on it. Boss, how much does this watermelon cost per pound? 2 ginseng soul coins per pound. Qianyuchen was stunned for a moment. The fruits from Douluo continent are cheap goods and the existence of storage soul guides greatly reduced the transportation costs. 2 ginseng soul coins, or 2,000 copper soul coins, are enough for the family to live for 3 months. Hold the grass. No, boss, are you made of watermelon made of gold or silver? The stall owner immediately looked a little ugly and said angrily, this watermelon is transported from the southernmost part of the mainland, and it has always been this price. Where is it expensive? Have you reflected on your own questions? Are you really making money? Qianyuchen became interested in an instant, worried that there was no reason, so the other party came over. Ha, the mystery and learning are the success of the evolution. Then let me ask you, are you keeping your watermelon ripe? The boss thought he was easy to talk to and acted arrogantly. Just, I open a fruit stall. Can you sell your raw melon seeds? After that, he said impatiently, you just want it, right? Qianyuchen looked at him with a smile, quickly picked up the fruit knife beside him, and split the watermelon in half. The bright red flesh and juice flowed out, which made the fruit stall owner feel distressed. You'll chop me with melons, right? Puchi. Before he could finish his words, Qianyuchen stabbed his backhand into his heart with a knife. You are a murderer, and you are still learning to set up a stall. Just forget to set up a stall, I don't even know the price. What stall do you set up? Ah! Killing! The 2 assistants shouted wildly, trying to attract people's attention. Stop yelling, they can't get through. Qianyuchen looked at the fruit stall owner with a smile, what, don't you plan to reveal your true identity, and pretend to be dead there? This guy's heart is on the right, and the knife just now was just a skin trauma. I didn't expect to meet someone who was thrusting. The fruit stall owner stood up, frowned and pulled out the fruit knife on his chest. You 3 guys are in danger of being doomed today. Kyunyuchen burst out his own momentum and locked on the other party. I'm still a master. I like masters the most. A trace of excitement flashed in the fruit stall owner's eyes, and he was shocked all over and changed his appearance. He is about 70 years old, 1.58 in height, full of acne on his face, and he is still a Mediterranean. Martial soul, possessed. After saying that, he lay on the ground, like a toad. I haven't appeared in this continent for many years. I believe many people have forgotten my existence, right? He quack. After the words came, his 2 assistants also turned into toads. Toad martial soul Qianyuchen immediately said in surprise, you are the evil soul master leader who made the 3 cities fall into poisonous miasma, the fire cloud evil god. Oh! There is still someone who knows me. The old man didn't expect that this young man actually knew him. It's a pity that although the Fire Cloud evil god is powerful, the elder of the Martial Soul Palace's decision to take action and directly beat him seriously. If it weren't for the special nature of the martial soul, he would have been killed by the ruling elder long ago, right? Qian Yuchen spoke again, making the other party warm directly. It's really just that you can't pick up any pot. Young people, don't talk about martial ethics. Killing someone to kill your heart. Isn't that guy Qiandaoliu just relies on his soul ring to make one more than me? Otherwise, I will take him every minute. I have 9 rings now. After the evil god Huoyun said that, he launched a sneak attack on Qunyu City. He twisted his side and avoided the opponent's attack. I forgot to tell you that I am Qiandaoliu's son, the contemporary pope of the Spirit Hall. Do you say you are lucky or unlucky? Qunyu burst out with powerful soul power. Strong the great pressure directly made the two of Huoyun evil gods and the others stationary. Boy, your strength! The evil god Huoyun felt a look of fear in his heart. Thinking of the scene when facing Qiandaoliu, I was full of energy, but I was ruthlessly crushed. Could it be that my own tragedy will be staged twice? Impossible, absolutely impossible. My destiny is my fault. The 9th soul skill, the toad magic skill. Qua. He had a strong desire to survive, but he actually broke through the pressure blockade of Qunyu City. Bang! A golden slap suppressed him again. What are you humming? My father was able to let you run away at the beginning because he was too careless. I ran away in my hands. Are you worthy of the people who were poisoned by you in the 3 cities? Qian Yuchen shone with a sacred light, directly suppressing the other party again. Holy Spirit Judgment! While chatting and laughing, the masts and oars were destroyed. Chapter 191 The Soul Master Competition opens. Ling Yuan, Qunyu, and the other 2 separated from Gu Yuina. She followed the 2 for 3 days, and after realizing some things, she was ready to travel the human world alone. Qian Yuchen naturally respects the other party's ideas. As for those who are included in the harem, it is not the time for the time being. And now the key big thing is coming. The elite competition of the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy is about to begin. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he still needs to prepare in advance. The final is still held in Wuhan City, and all aspects need to make perfect arrangements. After returning to the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong came to tell him about this. Uncle Second, the qualifiers in the Tiandu City competition area are about to begin. According to previous arrangements, representatives need to be sent to the qualifiers opening ceremony. The representative of the previous term was Bishop Salas. Who is the second uncle going to send this time? Hearing Bibidong's words, Qunyu-chan's expression became serious. As the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salas is naturally sufficient in terms of weight. However, this time he needs to show the powerful foundation of the Martial Spirit Hall. Shock the 2 empires that are ready to move. Let them know that the Spirit Hall has not become weaker, but has temporarily restrained its edge for the sake of the overall situation. Donger, this time, you, the Saint, go on behalf of the Spirit Hall. In addition, inform Shilong and the Blood Tipper to let them accompany you. There are only 200 people in the accompanying team, and 100 people in the Soul King and Soul Emperor. Bibi Dong was a little surprised when he heard his arrangement. This is simply a luxurious lineup. 3 titled Douluo, 100 Soul Kings, and 100 Soul Emperors. She asked in confusion, Uncle Second, didn't you say that the Spirit Hall would show its strength at the right time? This elite competition is the beginning of chaos. If the Spirit Hall wants to maintain its position in it, it must show its strength. In the qualifiers, that's just a warning. Qian Yuchen expressed his purpose, just to watch the fire from the other side of the river. I don't want to interfere if you 2 empires do this. But if you get into trouble, you are sorry, you have found the wrong person. Of course, Tang San will definitely not miss the opportunity to target the Wuhan Hall. Before he gained new experience and grew up, Qunyu-chen didn't want a cat and a dog to come and touch the Magic Soul Hall. I understand, then I'll make preparations. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, he left the Pope's Hall. Brother Cheng, what do you mean? Ling Yuan wanted to speak but stopped. After all, her peaceful life was about to end. Qian Yuchen nodded and said slowly. This elite competition is the beginning of a new round of chaos. The power of the Soul Master world will be reshuffled, and the relationship between humans and soul beasts will become even more tense. As the longest inheritance and deepest heritage, the Wuhun Palace is definitely their primary goal. I made so many arrangements just to protect myself. Tang San's Tang sect and the Tiandu Empire are the biggest winners in the original work. The main resources of the Wuhan Hall were taken over by these two companies and have made great progress. According to Tang San's personality, the big head must be his own, the little big head is avalanche, and the rest is other forces to divide it up. I don't understand. The Wuhan Palace has never participated in the war on the mainland and is dedicated to protecting the peace and stability of the mainland. How could it be? Ling Yuan has made her own efforts to get to the position of law enforcement elder step by step. The efforts of the Wuhan Palace to the mainland can be said to be very great. There are at least 1,000 soul masters who sacrifice every year. Some soul masters cannot erect monuments for them, so they can only be unknown heroes. The evil soul master is too revengeful. Once the monument is erected, their family will be harmed by the other party. In contrast, the two empires enjoy the peace brought by this martial soul palace with peace of mind. It is simply unreasonable to actually target the Wuhan Hall. The martial soul palace was destroyed, and the evil soul masters on the mainland had no restrictions. It will only be more unscrupulous, and the lives of civilians will be in dire straits. The Wuhan Hall also helps many civilian soul masters to awaken their martial souls every year. If the Wuhan Hall no longer exists, will these civilian martial souls awaken their martial souls be blocked by the nobles? According to legend, the profession of soul master only exists among nobles, and civilians have no chance to become soul masters. Looking at Ling Yuan's worried eyes, Qian Yuchen comforted. People's hearts are unpredictable. The Wuhan Palace helps civilian soul masters awaken every year, and it is already touched datas for the interests of many nobles. In addition to the 4 basic books we have released, we have received support from civilians, which is not good for their rule. Ling Yuan understood at this time that only the Wuhan Palace paid attention to the civilians in the mainland from beginning to end. The two empires and nobles only value their own interests. Don't they know that civilians are the foundation they can continue to this day? The origin of the evil soul master is also related to the two empires. The first evil soul master on the mainland, said to be a death row prisoner soul master, defected on the eve of the trial. Finally, a large number of soul masters who voluntarily fell, which started the turmoil in the soul master world. Second young master, Ling Yuan will help you and protect the spirit hall. Ling Yuan's tone was firm, and she was standing from the perspective of the elder of the Wuhan Hall to express her determination. Qian Yuchen smiled, Yuan, thank you. Bibidong's arrival made the Tiandu Empire feel very surprised. What is the purpose of the Saint of the Spirit Hall to come to the qualifiers in person? Moreover, the two elders accompanying each other wore elder badges and were named Douluo. Bibidong's badge is also the elder badge, but it is still golden. This time, following the Pope's instructions, I asked this saint to attend on behalf of the Temple of War. Bishop Salas is old, so it is not appropriate for him to trouble such a tedious ceremony. As soon as Bibidong said this, the Tiandu Empire had nothing to say. After all, although Bishop Salas is a titled Douluo, he is too old to be unable to do many things. Prince Swexing said respectfully, then please ask the saint to sit down. Your Majesty has been waiting for a long time. Well, I'm working hard. Then, under his leadership, Bibidong sat next to Emperor Sui. In the Soul Master realm, the Spirit Hall is on par with the two empires. After Bibidong appeared, Yu Xiaogong's expression in the audience became complicated. After all, she was the first one to look at him without belittling his eyes, and she also took him into the Wuhan Hall library to find a solution. Lu Erlong was different, looking at Bibidong with anger. It was this woman who almost lost Xiaogang at the beginning. In front of him, he pierced Xiaogong's chest. If it weren't for a miracle, Xiaogang wouldn't have been resurrected. Feeling something wrong with Lu Erlong, Flender wondered, Miss Erlong, what are you? It's her. I said why can't I find someone after so many years? Lu Erlong looked at Bibidong and gritted his teeth. What's her? Flender looked at him. The woman should be the saint of the Spirit Hall. Boss Fu, she did what Xiaogang did in the valley. Lu Erlong said again. You mean Flander's eyes also rose? Yu Xiaogang was seriously injured and dying back then, but it turned out that she did it. Xiaogang, she is a vicious woman. Don't forget how the wound on your chest came about. After Lu Erlong said this, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but put his hand in his heart. He murmured to himself, Bibidong, the dark organization of the Wuhan Palace, I will not let it continue to exist. In this way, our grudges will be cleared. Chapter 192 The first game of the qualifiers, enemies gather together. After Emperor and Ning Fengzi delivered a speech on Snow Night, the next step was to draw lots for the representatives of the Wuhun Palace. Bibi Dong slowly stood up, led by the palace maid, and walked to the MC and began to draw lots. She didn't say much, and every time she pulled out an opponent, she would leave it to the MC to announce it. In the first round of the qualifiers, Kanghui Academy will fight against Zixing Academy. In the first round of the qualifiers, Auckland Academy vs Flame Glory Academy. In the first round of the qualifiers, Tiandu Royal Academy vs Shrek Academy. When the Shrek 7 monsters heard that their first round opponent was the deputy team of Tiandu Royal Academy, the expressions on the faces of the several people couldn't help but become strange. Oscar murmured, "It's not such a coincidence." Ma Hongjun pressed his fingers and made a series of crackling bones. "That's great. Didn't they drive us out? This time I'll let them see what strength is." Tang San and Dai Mubai smiled bitterly. They naturally want to fight against Tiandu Royal Academy, but now this outfit is really a bit. It was not only the people in Shrek Academy who were surprised, but the audience was also surprised. Other colleges may not have received much attention, but Shrek College is really too outstanding, so how could it not be noticed? For a moment, there were endless booing sounds, and many viewers were shouting the word cheating. In their opinion, the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy is obviously looking for a soft persimmon to pinch it. Shrek Academy does not look like a team of soul masters at all, but more like a group of clowns. After the lottery was over, Bibi Dong glanced at the audience and said lightly, "This saint draws lots, there is no falsehood. This saint swears with the honor of the Martial Soul Hall. At the same time, this saint here announces that all participants in the Soul Master Academy who are present will make an exception and allow them to join the Soul Saint directly. Temple." After her words fell, the Soul Masters in the field were in an uproar. This attraction is something that a Soul Master cannot refuse. Emperor Sui's face became gloomy. Isn't this poaching in front of him? Ning Fengzi looked at Emperor Sui, shook his head, and signaled that he should put the overall situation first. The Emperor of Snow Night only then relaxed a little and turned into a calm posture again. This small detail is behind them, and the Soul Masters below are naturally unable to see it. However, this did not escape Tang San's purple demonic eye. He clearly saw some of the mysteries, combined with some of the things the Master once told him. Tang San understood that the contradiction between the Spirit Hall and the Empire seemed to be getting deeper and deeper, and was almost irreconcilable. Otherwise, the Saint of the Spirit Hall would not dare to recruit outstanding Soul Masters in front of this Imperial Emperor. Okay, then the first round of the qualifiers that will be held below is the Tiandu Royal Academy vs Shrek Academy. All participating academies will withdraw. Please be prepared for the two academies that will compete later. Half an hour later, the competition will officially begin. As the host finished speaking, all the participating teams left one after another. Qian Yuchen also came to the scene, sat in the most ordinary position, quietly observing the situation in the venue. However, he still couldn't hold back the costumes of Shrek Academy. Green. I really don't know what Flender thought, so he chose such a surprising color as his school uniform. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Flender, in terms of business, you have to be there." Then he looked at a position in the corner, where a man in a black robe sat, his eyes always falling on Tang San. Tang Hao also came to the scene. The first game was Shrek Academy vs Tiandu Team 2, and the enemy met. In the huge lounge, Ma Hongjun's impatient voice came. "San brother, let me take action." He was ready to move. Tang San glared at him, "No, according to the original plan." Ma Hongjun was instantly deflated and looked at Tang San like a resentful woman. Talon patted his shoulder and laughed, "Don't worry, let's see how I teach them a lesson later." Flander, Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong were not there, obviously wanting to leave this game to them for their own choice. Dai Mubai said in a deep voice, "Miss, start arranging candidates for the battle." Tang San nodded. This time it was really a matter of grudges. Let Tiandu Royal Academy see, and you won't regret your original choice. The ones who appeared later include, Boss Dai, Xiaohu, Jingling, Huang Yuan, Zhongling, and Tailong. Attack according to the first plan. Neither Dean Flan nor the teacher came, but I know what they meant. If we want to have a good life in the future, then today we will completely defeat our opponent. I think 1 minute is enough for us. He naturally understood the reason why several teachers did not come. At that time, they had suffered such humiliation at Tiandu Royal Academy, and no one could bear it. Although it was brought to them by Prince Swexing, the Tiandu Royal Academy symbolizes the royal family, and we must seize this opportunity to slap the other party in the face. The battle ends in 1 minute, and they will give the other party the best counterattack. Daimyo slapped his palms, and his evil eyes flashed with fierce light. That's right, we only need 1 minute. An invisible murderous aura spread quietly with Tang San and Daimyo as the center. Soon, the players on both sides appeared, and the appearance of Shrek Academy made the audience laugh. This made the 7 of them even more resentful towards the Tiandu team too. Treat differently, who can bear it? Tang San narrowed his eyes slightly, his face still calm. Together with Daimyo, he led a total of 11 members of Shrek Academy to fight in a row in the center of the ring, standing opposite the second team members of the Tiandu Royal Academy. Qian Yuchen sat in the audience and watched this scene, quietly looking forward to the opening of the classic scene in the original work. 1 minute Bo, pre-select the ring match. Shrek Academy was scolded and humiliated by Prince Swexing at Tiandu Royal Academy, but they have always remembered this hatred. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, and Tang San is not a generous person. He will definitely find an opportunity to avenge this hatred. This time, the second team of Tiandu Academy was simply hitting the gun. A true grudge. Now the organizer is treating Shrek Academy differently. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? Tang San and Daimyo obviously had murderous aura. The elite competition obviously cannot kill people. That day, the Do team could only be sent off the ring by the opponent in a shameful way. What did you say that? If you provoke the king of God of Tang, do you still want to live safely? On the other side, Bibi Dong was also observing the Shrek Academy in a special seat. Judging from the momentum of both sides, the second team of Tiandu team may lose. No battle can be underestimated by the opponent. The eagle fights the rabbit with all its strength. The heavenly Do Empire is probably going to be embarrassed. Chapter 193 1 Minute Battle, the second team of the suffering Tiandu. On the ring. The people from Tiandu Team 2 looked at the outfits of the people in Shrek Academy. If they hadn't considered being in the ring, they would have burst into laughter. A group of toads can actually participate in the elite competition. Stand at the forefront of the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy, is a short boy. His skin is white and tender, and he is very beautiful. He looks like a girl, and even his voice is very feminine. In other words, he is just a sissy, similar to Yuegwen. Captain, how could we get such an opponent? It's such a toad that falls on the feet, and it's also disgusting if you don't bite you. Look at the logo of their academy, it's so funny. A girl next to the short boy, who was radiant and plump on her chest, whispered, covering her mouth and nose. That way, it seemed like I was afraid of smelling the scent of the Shrek Academy students. Captain of Tiandu Team 2, well, it makes sense. Then he looked at Xiaohu, after all, his long legs were quite eye-catching. What a pity, a little beauty like you. Maybe it is the talent of the Rugumaitua family, but Xiaohu has never lost in her mouth. Humph. A 3-inch ding yin-yang man, a trash woman, if you get it we are unlucky. Good guy. When he said that, the woman with a hot figure turned red instantly. Little bitch, where is the Gang Deng's brothel girl? The short man next to her also turned pale. Shrek gave Xiaohu a thumbs up in his heart, and this is what it means to be professional in confronting people. Daimyo laughed, Xiaohu, you are right, a 3-inch yin-yang man, a brothel girl. Oscar couldn't help laughing, Pucci. Then he quickly stopped smiling, sorry, I have received professional training and usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. Okay, okay. Although the ring stipulates that people cannot live, they are disabled, that is inevitable. He 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 he. The captain of Tiandu Team 2 showed a gloomy face. Before the game started, the two teams were already in a tense state. Both sides salute, non-participants will end up. To endure the discomfort in his heart, the members of the teams of both sides bent down to salute each other reluctantly. The extra players left the ring, leaving only 7 of them to participate in the first game of the qualifiers. On the Shrek Academy, Daimyo Bai, Tailong and Huang Yuan stood in the front. Tang San is in the middle, with Xiaowu and Jingling on both sides, and Zhongling stands at the end. Zhongling's martial soul is also a healing scepter, and she is Zhongzhu's cousin. Jiangzhu was intercepted by Yuan and went to Wuhan Academy. Zhongling only enrolled in Shrek last year and is the youngest of the contestants. On the side of Tiandu Royal Academy, except for the man and woman who spoke before, the remaining 5 were all strong people. The 5 stood in a row in front, blocking the 2 behind like a wall. The other party was standing in the center, which was the short team leader. Needless to ask, he should be the control soul master in this team, and the stormy girl stood at the end. In the VIP seat, Emperor Sui looked at Ning Fengzi and said, "Zheng Master Ning, there should be no suspense in the result of this game, right?" Ning Fengzi smiled and nodded, "Depending on the situation, there is really no suspense. In fact, in your heart, what kind of smelly fish and rotten shrimps in your Tiandu team are waiting to be killed instantly?" Bibi Dong showed a hint of curiosity and looked at Ning Fengzi, "Zhengzhu Ning, I wonder if I can reveal which team do you think of?" Ning Fengzi and Bibi Dong both said hello in advance, but both of them were drama masters. On this occasion, he could not show his attitude of being close to the Wuhan Hall. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, I can't tell you this yet." Bibi Dong did not show any joy and anger, and said lightly, "I think this Shrek Academy should win." From the beginning of coming to the arena, everyone's eyes are very serious and they value their opponents. On the other hand, the Royal Academy Team 2 is a bit underestimated. The ring is not a daily life, allowing you to underestimate your opponent. When Emperor Sui heard her words, his face remained unchanged, but he was so angry that he felt very angry. There is certainly no suspense in this first game. Prince Swexing, who was sitting in front, began to smooth things over. The students of our Tiandu Royal Academy are the real elites, and this is just the second team. This time, our home team has only one goal, which is the final championship. The first round of the qualifiers has officially begun. The referee's voice sounded, announcing the beginning of the qualifiers. "Open the martial soul." Dai Mubai roared, the white tiger possessed, and the yellow, purple and purple standard soul ring was revealed. Tailong, Huang Yuan, Jingling, Xiaohu, and Zhongling also summoned their own martial souls. Soul ring configuration: yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Tang San raised the ghost vine in his right hand, and 4 soul rings surrounded him. Yellow, yellow, purple, black. Tang San's 4th soul ring turned out to be black. Qian Yuchen looked at Zhongling in the audience. The child seemed to be only 13 years old. The 13-year-old soul sect has a stronger talent than the Crimson Pearl. Others in Lanba Academy have also been newly enhanced in their strength. I won't say anything about Tang San. Of course, the protagonist's soul ring configuration is different from that of ordinary people. Qian Yuchen can be calm, but others can't be calm. Black was originally the least conspicuous color, but anyone who knows a little about the knowledge of soul masters understands what that means. Not only the audience station, but also the VIP station, they were also exclaiming at this time. Who would have thought that in the first game of this qualifier, they actually saw the 10,000 years of soul ring appear on the competition stage? Prince Swexing shouted in a slight way, "No, this is impossible. How could it be the 10,000 years of soul ring?" Meng Shenji closed his eyes in pain. This should have been the glory of Tiandu Academy. No wonder they didn't even send all the main players. Ning Fengzi was also secretly surprised. The 4th soul ring is the 10,000-year soul ring, which is a rare existence on the mainland. There may be somewhere in the Martial Soul Academy, but it is simply. Emperor Shuya looked at Ning Fengzi, "Zhengzhu Ning, you are the ones who are optimistic about this Shrek Academy, right?" "Your Majesty, it's not." Ning Fengzi knew what the other party was thinking. Rong is in the first team of the royal team, and as a father, I certainly support her. He then showed a hint of regret. At the beginning, Shrek and others were going to join the Tiandu Royal Academy, but unfortunately, they were driven away by His Highness Swexing. Later, I joined another academy in Tiandu City, which is now the predecessor of Shrek Academy, Lanba Academy. After hearing Ning Fengzi's words, Emperor Sui remembered what Meng Shenji complained to him. Qin Ming, who personally awarded the Viscount, also left the Royal Academy because of this incident. As the Emperor, he naturally understood what Prince Swexing's approach meant. "I have short-sighted eyes, no wonder my father passed the throne to me." Emperor Sui was really disappointed with his younger brother. Avalanche is his son, and he knows more about this uncle than the other party. What a playboy, it's just a veil that hides oneself. The child was like himself since childhood, but suddenly became crooked when he grew up. Who believes it? Shui Qinghe is what Emperor Shui Ye is most satisfied with. He is both civil and military, good at recruiting talents, and is a perfect successor to the throne. Back on the ring again, the Tiandu Team 2 also showed off their soul rings. All are the 3-ring soul lords, not even one of the 4-ring soul sects. Seeing that Tang San's 4th soul ring was black, they were stunned. Chance. Shrek was not stunned and launched an attack directly. Dai Mubai, Tailong, and Huang Yuan rushed out directly and opened their respective 3rd soul rings. The 5 people in front of the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy are all powerful soul masters, with their martial souls, lion, bear, tiger, leopard, and wolf. The impact of this combination is obviously very powerful. Although the reaction was a bit slower, he immediately reacted when he heard the petite man's shouting and greeted Dai Mubai and the other 2 with evil spirits. Tang San directly revealed his 4th soul ring, and a black light flashed, and the 7 people from the Tiandu Team 2 were instantly controlled and could not move. The 4th soul skill, the Ghost Vine Cage. Group Control Skills. White Tiger Meteor Shower. Soft skill is activated. The 6 people in charge of the attack of the Shrek team smashed their soul skills on the members of the Tiandu Team 2. The screams spread throughout the ring. 1 minute later, the Shrek team members widened the distance. The 7 members of the Tiandu Team 2 were lying miserably on the ring. If they hadn't had the slight ups and downs of their chests, they would have been helpless. The audience in the audience, it's so miserable. Too cruel. In 1 minute, the Shrek team ended the first qualifier. Qian Yuchen couldn't help but shook his head. Tisk, it's worthy of being Tang San, it's really cruel. Chapter 194. The name of Shrek begins to rise. At this time, 80,000 spectators in the entire soul fighting arena were silent. If the clothes of the Shrek Academy team members were the targets they made fun of before, then the shit green team uniform looked so dazzling at this time. There is no suspense, this is indeed a game without suspense, or a unilateral massacre. But the target of being destroyed was not the Shrek Academy they thought, but the second team of the Tiandu Royal Academy, which was placed with high expectations and symbolized the royal family of the Tiandu Empire. Tang San's eyes swept coldly to the audience, as if he was telling the audience with his eyes, who is the strong? Sure enough, your strength is enough to change your first impression of you. Referee, I want to complain. They are not competing at all, but killing people. They violated the rules of the game and I asked them to be sentenced to lose. Seeing his team members looking miserable, the teacher of Tiandu Royal Academy roared at the referee angrily. The referee had already fully awakened at this time, and his stern eyes immediately looked at the members of Shrek Academy. Tang San smiled indifferently and said, "Dear referee, I will only ask you one question. Are they dead?" The referee was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked at the 7 people who fell to the ground in the second team of Tiandu Royal Academy. Indeed, although these 7 people were seriously injured, they were still breathing, and they should not die. Tang San pointed at Zhongling and said, "This is the auxiliary healing soul master in our team. Her soul skills were released from the beginning of the battle." His eyes fell on the 2 people in the Tiandu team, but it was not the one who treated us, but them. Now the battle is over, Junior Zhongling, the treatment is over. Tang San's voice was very loud. He deliberately used his soul power to spread his voice throughout the audience so that everyone could hear it. What a contempt it is to let your soul master treat the opponent from the beginning. Arrogant, but there is indeed this capital. The referee then called 2 more referees over, and after discussion, the result was given. The first game of the first round of the qualifiers, Shrek Academy won. Boom! A strong voice of discussion broke out in the audience, questioning and admiration were more shocking. Emperor Sui stood up with a pale face, his eyes fell on Prince Swexing, who was stunned, and snorted coldly, and left. Ning Fengzi stood up with a smile and followed Emperor Sui and left the VIP seat. Bibi Dong also stood up and left the VIP seat. Flender smiled so happily that he couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth. Advertising fees, sponsorship fees, and the humiliation brought to him by Tiandu Royal Academy before, this haze was finally wiped out. He hasn't been so happy for a long time. Dai Mubai and the others did not hesitate to use the 4th soul skill to give their opponent a thunder blow just to help them vent their anger. Do you want to give all the sponsorship fees you have drawn to these little monsters? For a moment, this idea came to his mind. 7 people from Shrek Academy walked down the arena, entered the contestants' passage and came to the lounge. In order not to continue to be the focus of people, they took off their school uniforms and put on their usual clothes. Several people from Shrek Academy left the fighting spirit, but the audience had not yet dispersed. Today is just the first day of the game, and tomorrow is the time for this qualifier to begin. Tang San felt the most profound. Yu Xiaogang started the actual training in the soul fighting arena, and the effect was really significant. As we were about to leave, a gentle and friendly voice came. Congratulations on your first start. Ning Hhhh also smiled when he saw Ning Fengzi. Thank you uncle. Although Ning Fengzi changed into ordinary clothes, the 4 substitutes still recognized him. Have you met Master Ning? The other 6 Shrek 7 monsters also said respectfully, I have met Master Ning. Ning Feng smiled and said, don't be so polite. There is no sect leader. I am just your elder now. His approachable attitude made everyone in Shrek feel good. He then looked at Tang San and showed admiration, this is Tang San, it's your father's style back then. Tang San flashed a hint of surprise, but he didn't expect that he knew his identity. Sect Master Ning has been too rewarded. This time, due to tactical arrangements, she did not let her play. She is also the 4-ring soul sect. Young people are not arrogant or impatient. There are not many people as outstanding as you. Ning Fengzi nodded and looked at Oscar. Since he appeared, the child's eyes looked at him and Ning from time to time. This is the food-based soul master with innate soul power in your team, Oscar, right? Hello, Uncle Ning, I'm Oscar. Oscar showed respect in his tone. After all, the other party was the sect leader of the mainland auxiliary soul master Xiang Sheng sect. 9 Treasures Glazed Pieces sect, welcome auxiliary soul masters from all over the continent to join. Of course, if you are excellent enough and pass the sex assessment, there is a precedent for direct disciples to marry outside. Ning Fengzi saw that this child was interested in Ning, so he naturally wanted to win over the other party. But the female disciples in the sect have the requirement for their other half to be strong attack system or agile attack system. There is really no precedent for the auxiliary department. Uncle Ning, thank you. Oscar was also a smart person, so he naturally understood what he meant. Ning Fengzi nodded with satisfaction and continued, Your Majesty, and I can see clearly your performance on the ring just now. Of course, I understand your approach. Shrek Academy is a senior soul master academy after all, and it is always bad to attract the wind from the tree. I hope you will pay attention to calm down in the subsequent competition. Your Majesty is still very optimistic about you and is very dissatisfied with Prince Swexing's previous actions. If it were not for the inability to change after registration, Your Majesty still wants you to return to Tiandu Royal Academy. Tang San shook his head, thank you uncle for telling us all this, Shrek Academy is pretty good. Ning Fengzi laughed and was about to leave. If you have time, bring your classmates to the Jubeo Glazed Li sect as a guest. Well, goodbye uncle. Ning waved goodbye. The exclusive lounge of the Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong always feels a little strange when he looks at Tang San. The other party is not old, but his eyes are completely different from the posture a young man should have. This person may be the biggest variable in this elite competition. Qian Yuchen walked in, looked at her slightly frowning brows and asked, Donger, what did you see? Second uncle, I think Tang San from the Shrek team is a little strange. You said, will he be the dark horse in this competition? Bibi Dong told his guess. Maybe, the final result is uncertain, who can say it correctly? Qian Yuchen smiled and said that his martial soul team was from 2 soul emperors, 4 soul kings, and 1 soul sect. The cultivation speed of Jiangzhu's healing scepter is indeed not fast, but it is already at level 48 of the auxiliary soul sect. Zhao Qingtian is also very powerful. Through tidal bodybuilding and weight-bearing training, he reached the Soul King 1 month before the start of the elite competition. Zhao Wuji got the news and cried with joy. The ancestral tomb is smoking, and the old Zhao family has produced a genius. With such a luxurious lineup and the existence of martial soul fusion skills, it is still difficult for Tang San to turn the tables against the wind. Just enjoy the qualifiers as a show. There are still many talented people in this generation of young soul masters. Thank you for your hard work, pay more attention. Bibi Dong nodded, don't worry, I will pay attention. Qian Yuchen then left, and the next stop was to go to the residence of Tian Shui Academy. There seemed to be a lot of people coming from Qianshui City. Chapter 195 Meeting with the people of Tian Shui. Qian Yuchen came to the residence of Tian Shui Academy in Tiandu City, and Shui Yunyan had been waiting for a long time. "Young master, you are here." "Yeah, here you come." After a simple greeting, Yuchen walked in under the leadership of Shui Yunyan. The Tiandu Empire is very generous. The teams who come to participate in the competition all have independent villa areas. Yuchen found it very quiet and asked, "Yunyan, are the students who have not come back to watch the game?" Shui Yunyan nodded. "Luo is with them, and she will probably be back in 10 minutes. When he walked into the yard, Yin came out with the child in his arms, and Ro came out together. "Dad!" Xiao Ying'er showed surprise when she saw him. "Oh, Dad is here." Yuchen hurried over and hugged her in his arms. "Mua! Do you miss your father?" A hint of doting in his eyes. Xiao Ying'er said angrily, "I want to." Shui Yunyan said, "Don't stand, sit first, wait for Luo and the others to come back." After the four of them sat down, Xiao Ying'er was obediently in Yuchen's arms, and her big eyes kept scanning Yin and the other two. "Brother Cheng, you came from the field. What was the result of the first game?" "In 1 minute, the game will be over." After Yuchen finished speaking, Yin and Aru and Shui Yunyan were stunned. 1 minute? So fast? Seeing that they didn't say anything, Xiao Ying'er casually said, "Just practice more." Yuchen couldn't help but smile. This sentence is very correct. The second team of Tiandu are all noble children, thin and weak, and at first glance they have no practical experience. It is reasonable to be defeated by the Shrek team that was systematically trained. If you lose in the ring, it's really a sign of the dish. You have to practice more. Looking at the curiosity on Shui Yunyan and the others' faces, Yuchen briefly explained the process of the first game. Only then did they realize that Tiandu Team 2 is really a good thing. The auxiliary healing skills of the Shrek team are still available for them. Shame, the biggest shame since the elite competition was held. The opponent will give you healing skills. Young master, so, the Shrek team should be the big dark horse in this elite competition. Shui Yunyan's intuition is very keen, and he always feels that this Shrek team will be the strongest opponent of the Tian Shui team in this competition. 4 of the Shrek 7 monsters have not yet been on. If the 7 people gather together, their overall strength will be increased a little further. Assisted by the 9 treasure glazed tower, you should know how strong the growth rate is. For now, it's a dark horse. Yuchen gave his own evaluation. After all, he was the protagonist group and had strong strength and luck. The time for chatting passed quickly, and 10 minutes passed in a flash. Shui Yunluo was talking to the students outside, talking about the Shrek team. When the door opened, Shui Yunluo discovered Qinyu City. "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." Xiao Wu also said, "Uncle Qian." "It's not long." Yuchen finished speaking, feeling her strength, and was still very satisfied. "Yes, your talent is so strong. If you weren't lazy, you would have been level 99 long ago." Shui Yunluo smiled awkwardly, "Brother-in-law, that was ignorant before, hee." Shui Binger heard Shui Yunluo call her brother-in-law Yuchen. Wouldn't that mean this handsome uncle is the dean's husband? But the child he was holding was from teacher Ian. Her mind was a little overwhelmed. Shui Yuer was secretly looking at Yuchen, Shui Yunyan, and Yin. The relationship between these people is extraordinary. Shui Yunluo then looked at the students and introduced, "Students, this blonde uncle is the current pope. Similarly, he is also a master of theory. The textbooks you learned were written by him." Shui Binger and the students of Tian Shui team showed shocked gazes and looked at Yuchen. "This handsome blonde uncle is the pope? Or, the editor-in-chief of our learning textbooks?" Yuchen smiled and said, "Hello, there is no pope here, just call me Teacher Qian. After all, they read the book they wrote and said they were right to call themselves teacher. I've met Teacher Qian." Shui Binger shouted first. Other students also spoke out, "I've seen Qian teacher. You are very good. At the age of 15 or 16, you have reached the level of the Soul Sect. I am still very optimistic about you in this competition. After all, I am a practitioner of my 30 years of research on martial soul theory." A hint of relief flashed in Yuchen's eyes, and the 7 talents of Tian Shui team were like their own students. Xiao Wu's situation is special, substitute. The Wuhan team is in charge of Bibi Dong most of the time, and her teaching philosophy is still different from that of herself. The 7 members of the Tian Shui team said in unison, "Teacher Qian, we will work hard." Qian Yuchen then looked at Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, you are also a member of Tian Shui team now. Although you are a substitute, you must be prepared to play. Xiao Wu blinked her eyes and smiled, Uncle Qian, I know. Her talent is higher than her mother Aru, she is only 15 years old, and she is already a level 53 Soul King. Soul Ring matches yellow, yellow, purple, black and black. The technique given by Qian Yuchen made her completely activate the blood power in her body, and the strength of the soul condensation ring was much stronger than the original work. By the way, the Light Wu transformed into a butterfly in the Tiandu team, the 49 Soul Sect. Xiao Wu can be said to be the killer weapon of Tian Shui team. You guys take this. After the words came to an end, the 7 members of the Tian Shui team had a piece of something similar to mutton fat jade in their hands, which was cold and cold. This is the 10,000 years of ice marrow, you can absorb it by circulating your soul power. Shui Binger looked at the 10,000-year-old ice marrow with the size of the teacup in her hand, and felt it was quite unreal. With its assistance, the chance of breaking through the Soul King is very high. In the final, Tian Shui team really could win a good ranking. She hurriedly said, thank you for your gift. There was a little excitement in his tone. The Ice Phoenix Martial Soul is also a top-level Beast Martial Soul. Binger, come on. Of course, the rest of you are also excellent, and I look forward to you submitting a satisfactory answer. This is a small gift for you that I have given you, there is no need to be so disgusted. Qian Yuchen smiled and said that he wanted to meet the 7 of them in person when he came to the rest place of Tian Shui team this time. Shui Union adheres to his teaching philosophy and brings out excellent students. These 7 people were selected from the 300 people in the academy, which shows their strength. By the way, you can also raise some questions during your cultivation process. I will answer them to you by the way. While he was in a good mood, his habit of being a good teacher has come again. Shui Binger and the other 7 looked at Shui Yunluo and Shui Union, wanting to seek their opinions. If you have any questions, just say it. I still brought it out by him. Shui Yunluo looked at the students and smiled. Shui Union also nodded, Teacher Qian's advice, but it's not worth it. Shui Binger tried to ask, Teacher Qian, when I was meditating on my soul power. With the first one, there is the second one, and they all raised their own questions one after another. Qian Yuchen answered their questions carefully with a smile. The little firefly in his arms was looking at her with light in his eyes. Dad, it's so awesome. Chapter 196 A Yin comes to the door. Qian Yuchen left the villa area of Tian Shui team, and Ian and Xiao Yinger were accompanied by him. All of them have come to Tiandu city, so of course I have to take them back to meet the old man. Qian Daoliu felt that the Qian family was not prosperous, and privately advised Qian Yuchen to work harder. Now he would be very happy to bring back a child, a granddaughter who is even more eccentric than Qian Linger. Ian became a little nervous and followed Qian Yuchen silently. Qian Yuchen saw her unable to let go and smiled and said, don't be nervous. The old man is very kind. I'm happy when I take you back. Yin looked up at him, really? As far as I know, your father was the one who ruled that the elder retired. When did this happen? He is just a bad old man in retirement now. Qian Yuchen smiled again, signaling her not to be nervous. It is his job to rule on the elder, so he naturally has to show an unselfish image. In terms of life, Qian Daoliu is very approachable and cannot see the so-called serious image at all. Xiao Yinger looked at Qian Yuchen and shouted, old man, old man. Dad, I'm not an old man. Qian Yuchen said, and gently tapped on her little face. Yin looked at the sky and said, well, but Tiandu city is not short from the Wuhan Hall, we have to speed up. Well, you have to hurry up. After the family of 3 came outside Tiandu city, Qian Yuchen took the child over and held it in his arms. Then he hugged Yin with his left arm and made an instant move. Little Yinger, you can open your eyes. The sound of Qian Yuchen came. Qian Luiying opened her eyes and found that she had arrived at a new place. Dad, where is this? It's so big. Xiao Yinger looked at the unfamiliar environment, but felt a sense of intimacy. Especially the statue of the angel god in the square, she really wanted to touch it. She pointed to the statue of the angel god and asked, Dad, big stone, Wing's sister, who is it? Qian Yuchen was stunned and then smiled and said, that is our ancestor, the angel god. He was very surprised why Xiao Yinger asked this question. Ancestor. Xiao Ying'er obviously didn't understand what this word means, touch. Kunyuchen and Ian looked at each other and took her to the statue of the angel. Thank you, Dad. Xiao Ying'er's little hand touched the statue of the angel god. Immediately afterwards, the little firefly floated up automatically. The statue of the angel god emitted a golden light, and her phantom appeared, and then quickly dissipated. This movement directly alarmed Qian Daoliu, and Qian Rongxiu and Qian Ling'er also followed. Qian Yuchen naturally felt that he was coming, so he steadily caught the descending little firefly. The old man is here. Ah! Yin didn't react, and a figure appeared in front of them. Grandpa, why are you so anxious? As soon as Qian Daoliu stopped, Qian Ling'er's doubts came. When she and Qian Rongxiu came here, they were stunned. The two of them looked at each other. Who is the child in the arms of Dad, Uncle? Qian Ling'er looked at Xiao Ying'er, and the other party's eyes also looked at her. You boy, what's going on? Qian Daoliu looked at Qian Yuchen here, knowing that there was nothing good to prepare. I said to the old man, every time I kill the Sen, the hero tax was killed. The snatched head and looked at the little firefly in his arms. This is the reason for your granddaughter. She just touched the statue of the angel god. Qian Daoliu set his eyes on Xiao Ying'er. Is this your daughter? Blonde hair, this is the iconic hairstyle of the six-winged angel family. Blue eyes are rare. Yin has met his father-in-law. Yin bowed to Qian Dao and spoke. Well, thank you for your hard work. Qian Daoliu looked at Yin and showed the exclusive smile of the elders. Qian Ling'er didn't expect that she really had a little mother. It's still Aunt Yin who often hugged me when I was a child. She said to herself, Dad, you won't bring Aunt Union and Aunt Yunluo back one day, right? Hello, Auntie. Qian Rongxiu was still very polite. Qian Ling'er also said, Auntie. Let's go home first. Qian Yuchen shook his head and headed towards his residence. After arriving at the residence, Ling Yuan happened to come out of the house. Seeing Qian Yuchen holding the child and following Yin behind her, she understood. Sister Yin, you are here. Here you come. Yin's tone was still quite reserved. Qian Daoliu following behind, unexpectedly, Ling Yuan and Yin still knew each other. I instantly realized in my heart that this kid Kunyuchen might have a few more lovers and never brought them back. Why isn't this kid as dedicated as me? Qian Daoliu fell into thinking. Apart from Kunyuchen's deceased mother and his first love, Bo Sai Sai was the only one left, which made him feel moved. But the other party fell in love with Tang Chen. He has been indifferent to him for 43 years. Time flies so fast, 43 years have passed. I also thought of my dead eldest son, as if I was not as good as my second son in terms of family. The eldest son and the younger son were in disagreement, and a tragedy eventually occurred. After the group entered the house, Ling Yuan called them to sit down and then sat next to Kunyuchen. Xiao Ying'er was very obedient in Kunyuchen's arms, looking at the others curiously. How old is this child? Qian Daoliu looked at Xiao Ying'er and asked Qian Yuchen. 2.5 years old. Qian Yuchen showed the old father's smile. Her name is Qian Luiying, or she can also call her Xiao Ying'er. He pointed at Qian Daoliu and said, Little Ying'er, call me Grandpa. Grandpa. Xiao Ying'er was angry and showed a cute smile. Oh. Good granddaughter. Qian Daoliu smiled so hard that he almost grinned at the back of his head. Qian Yuchen looked at Qian Rongxiu and said, This is Sister Shui. Xiao Ying'er, Sister Shui sister. Qian Rongxiu, hello, Sister Ying'er. Qian Yuchen looked at Qian Ling'er, this is Sister Ling'er. Xiao Ying'er, Ling'er sister. Qian Ling'er, Sister Ying'er. Then he looked at Ling Yuan and said, this is Aunt Yuan. Xiao Ying'er, Auntie. Ling Yuan showed a gentle look and nodded, so good. After introducing these people, Qian Yuchen said again, I met Yin in Kanshui City, and the situation is quite special. She is also a candidate for the gods, just like Zioxiu. What? Qian Daoliu said in surprise. My third daughter-in-law is actually a candidate for God? No, why did my second son encounter all good things? The old opponent Tang Chen struggled to find miracles, but there was no news yet. The daughter-in-law who came to the door turned out to be the inheritor of God. Father, the golden age of the Soul Master is coming. This is also a battle of the times. You should understand the seriousness of the matter. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he was not very optimistic. Douluo also understands that as the cultivation system becomes more and more perfect and the civilized system develops, the soul master the world will surely see vigorous development. In an era when geniuses emerge, the competition between various forces will be very fierce. Yuan's words indicate that God may interfere in the continent. The matter of God intervening in the lower realm is not something that the Spirit Hall can block. So far, there are 2 God-level powerhouses and 2 God inheritors in the Wuhun Palace. This power may still be too little if you look at Douluo continent. How many God-level powerhouses will appear in other forces in the future? Who can guess? The Pope Yuan was not very optimistic about this matter, which shows that the Spirit Hall is really at the moment of life and death. The Wuhun Hall has a long history and rich heritage. All forces on the mainland have long been eyeing it. Once the mainland storm rises again, the Wuhun Palace will become the first target and be attacked by the group. Father, the situation is about to rise. What I can do is to protect the foundation of the Wuhun Hall. No matter what I did behind it, it was all for the Spirit Hall and the 6-winged angel lineage. Yuan said this, which was to give Douluo a vaccination. You guys have many ideas, I believe you. Douluo nodded. What scene hasn't been seen in his lifetime? Grandpa, hug. Xiao Ying'er interrupted their conversation and shouted at Douluo. Okay, Grandpa hug me. Douluo smiled and stood up, came to Yuan, and hugged her in his arms. So well behaved. Chapter 197 The Method of Distraction Control. The time for reunion is always short. After staying in the Wuhun Hall for a day, Yuan took Ayan and the child away. Ayan doesn't want to stay in the Wuhun Hall yet. For her, Kanshui City is the best place to live. I have been staying in the Wuhun Palace for too short, and I still feel a little uncomfortable. Xiao Ying'er got along very happily with Jian Rongxiu and Jian Ling'er, but when she left, she asked her if she wanted to stay in the Wuhun Hall, and her answer was with her mother. Jian Ling'er looked at Xiao Ying'er and Ayan who were leaving, and asked in confusion, Mom, why didn't Aunt Ayan stay? When she was a child, Ayan often hugged her and sang lullabies. Ling Yuan looked at her and smiled and said, Sister Ayan has her own ideas, so there is no problem for the child to follow her. You and Shuer must work hard. If you lose the elite competition, your dad will spank you. Jian Ling'er said confidently, Humph, Mom, don't underestimate others, I am the genius and beautiful girl Jian Ling'er. Jian Rongxiu also said, Aunt, I will continue to practice hard before the finals. Douluo looked at his 2 granddaughters and showed a kind smile, My sister sled to Reef and sent her to the throne Ciywei and Zheng, no matter who she is, needs to do her best. Hearing his words, Jian Rongxiu and Jian Ling'er nodded, saying that they knew. Yuan was sending Ayan and Xiao Ying'er to the villa area of Tian Shui team, and Shui Union had been waiting for a long time. After entering, Shui Binger and the other 7 Tian Shui team looked at him with anticipation. The meaning is very clear, teacher, let us know another lesson. When will your game start? Yuan asked. Shui Binger said, Today is the second game day, and our first game is this afternoon. Okay, then let me tell you about the subtle control method of soul power before the start of the game, so that you can save soul power to the greatest extent in the battle. After Yuan finished speaking, he handed Xiao Ying'er over to Ayan and prepared to start class by himself. At Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaogang wants to improve Tang San's strength. Using the reason to help Ning's special training improve distraction control, she was able to teach this skill to Tang San part. Ning Fengzi couldn't make the decision, so he asked the sect for instructions. Ning Fengzi quickly replied, Yes. This is what Yuan asked him to do. After all, the current direct disciples of the 9 Treasures Glazed Li sect will practice the Glazed Li body purification art after the Soul King. After practicing the first 3 levels, the distraction control skills can reach the state of the 9 orifices as you wish. Distraction control is learned by outsiders, and at most it is to cultivate the mind of the 4 orifices. The subsequent control skills require special cultivation skills, and Ning Fengzi is not worried about the spread. This can be regarded as a reward for Tang San's favor to help Ning's martial soul evolve. Although the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower is the first auxiliary weapon of the continent, the disadvantage is that as the soul ring increases, the soul power consumption will increase. Even if it evolved into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, this disadvantage still exists before reaching the 9 rings. If Ning's current soul power increases, the other 6 monsters of Shrek will not be able to hold on in 3 seconds. Of course, Yu Xiaogang also hopes that Ning Hhh can cultivate to the level of the 4 octopus constant heart before officially taking the stage. Assisting 4 teammates in the battle will increase the chance of winning. The reason why she failed to practice properly was that the initial martial soul was the 6 treasure glazed tower, and the 3 ombus control heart was completely enough. Compared with the original work, Ning Rongrong didn't even master the 3 octopus's heart, she was very proficient in mastering it. After Ning Hhh taught Tang San's introductory skills, he began to practice hard. But after a day, it seems that I don't get much. In addition, my eyes are sore and I am very tired. When he was in trouble, Yu Xiaogang appeared again to give instructions. Misery, before you control it, you must learn to perceive it. Enjoy it carefully, no matter whether it is the air, taste, color, sound, or feeling, you will tell it you have a lot of stuff. When you can fully understand what these changes represent, it will be much easier for you to control them. After his guidance, Tang San thought about it and soon entered the state of practicing Xiantian Gong. Although the ghost vine is not as scattered throughout the continent as the blue-silver grass, its vines will exist in ordinary forests. With the assistance of Wuhun, Tang San finally mastered the introductory skills of distraction control. The ghost vine in my hand divides 3 vines, wrapping around 3 different targets. It's done. Because it is not Lan Yinko, he has not entered the so-called top-level mimicry cultivation state like the original work. But this was enough to make Yu Xiaogang very relieved, and he was distracted to control it for a day and a half. Ning was surprised when he learned the news. It took her 5 years to practice distraction control. 5 years, do you know how she lived those 5 years? It turns out that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. What Ning H still doesn't know is that when you meet Ning Rongrong, you will know what the 9 treasure glazed 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 glazed. After Qin explained the subtle control of soul power to the Tian Shui team, they felt that they benefited a lot. Even Shui Union and Shui Yunluo, who were listening on the side, felt that they opened the door to a new world. It turns out that the use of soul power can be a little stingy like spending money. It can also be used with one mind or even multiple uses. What I'm talking about this time is very suitable for your future practice. If you don't say it, just grasp the basic principles. Qian Yuchen looked at them and carefully reminded them. After all, the soul masters of different series of this method are used differently. Just master the basic principles. Learning and applying it carefully is the best effect he wants to see. According to his previous arrangement, Tang San should have begun to practice the method of distraction control. In this way, the 9 treasures glazed Li sect will not owe him any favors to the god of Tang. The secret technique of the sect can restore the favor of Kiluo Tulip to evolve martial souls, which is very reasonable. 7 members of Tian Shui team, teacher, we understand. His teaching effect was very obvious, and the 7 players of the Tian Shui team easily defeated their opponents in the qualifiers. The battle was resolved in 5 minutes. Compared to the 1-minute solution at Shrek Academy, it is a bit worse. However, the 7 members of the Tian Shui team were all girls, which caused a lot of shock. Then, the first round of qualifiers came to an end. After finishing the distraction control practice, Tang San will soon start the second round of qualifiers. The poor Tiandu 2 team was unable to participate in the second round of the qualifiers due to their severe injuries. The substitute is not strong enough, and it is impossible to qualify in the qualifiers. People from Shrek Academy appeared again. When they came outside the Tiandu Soul Field, they immediately felt different treatments. When the audience gathered outside the Great Soul Field preparing to enter the venue, they consciously dodged a path when they saw their green outfit. Although there was a lot of discussion, it was much smaller than the last time. Those eyes that were like thorns on the back almost disappeared, and there was more awe. To make a blacksmith, you have to be strong. Chapter 198 Xiangjia sect appears. The opponent drawn by Shrek Academy is the Elephant Arcade Academy, which is famous for its defense. This academy was founded by the Xiangjia sect, which is known for its defense in the next 4 sects. Their martial soul is the ancestral super defense soul, Diamond Mammoth. The 9 treasures glazed Lith sect is called the strongest auxiliary sect in the mainland, and the Xiangjia sect is the strongest defense sect in the mainland. Diamond Mammoth is a super martial soul with extremely high defense, and its characteristics are mainly reflected in strength and defense. There are almost no soul masters of the same level who can break through their defenses. If it weren't for the fact that the Xiangjia sect did not have a titled Douluo, they would probably not be ranked only 6th among the 7 major sects. The leader of Xiangjia sect, named Hu Yanzhen. The level 89 conqueror can also use its powerful defense to force some titled Douluo that is not the main attack, which shows how powerful his martial soul is. It is the original work that he actually tried to block the trident of the sea god with his head. The delusional body of a mortal is fighting against the magical artifact. Pure brain disease. So stupid. It's a little bit too far. If it was carried out in a wide area, the Shrek team was not worthy of the crowd of the A team. After all, they can use the wide terrain to consume their soul power. Unfortunately, this is a ring, and the area is so large. Although the martial souls of the 7 members of the Elephant Armor team are single, there is no auxiliary soul master. The power of martial souls stacked together is not something that ordinary opponents of the same level can withstand. There are 3 people at the soul sect level of the Elephant Armor team, and 4 people are close to the soul sect. Their strength cannot be underestimated. This will be the Shrek team participating in the qualifiers and meeting the strongest opponent. Yu Xiaogong's original suggestion was to make them give up this game and preserve their strength. The top 5 places in the qualifiers can ensure qualifying. Premature preservation of Shrek Academy is the best choice. Exposing one's strength too early is not good for the subsequent schedule. Flender objected, after all, if you avoid the war, the advertising fee will be reduced a lot. Blood loss. What Yu Xiaogang did not expect was that Tang San also objected. He only said one word, fight. Misery, if you want to defeat the Elephant Armor team, if you don't all 7 of you go on, you may fail. In this way, the reputation that had just been reversed has changed again. Yu Xiaogang spoke. Teacher, I know your thoughts. Tang San still insisted on his own opinion and continued, Teacher, it is important to win the final victory, but participating in the competition is also to exercise practical combat and temporary adaptability. After saying that, he glanced at the students, I am going to play, make some adjustments. Miss San, what do you mean? Yu Xiaogang also understood his thoughts, then the squid is so cool that the squid is coughing. June. My idea is to let Zuking replace Tailong and Xiao Ao replace Jiangzhu. In this way, if we dispatch 5 people, we should have the power to fight with the other party. After saying that, a trace of fighting spirit flashed in Tang San's eyes. If such a lineup cannot defeat the Elephant Armor Academy, it can only prove that our Shrek 7 monsters are just like that. The final champion is also not destined to be with us. Yu Xiaogang nodded in Tang San's arrangement and expressed his support. Well, since you have already made arrangements, let go of your hands and feet. Daimyo Bai said, Misery, how can I make arrangements for you? Others who were about to play also looked at him with bright eyes. Good. Then, Tang San began to explain the tactics. Elephant Armor Academy, Hu Yanzhen's sect under that brainless guy, right? Qian Yuchen sat in the audience, watching the battle arrangements. The Xiangjia sect tends to be in the Wuhan Hall and provides a lot of talents every year. Unfortunately, that guy Hu Yanzhen is too old and his chance of breaking through Douluo is too low. Although it is only one step away, my potential is exhausted and it is difficult to go further. Hu Yanli is still talented, but if he doesn't die, he can reach the title Douluo realm. In the original work, Xiangjia sect did its best to deal with the Tiandu alliance. As the first line of defense, it did a good job. When the turmoil begins, I will satisfy Hu Yanzhen's long-cherished wish and help him take the last step. After thinking about it, Xiangjia sect still has great value. It is a good choice to resist Tang San's first wave of attack. A super defensive attribute titled Douluo is a headache. As long as Hu Yanzhen is not strong enough to fight the sea god trident, he can hold on for a longer time. It is all an exchange of interests, and there is no such thing as Hu Yanzhen's regret. Then, his eyes looked at the VIP seat. The position of Emperor Sui is still in the C position, but the position next to it has become 4. Ning Fengzi had one more person around him, Gu Douluo Ancient Rong. Many viewers at the scene turned their attention to him, after all, their appearance was too special. His body is really too big. Sitting there, his body is much higher than that of ordinary people standing. Because, his body skeleton is very tall. However, the person around Bibi Dong is even more exaggerated than him. This person's height is estimated to be at least 2.5 meters above, and he occupied 3 spacious seats in the VIP seat alone. Sitting there, it was like a mountain of meat, dark skin and big eyes were like copper bells. A special layer of light seemed to appear on the dark skin. Sitting there gave people a very powerful feeling. His hair and beard are all white and look at least over 70 years old. This person Gurong knew, they were both top defensive martial soul owners. The leader of Xiangjia sect, Tianxiang Huianzhen. Feng Zi, this Shrek Academy is really extraordinary. You asked that boy Feng Yu to send his daughter to Shrek, but he was still angry. Now he probably couldn't even close his mouth. What do you think about the Shrek team today's battle with the elephant armor team? Hearing Gurong's words, Ning Fengzi really wanted to say. What do you think? I'll sit and watch. The Shrek team is the dark horse of this competition, and the outcome is hard to say. While speaking, his eyes looked at the Shrek team that was appearing. Then he showed a look of surprise, their hearts are really big, they are not the real starting lineup. Because the red-haired fat man and Ning did not play. Just 2 substitutes were replaced, and the child from the Luo Zhu family of the aggression system, and the Oscar, a food genius. I don't know if the other party is big-hearted or is really full of confidence in winning. But when I looked at Huiyanzhen, I roughly understood the reason. Although the elite competition is hosted by the Spirit Hall and assisted by the 2 empires, there is still an unknown side. When the Star Luo Empire won the championship, the 7 players of that class died in the battle of the invasion of the evil soul master in less than 10 years. This Saint's Highness has never recruited the Shrek 7 monsters, so why are they hostile to them? This arrangement is obviously intended to suppress Shrek Academy before it becomes famous. The fighting style of the Elephant Armor team today will be the same as the previous battle with Shrek Academy. Ning Fengzi doesn't understand very much. Qian Yuchen, brother, it's right if you don't understand. This is arranged by brother. Chapter 199 Tang the 3 Tactics, the outcome has been decided. The winner of this game is second to the end. The 7 Shrek team members were not severely damaged, even if they were lucky. When the 7 players of the Elephant Academic Academy stepped onto the central competition stage, the entire competition stage was trembling with their pace. Those who stepped onto the competition stage did not look like 7 people, but 7 mountains. All were dressed in black. Among the 7 participating team members of the Elephant Armor Academy, the shortest one was just over 2 meters tall, and the tallest one was even more than 2 meters 5 meters tall. Standing in front of the members of Shrek Academy, he was completely condescending. Compared with their height, what is even more terrifying is their weight. No, does the Xiangjia sect have any secret medicine? Qian Yuchen looked at the 7 members of the Xiangjia team in surprise. Even if I have eaten feed since I was a child, I can't grow up such a big body, right? This is even more exaggerated than the famous basketball player Oshark. Even more powerful than those professional sumo wrestlers. The feng shui of Xiangjia sect is so nourishing. Tang San was also shocked by his opponent's physique. Based on visual inspection alone, he could see that among these 7 people, the smallest one must be above 300 kilograms. The tallest one is probably at least 500 kilograms. The same black hair, with shaved sides, only the hair in the middle is combed into a strange ponytail, and the dark skin is not much worse than the clothes they are wearing. The 7 people stood in a row there, blocking all the sights of the Shrek Academy players like thick walls. Standing in the center was the man with an extremely tough figure. He took a step forward, his legs spread out, and the ground on the competition platform made a violent shock. Elephant Armor Academy Team, Captain, Hu Yanli. Level 43 Defense Soul Sect. The captain's voice was muffled, and the fat on his body seemed to be trembling slightly with his own voice. His small eyes stared at Dai Mubai in front of him, and his fierce light flashed. Although Dai Mubai's body shape is not as good as the other party, the momentum it emits is quite good. He took a step forward and said, Shrek Academy Team, Captain, Dai Mubai. Level 44 Strong Attack System Soul Sect. The game has not started yet, and both sides are at a strife. The visual impact caused by this elephant armor team is really terrifying. I just don't know what tactics will be used to deal with the mistress. Flender looked at the 2 teams on the ring and said curiously. To deal with such a slow responsive soul master, you have to roam and fight with them. The mistress asked Zhu Qing and Xiao Ao to play, and she was the one who played. A hint of wisdom flashed in Yu Xiaogong's eyes. Oscar's 3rd soul skill has the ability to fly. On the ring, the referee raised his right hand. People on both sides, salute. The referee shouted loudly. Leading by Dai Mubai and Hu Yanli, a total of 14 participating team members from both sides bent down to salute each other at the same time. The atmosphere in the field became solemn almost instantly. The first game of the second round of the qualifiers officially begins. The 5 games played at the same time were announced almost at the same time. At that moment, in 5 games, 70 students from 10 academies opened their soul rings at the same time. Suddenly, the entire Tiandu's soul field became dazzling. The cheers of the audience burst out at this moment. Tisk tisk tisk, what a gorgeous light! Qian Yuchen looked at the colorful martial soul possessed on the ring, and combined with the light refracted by the sun, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The elephant armored team located in front of the 7 Shrek team directly took off their tops, revealing their strong body. The audience wanted to discuss why they did such indecent behavior, but the 7 of them answered this question by possessing martial souls. Diamond Mammoth, possessed. The 7 men from the elephant armor team shouted. Their originally extremely majestic body expanded again, and the somewhat loose fat meat quickly became streaked and turned into exaggerated and terrifying muscles. A layer of dark yellow stratum corneum appeared on the surface of the skin, shining with a metallic luster. What made them look even more non-human is that their noses also extend and grow longer at the same time. At the same time, their upper lip is rolled up and their 2 fangs grow 1 foot. 7 people raised their right feet at the same time and stomped heavily on the ring. The loud bang not only attracted the audience's attention, but also made everyone worried whether this competition stage could withstand their violent power. Among the 7 people, all 3 in the middle are 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, while the 4 people next to them are 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The elephant armor team is really terrifying. This change is similar to Tang San's guess. The bigger the body, the stronger the strength. It is very appropriate to describe them in 2 words, a reckless man. In terms of strength, the number of soul sects on their side is larger than that on the other side. Therefore, the advantage lies in me. But when the battle began, Tang San felt that they were a bit of a brain. The 7 people from the Xiangjia sect stood in a row, and the first soul ring on their bodies shone at the same time, step by step, calmly stepping out. Under the action of the first soul ring, their sturdy bodies had a layer of crystal color on their originally dark yellow horny skin, and each person was, it seems to be, covered with a layer of glaze. Diamond glaze layer. The 7 people moved slowly, but every time they stepped forward, their momentum would be strengthened. The oppression brought by the large lattice and soul power made the faces of the 7 members of the Shrek team full of solemnity. Retreat. Tang San made a quick decision and did not direct his teammates to launch an attack as soon as possible. Under his command, the people of the Shrek team retreated one after another, while he raised his right hand and summoned the ghost vine. The vines grew rapidly against the ground and covered the ring, and he also tried to entangle the feet of a member of the elephant armored team. Unfortunately, it's useless. Just letting the other party pause for a moment, the ghost vine broke. The strength is very strong, and their defense and strength in their martial soul possession state have been greatly enhanced. The simple test made Tang San understand that the other party was very powerful and could not confront him head-on. With the advancement of the 7 members of the elephant armor team, the activity space of the Shrek 7 monsters was greatly compressed, and the space to be used was very small. The 7 of them are strong in their bodies, and there are gaps on both sides, but for them, they can solve the other party's non-soul master, and the tactics are basically considered successful. When he was about to approach the Shrek team, Tang San shouted. Go forward, 3 steps. The only ones who did not take action were him and Oscar, and the other 5 took 3 steps forward. Tang San ate a flying mushroom sausage, put the Oscar on his back, and then the effect of flying mushroom sausage appeared. Transparent wings appeared behind him and flew up with the Oscar. It wasn't over yet, he shouted at the other 5 team members again. Lighten your body. The 5 people immediately took a deep breath at the same time, gathering their soul power, making their bodies lighter and more flexible. The first soul skill, entanglement. Cooperating with Xian Tiangong, Tang San directly pulled Shrek's other 5 people into the air. In this way, they perfectly resolved the encirclement of the Elephant Academic Academy. Qian Yuchen on the audience stage was very satisfied with their response. Tang San, you deserve to be you. Perfectly use all the abilities of yourself and your teammates, calmly come up with a solution. It's only a matter of time before the elephant armor team loses. Then he got up and left, and there was no suspense in this game. The other teams were just pecking at each other. The battle behind the Shrek team can end the game by relying on Zhu Zuqing and Daimyo Bai's reasonable use of martial soul fusion skills. Maybe Flender can still get a considerable sponsorship at the end of the game. Chapter 200 Request for Hu Yansan. The Elephant Armor team was eventually defeated. Facing the martial soul fusion technique of Netherworld White Tiger and the assistance of the rest of the Shrek team, they couldn't resist it. Hu Yanli also exposed his trump card, the soul bone of the head. This also made some soul masters in the audience ready to move. Even if he is the grandson of Hu Yansan, the leader of the Xiangjia sect, it will not prevent anyone from having evil intentions. Of course, the performance of the Shrek team is really impeccable. Bibi Dong also showed appreciation at the last moment of the game. I felt despised by Hu Yansan around me. He actually used soul power to transmit voice, so that his grandson could use his trump card. It's simply brainless. This is the qualifiers, and the real battle is still behind. However, the royal martial soul fusion technique of the Xingluo Empire appeared in the Tiandu Empire, which made things interesting. After the Snow Knight Emperor finished the ring match, he asked someone to go down to investigate the identities of Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuqing. Qianyuchen was currently at the residence of Tian Shui team, teasing his daughter. After Xiao Ying returned from Wuhan City, there was a golden dot on her eyebrows. He guessed that it was a special mark left after contacting the statue of the angel god. After careful examination, no abnormalities were found. Yin also tested it several times, and his worry gradually calmed down. The child is the only thought in this world except Qianyuchen. Why did Donger come here? Qianyuchen put his arm back and stopped playing the game of raising high with his daughter. Yin said, she should be in the qualifiers, watch the game, right? Yet. Qianyuchen was also curious about what she came here to do. It couldn't be sharing the results of the Elephant Arc team's game, right? Bibadong's voice came, second uncle, I know you are inside, please let Dean Shui open the door. Shui Union got up and walked out. After a while, she took Bibadong in. Donger, you are here. Stop talking, sit with that guy Hu Yansan. I forced myself to watch the game. Bibadong was obviously dissatisfied with the performance of the Elephant A team, and he couldn't hold back at all at such an old age. I felt sorry for my grandson and directly exposed my trump card. Madness. No wonder I can't be promoted to the title level. How can I advance to the level of lack of root strings? She briefly talked about the key points of the game, and Qianyuchen just nodded. The defeat of the Elephant Armor team was already as expected. The performance of Shrek today is not an exaggeration. Planning, execution, and cooperation have all played out everyone's strengths. After saying that, Qianyuchen looked at her and found that she nodded repeatedly. Bibadong said curiously, Uncle Second, you left so early, how do you know the process? You know what you know when you read the small things, and you will know if you read more. Qianyuchen beat a mute fan and asked, you won't just talk about this, right? Hu Yansan hopes to let his grandson enter the Martial Spirit Hall after the elite competition is over. Bibadong came this time to convey Hu Yansan's small request. This old guy is a good person. Qianyuchen couldn't help but laugh and scolded. It's true that people become erections. Hu Yansan knew that his grandson's soul bone was exposed and wanted to seek protection from the Spirit Hall. After all, no soul master on the mainland is dissatisfied with the credibility and deterrence of the Wuhan Hall. Even the two hostile empires have to admire the Martial Soul Hall in this regard. Even if you make a mistake by Elder Douluo, you still have to be judged. When entering the Spirit Hall, those who are ready to move and want to kill the soul bones must consider how much. Although the Diamond Mammoth Martial Soul is powerful, the continent is so big that there must be a restrained martial soul. If Hu Yanli falls alone one day, the Xiangjia sect will lose a chance to appear in the title Douluo. After all, Hu Yansan's Xiangjia sect is standing on the side of the Wuhan Hall, so this requirement is no big deal. The disciples of the Holy Dragon sect and the Ghost Leopard sect all entered the Martial Soul Hall, so naturally the Elephant Armor sect can do it. Just tell him that the Spirit Hall is very supportive of every partner, and this requirement is not a problem. Qianyuchen must agree with Hu Yansan's request. As the first line of defense to resist the Tang sect coalition in the future, he must give some benefits. To make the horse run fast, you must not lose the best forage. Cooperation and win-win, everyone has a bright future. Very nice. According to Bibadong's idea, he actually didn't want to agree. After all, Tui Bayun, the former leader of the Holy Dragon sect, is already the holy dragon Douluo of the Martial Soul Hall. Compiled, don't be too serious. Needless to say, Ghost Leopard sect is a small family sect in the Wuhun Hall lineage. Ghost Leopard Douluo is still in the Wuhun Hall. It's the guy killed by Chen Xin in the original work. Although Hu Yanzhen is respected as a celestial phenomenon by the Soul Master realm, he does not have enough voice after all. Even a level 91 titled Douluo is better than a level 89 Soul Douluo. Looking at the reluctant expression on her face, Qian Yuchen guessed what she was thinking. Donger, in the future situation, we need to unite all the forces that can be united. Hu Yanzhen has not been promoted to Douluo now, which does not mean that he will not be able to do so in the future. Do you understand? Hearing this, Bibidong's face calmed down and he nodded. Shui Yunyan also knew Hu Yanzhen and founded Tian Shui Academy by himself. Shenfeng, Shiwo, and Thunder were the deans of the three colleges. Hu Yanzhen just put on airs and sent a teaching director to come. Do you really treat yourself as a senior and a character? Anyway, she has no good impression of her partner A sect. A group of rash men. Her current claim to be the 89th level Contra, and the vice president is the 88th level Contra. The two sisters can release martial soul fusion skills and fight against the titled Douluo without defeat. Among the Four Elements Academy, strength ranks among the forefront. She had been with Qian Yuchen for many years and guessed that he had arranged the location of the future Elephant Armor sect. It's still a difficult seat. Hu Yanzhen's grandson entered the Wuhun Hall, perhaps to leave a spark for Hu Yan's family. A Yin's idea is similar to hers. Qian Yuchen's arrangements for those who are not close to him have achieved the greatest benefit. This is what a qualified leader should do. The thing she learned the most in the human world is: the world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. You and him are your partner, and it is your luck. If you are enemies with him, then you will suffer a lot. Because he will arrange all the remaining roads you have in advance. When facing the failed ending, I would never think that he did it at the first time. It's so scary. Qinyu City looks gentle and elegant on the surface, but in fact, it has long seen through the distribution of power and people's hearts of Douluo continent. Even when I went to start a forest, I had super long-term plans. Joining the strong to resist the divine realm may be a more important part of his plan. Donger, after this elite competition is over, you can start to enter the final breakthrough. We don't have much time left. If nothing happens, go back first. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, Bibi Dong picked up the tea on the table and drank it, then stood up and left. Before leaving, she left a mysterious sentence. Uncle Second, I need your help in the last level.